Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Deku had powerful Psiflame Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This is the first story that I made. I am not a writer, and I expect many critiques from those who unexpectedly click this. Now, with that out of the way, let's get to the summary of this story. All men are not created equal. He knew that from an early age of 4. Our protagonist, Izuku Midoriya, manifested a very powerful quirk, a combination of his parents' quirks, weak telekinesis from his mother and fire breathing from his father, forming a unique ability known as Pyrokinesis. When he realizes that this is a versatile and useful power, will he be able to hold onto his dream of becoming the world's greatest hero? Will he accept All Might's power, one for all, when deemed worthy? Find out what happens because this is the story of how he became the world's next symbol of peace. Izuku Midoriya is currently 15 years old. He has black hair with green highlights, round green eyes, and symmetric freckles on his face. Personality-wise, he is kind, caring, and always willing to help those in need. However, if someone decides to hurt his friends, his demeanor changes dramatically. He is confident but not overly so, and he has a keen analytical mind, though he doesn't express it as much anymore. His childhood was typical until he manifested his quirk, drawing attention from many, which he didn't particularly enjoy. In elementary school, he and his friend Bakugo, whom he affectionately called Kachin, had a rivalry that lasted for 7 years. Once they resolved their differences, they became even closer friends. Izuku excelled academically and practically, being one of the top students in middle school. All men are not created equal. That's the sad truth in this world. I learned that since I was 4. The first incident was in Qingqing City in China, where a child was born who radiated light. After that, reports of people with supernatural powers began to appear globally. The supernatural became the norm, with 80% of the population possessing uncanny abilities called quirks. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and this is the story of how I became the world's greatest hero. I'm so excited, Mommy! Izuku exclaimed, jumping around their apartment eagerly as he waited for his mom to finish getting ready. Isn't that right? Are you excited to find out what your quirk is? His mother, Izuku Midoriya, asked cheerfully. Yes, Mommy. I'm so excited to find out if I can become a hero like All Might. Izuku replied, making his mom giggle. All right then, let's go. Inko said, and Izuku complied as they headed to their car, driving to the hospital. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital and proceeded to the quirk specialist. After undergoing some tests and an X-ray of his foot, Izuku felt a bit scared about what they would do but tried to ignore it. They were told to wait for a couple of hours for the results, so they decided to go out somewhere and return once it was done. I always admired heroes. It's amazing how they protect the innocent from harm. After I saw that video where All Might, the #1 hero and symbol of peace, saved people from an accident, it inspired me to pursue my dream of becoming the world's greatest hero. That's what I want to be one day. We returned after an hour to check if the test results were successful. Are the results ready for my sons? My mom asked the lady at the table. Yes, they are ready. Please proceed to room 105, the lady replied as my mom thanked her. While walking there, I felt really nervous. What if I was quirkless? Will Kaka not think of me as a friend anymore? Will I be left alone by everyone? What if I was interrupted by my mom. Hey dear, are you all right? You're muttering, she said. I'm sorry. It's just that. What if I am quirkless, Mommy? What will the others think of me? I continued, tears starting to stain my face. Oh honey, don't say that. Don't think that you won't manifest one, believe that you will, she said, wiping my eyes. And even if you are quirkless, I'll still love you no matter what. Don't you ever forget that. I calmed down. Thank you, Mommy. After that, we entered the room. There was a doctor there, so we asked him if it was successful. Yes, Mrs. Midoriya, it was. Now sit down so we can talk about it. We complied and sat down. This is quite interesting, Mrs. Midoriya. Your son has a very powerful quirk. I smiled at the news. Really? What is it, doctor? I exclaimed, excited to find out what it does. Now, calm down, young man. Your quirk is called Pyrokinesis. It's a combination of your mom and dad's quirks. You can produce flames from your skin and control them with your mind. And apparently, your flame is green. You can also control how hot your flames are. My smile grew wider. Isn't that great, Izuku? You have a quirk. My mom said, "This. And now I can be like All Might and save people." I shouted, still really happy. Yes, young man, you can become like All Might. I'm rooting for you, buddy. The doctor said. Thank you so much, doctor. I quickly replied. All right, now Mrs. Midoriya, here's what you should do when it starts to manifest, the doctor said, handing my mom a folder. And please contact me if you need anything else. All right, doctor, I'll call you if I need anything. Thank you so much. Now let's go, Izuku, Mom said as we said goodbye to the doctor and left the room, heading back to our car and then to our apartment. As we were in the car, my mom asked me what we should eat for dinner. I answered katsudon since it's my favorite food. My mom smiled and nodded, and we went back to the apartment. When we entered, I noticed that my arm was getting itchy. Mommy, I said. Yes, what is it, dear? She replied as I started to scratch my arm. But arm is really itchy, I exclaimed, and suddenly my arm combusted, burning with green flames. I stared at it in shock. Oh, sweetie, are you all right? Does it hurt? My mom asked, completely worried. No, Mommy, it doesn't hurt. It just feels warm. Mom sighed in relief. All right, I'm just making sure. I think your quirk manifested, she said, and I was ecstatic. Really? But can I control it like the doctor said? I asked, so excited that I didn't even realize my clothes were starting to burn. I quickly took them off. Oh, sweetie, be careful or you might burn the house down. Mom joked. But anyways, yeah, you can control it using your mind. Go try it. I nodded and tried to use my mind to control the green flames. It was kind of difficult, but I managed. Look, Mommy, I said as I started to control the flames. Amazing. It looks really appealing, sweetie. But let's stop for now and try again tomorrow. We still need to eat dinner. I didn't realize that until now, so I tried to stop my flames. I stopped moving them with my mind, and the flames on my arm disappeared. After that, I went to my room and put on another shirt while Mom started to prepare dinner. When she finished, she placed a bowl of katsudon on the table. Hey, Mommy, I asked. Yes, sweetie, she replied. Do you think I could be a hero, just like All Might? Tears ran down my face, but they were tears of joy. Mom quickly approached me. Of course, you can become a hero, she said, hugging me tightly. Mommy, thank you, I said. No problem. Now let's eat dinner. We don't want it getting cold, she said, letting go of me. If it gets cold, then I can heat it up, I joked, and she laughed. All right, now time to eat, she said as she sat down. Itadakimasu, we said, together before starting our meal. After that, I went to sleep. I hope Kaken thinks it's cool. I'm going to show it to him tomorrow, I thought as I fell asleep. I will become a hero. The morning came and I prepared myself to go to school. As my mom walked me to school, I remembered that we were showing each other our quirks. I can show him and the others what my quirk does. I walked over to my seat, and then the teacher walked in. Good morning, class, she greeted, and we responded in unison. All right, first we're going to have an activity. You are going to tell me and the class what your quirk is. I'll call you one by one to come to the front so everyone can see. The teacher announced, and many of us were excited to share our quirks with each other. One by one, we showcased our abilities. They were all fascinating. For instance, there was a girl who could turn anything she touched into different plants. What she did was amazing. If she can perfect it, she might become a great hero. I smiled at the sight as she took her seat. Soon, it was time for Kaken. Wow, Bakugo, your quirk is really cool, one of the students said. Yeah, Bakugo, you will be a great hero with that quirk, the teacher added. The other students started complimenting his quirk, saying it was cool or awesome, boosting his confidence. Hell yeah, I have the most powerful quirk out of all you losers, Bakugo declared, smirking at the other students. Come on, Kaken, don't say that to the others. Midoriya interjected, looking a bit concerned. And what can you do about it, Deku? Bakugo shot back, causing Midoriya to back down. Oh right, Midoriya, didn't you manifest your quirk yesterday? The teacher asked, making the other students turn to him in curiosity. Yes, teacher. But it isn't perfect yet. He replied timidly. It's all right, it's to be expected since all of you are so young. Can you show it to the class? If that's all right with you, I mean, the teacher encouraged. Midoriya nodded and walked to the center of the class. All right, here I go, Midoriya said, with everyone facing him in anticipation, except for Bakugo. Bakugo's POV, stupid Deku walked to the front to show off his quirk. It's probably just a weak quirk like that girl who turns things into flowers. Heh, he's useless just like everybody here, I thought. Wow, that looks really cool too, Midoriya, someone exclaimed. Yeah right, being able to move something really small. Wait, what? He has a Pyrokinesis quirk. Not only that, it's green. What is up with his quirk? You think so? It's not that impressive compared to Kaken. Deku said modestly. No way. It's really cool, just like Bakugo. You have a quirk that can also make a great hero. One of the students said, and most of them agreed. A quirk just like mine. Impossible. I should be the powerful one, I thought, fuming with rage. There shouldn't be someone more powerful than me in the world. Oi, Deku, I said angrily, noticing him shiver. How did you get that power? I don't know anyone in your family with a fire quirk. My frustration bubbled over as I shouted, making the others tremble. Now, Bakugo, that's rude. Apologize, the teacher said, trying to calm the situation. It's okay, miss. I can answer his question, Midoriya said, and the teacher nodded. It's a combination of both of my parents' quirks. The reason I have the flame is because of my dad's quirk, fire breath. That, along with my mom's weak telekinesis, is why I have this quirk. Does that answer your question, Kaken? As he finished, I calmed down a little bit. I know he doesn't talk about his dad that much. But still, I thought as the teacher said, all right, if that answers your question, then please head back to your seats. We'll start with math today. The other students returned to their seats. This talk isn't over yet, Deku, I said to him, making him tremble even more. Time passed and I was still in shock. I'm surprised that someone like Deku has that kind of power. The others even complimented him because of it. It makes me so angry. I want to be the greatest hero in the world without anyone getting in my way. With my power, I can do it myself. The others are just obstacles on my path to becoming the greatest hero, and they won't stop me from accomplishing my dream. Midoriya's POV. The day went by quickly. After what happened with Kaken, I kept thinking about it. Why was he so upset? Why was he angry about my quirk? Did I do something wrong? I needed to find out, so I thought about asking him later. The school day ended, and it was time to go home. As I was packing my things, I noticed Kaken approaching me. He looked really angry about something. But why? Hey, Kaken, do you need something? I asked. As I finished, he threw his right arm out and sent me crashing into the wall of the classroom. Thankfully, there was nobody around, but I groaned in pain. What? Did you do that? For Kaken, I said, still in pain. Bakugo's POV. Did you do that? For Kaken, I heard him say, don't act like nothing's wrong, Deku. When you used your quirk, everyone stared at you in awe as they compared you to me. I was really upset. He acted like nothing was wrong, thinking he must be better than me. Think of this as a declaration of a fight. You stand no chance against me. I snarled at him, leaving him to think about what he had done. Time skipped to when they are 11 years old. Third POV. It's been 7 years since that declaration of war by Bakugo. After that, he and Deku trained their powers, pushing them to the max. They were now in middle school. Ever since that day, Bakugo had always been picking fights or bullying other students. The teachers didn't reprimand him because he was one of the top students in the school, which was a poor excuse for allowing his behavior. They just warned him not to do it again. At the end of the day, Bakugo, feeling angry, turned to a guy he had bullied before. As Bakugo prepared to attack the student, someone shouted at him to stop. He turned to see who it was and wasn't surprised. It was Midoriya. "Stop that, Kaken." Bakugo's POV, "What do you want, Deku?" I glared at him, but he didn't back down. "He's really confident." I thought as he shot back, "Get away from him. What did he even do to you? He didn't do anything wrong, so why?" "That's for me to know and for you to find out," I said as I tried to explode the other student but was blocked by something, a wall of flames. The student ran away, leaving me and that nerd alone. "Why did you stop me? You do know that kid is quirkless, right? So why did you stop me?" I snarled at him, but he quickly answered, "That's not a reason to attack someone else." I was even more furious. "Yeah. So what? He wants to become a hero someday and he's quirkless. I mean, that's just ridiculous." I started to laugh. "I'm just doing it to put him in his place and show him what will happen if he tries to be a hero without a quirk." I noticed him clenching his fists. "Everything isn't always about winning against villains, Kaken. Heroes also rescue others and some help out indirectly by providing support." I couldn't stand it anymore. "Shut up," I yelled, lunging at him to attack. Midoriya's POV, when I saw him lunge with his right arm, I dodged and pinned him to the ground. He looked surprised but quickly detonated an explosion that sent me flying. I regained my composure and prepared for his next move. He lunged at me again, but I knew he wouldn't use the same attack twice, so I ducked to the side. "Stop dodging and use your quirk," he shouted, looking furious. "That's what I'm trying to prove to you. Someone can fight even without power." "Shut up," he yelled, lunging at me again, this time using his legs. I couldn't dodge without my quirk, so I used it to create a low-temperature fire to wrap around him and restrain him. It wasn't solid, but it limited his movement. "Let go of me, you nerd." "Alright, I've had enough. Listen to me for 1 second. Why you like this? After that day in preschool, you were so angry about something. What is it? Tell me." I asked angrily, leaving him speechless. "Tell me. Why are you so angry?" "It's because of you. You idiot. You always look like you're looking down on me like I'm some sort of pebble in the road getting in your way," he said as he started to cry. "It's too hard to admit even to this day. I've always thought that I am the most powerful in the class, but in reality it's you. And you don't even realize it." He was crying and I was shocked to see him feel that way. All those years ago, I let go of my quirk and did what I had wanted to do since that incident. Comfort him. I hugged him, but he pushed back. "If you felt that way all these years, then why didn't you say anything?" After I was released from the fire, I was crying so hard that I was surprised to see him comforting me. It was the last thing I expected. I tried to push away, but then he said, "If you felt that way all these years, then why didn't you say anything?" I had no answer at first but finally said, "Because if I let myself feel that way on that day, everyone might look down on me." I finished, still crying. "Of course they won't," he replied. "Why?" I questioned back. "It's because I look up to you. All of us do. I look up to you because you were one of the reasons that inspired my dream." "I didn't think lowly of you," he stated. "I thought of you as someone who is always there by my side, always surpassing me. That goes for everyone as well. I didn't think of anyone as just a pebble in the way of my dreams that I can kick away easily. I thought of everyone as someone who is always there when I need support or the ones who bring me back up when I fall. So don't think lowly of yourself, Kaken." To say that I was surprised is an understatement. It didn't sound forced or scripted. It was genuine and real. "So that's why I am here," he continued, breaking the hug. "I want a truce, Kaken. I want to end this war and let's be friends again. Alright, what do you say?" He smiled, holding his hand toward me. "Sure," I said quietly. "What was that? I didn't hear you." Slightly annoyed, I said it again but louder. "Sure." He repeated it back to me. I groaned and yelled, "Fine. Sure. That wasn't so hard now, was it?" Still slightly annoyed, I said it after all those years of tension. But that doesn't mean you get to be friends just like that with me. I added, making him slightly tremble. If you want to be my friend, then treat me as your rival. You and I will be going head to head from now on, not as enemies but as rivals, got it? Alright, but I won't be going easy against you, he said, making me smirk. You better. Anyway, it's getting late. I'm going home now, and don't tell anyone about this, got it? Won't tell a soul, he responded. You're right. Later, you nerd, I said as I left the field, feeling in a really good mood for the first time in a long time. Thank you, Dad. Since that whole argument or declaration of war has ended, Midoriya and Bakugo had become greater friends. Bakugo apologized to the classmates he had looked down on, surprising many as the class bully became less arrogant and more kind. He was completely forgiven because they understood his situation, which was a surprise to him. Over the years, he remained confident but learned to respect his classmates, especially Midoriya. After classes, they trained and sparred together, honing their bodies and quirks. Most of the time, Midoriya won, but Bakugo claimed victories too. They were equals and accepted that. In school, they were regarded as top students for their intelligence and skill. Many girls admired them, but they completely ignored the compliments. As the end of the year approached, their teacher addressed the class. All right, class. As third years, it's time to think about your future. Today I will be giving you these forms. But what's the point? You all want to be heroes, right? The students roared with excitement, except for two. No. I know you all have impressive powers, but you know you can't use your quirk in school. The teacher scolded, making the students stop. It looks like 2 students applied for UA's hero course. And it looks like it's Midoriya and Bakugo. Many students looked at them in awe, commenting, "Wow, the top students of our class are applying for UA." Or, "I wish I had a powerful quirk like them." Bakugo spoke up, "Yeah right, extras. I'm going to UA and prove to you that I'm number 1. He declared, slightly annoying everyone. Don't say it like that, Kaken. We all have powerful quirks in our own way. It's not just you and me, Midoriya said, while Bakugo scoffed, making everyone relax. All right everyone, settle down. Class is starting soon. Go back to your seats, the teacher instructed, and everyone complied. Time skipped to the end of classes. Classes were finished for the day. I started to pack my things as I saw Kaken walking toward me. Well, this looks familiar, I thought as I asked, "Hey Kaken, are you going out?" "Yeah right, you nerd. I'm gonna go to an arcade in town. You wanna come?" He replied. "I'm sorry I can't. Mom wants me to pick up groceries on my way back home, so I won't be able to join you," I said, and he scoffed. "That's fine. Anyway, aren't you free tomorrow?" He asked. "Just what? Didn't you notice that the UA exams are 10 months from now, you idiot? We should probably prepare for it. So can you help me train tomorrow?" He said, whispering the last part, but I could hear him. "Sure. Where do you want to train and when?" I asked. "Dagoba Municipal Beach at 8 tomorrow, you got that. The beach that has been a dump site for years. I'm guessing he wants to train there because 1, it is an area where not many people go, and 2, because he wants to clean it and help with the community. Of course. See you there tomorrow," I replied. "Yeah, you better. Anyway, see you later, Dad." Then he left. I should probably go too. Can't make Mom wait. I left the school and headed to a shortcut I always took when going to town. It's a road under a bridge that makes it easier and faster to get to town. As I was walking through it, I heard rattling noises behind me, so I put my guard up, readying my flames. "Who's there? Show yourself," I shouted as a voice responded. Interesting. This is the perfect meat shield for me. A boy with a strong quirk. As the voice finished, it lunged toward me. It looked like slime. Good thing I had my flames ready. I shot flames at it, making it flinch. It quickly regained composure and lunged at me again. I leapt backward and protected myself with flames. "Stop resisting, brat," it shouted. Just then I heard another voice. "Fear not, citizen, for I am here." It was All Might, the #1 hero. My idol. And no, not him. the villain said but was interrupted. Texas Smash. All Might declared as he created a big gust of wind, knocking the villain out. Good thing I was protected by my flames. All Might. Thank you for saving me. It's nice to see you, I said, fanboying. It's all right, young man. I apologize if you got caught up in that. The sewer system in this city is too complex to memorize. Ha! He replied. It's all right, All Might. To repay you, I'll help you collect the villain, I said as he nodded. I found a bottle and scooped up the villain, handing it to All Might. Also, All Might, can you please sign my notebook? I asked. Of course. Anything for a fan. He said, signing my notebook and making me so happy. Thank you so much, All Might. No problem, a young man. Now I must go and turn in this villain to the police station. See you later, thing. He trailed off. Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, I said. All right, see you later, young Midoriya, he said as he leapt away. As I watched him leave, I realized that my hero form wasn't lasting much longer, so I decided to land on a building. I safely landed just before I transformed back into my normal form. I sighed in relief. I really need to find a successor fast. My time is almost up, and if I don't pass it on, the world may never be the same again, I thought as I exited the roof. I wonder if he will be worthy of inheriting it. But I shouldn't jump to conclusions yet. When I was leaving the building, I noticed that my pocket was empty. Wait, where is it? I swear I put it I was cut off by an explosion. I quickly ran to where it was and noticed the Sludge villain I captured rampaging. Oh no. If my hero form hasn't been depleted yet, I could defeat it. Pathetic. I thought, mentally cursing myself. Back to Midoriya. Well, that was an encounter, I thought as I headed to town. While walking, I considered what I could do to improve my quirk. I should probably not use flames on force. Maybe I could use my flames to propel myself in the air to fly. Maybe I could. My train of thought was cut off by a big explosion. When I heard it, I rushed to see what the commotion was about. When I arrived, I saw people huddled in an area. There were also heroes, but they were just standing there. He's got a kid as hostage. Why aren't the heroes doing something? I overheard someone say, a kid. I thought as I pushed through the crowd and saw something I couldn't believe. The Sludge villain. I thought All Might captured him. Maybe it fell out when he jumped. Don't come any closer, or I'll snap his neck in half. Then I saw Kaken. Bakugo's POV. I'm slightly losing consciousness. No one is even trying to save me. If I wasn't captured, if I wasn't so weak, I wouldn't be in this predicament right now. Earlier, as I joined up with my friends, we left the school to go to an arcade. While going there, I had a bad feeling that something wrong would happen, but I decided to shrug it off. Hey Bakugo, you really are going to UA? Wish I could do that. One of them said. Yeah right, no need to remind me again, I replied, slightly annoyed. The other one tried to say something but was cut off by some slimy creature trying to attack him. Acting quickly, I pushed him to the side to protect him, but I ended up getting caught in it myself. I tried to blast it away, but my explosions just fizzled out. He was now around my body, and I was still trying to escape while the others ran away. I was losing oxygen. Now this is a perfect meat shield. I heard him say as I gasped for air. I attempted to blow him up, but ended up exploding the surroundings instead. Sheet, I thought as heroes began to show up. Yes, I was saved. But when the heroes tried to approach me, the villain retaliated using my explosions. They stumbled back, and no one was trying to save me anymore. Was this really how I would die? Pathetic. I thought as I started to lose hope, my eyes closing in acceptance of defeat. Then I heard, Kaken. Midoriya shouted as he dashed toward the villain, drawing the attention of many. He didn't know why he was running, but he couldn't just stand there and watch his friend die. Figured. Go back, it's dangerous. One of the heroes called out, but he didn't care. He had to do something. As he ran toward the villain, he controlled the flames in the area and gathered them around his body. Not you again, you little brat, the Sludge villain yelled, trying to attack Midoriya. But using his flames, he struck the villain in the eyes, causing it to become distracted while he tried to free his friend. Deku, what are you doing? His friend asked. I don't know. My body just moved on its own. But I couldn't just stand there and watch you die, Kaken. He replied frantically, thinking of ways to speed up the process of getting him out. The only thing he could think of was binding his friend in fire and pulling him out. He attempted to use his binding move, but the slime subdued it. When the villain recovered, it immediately attacked Midoriya. You'll pay for what you did, brat, it shouted, using one of its tentacles to strike him. Bracing for impact, he closed his eyes, but it never came. Someone stood in front of him. All Might. I recognized the voice. It was young Midoriya. I watched him run toward the villain, dodging its attacks. I was stunned while the other heroes stood there, contemplating what to do. I watched him claw his friend out of the slime slightly, but not completely. The slime recovered and was about to hit him. But I couldn't just stand by anymore. Overexerting my strength, I transformed into my hero form and dashed over to the boy, deflecting the villain's attack. Sorry for making you wait, young man. I can take it from here, I said to him. All Might, he exclaimed. I'll be capturing you once again, villain. I prepared myself to punch the villain. Detroit Smash. I shouted, grabbing both of them to prevent them from flying off and defeating the villain, causing rain from the wind pressure and dissipating the fire. After that, both of them received treatment. Young Midoriya was scolded for recklessly charging into the fight. I was about to say something, but got interrupted by his friend. What are you idiots saying? All the heroes flinched at his words. You should be ashamed of yourselves. While you were standing there, not doing anything, who rushed in to save me even if he can't. The heroes hung their heads low. In my opinion, he is the hero here, not all of you. Everyone was shocked. What he said was true. We just stood there helplessly while he rushed in, even knowing he could die. He truly was a hero. Calm down, Kaken. What's done is done. You don't have to be so angry about it. What they said is also true. I carelessly ran toward the fight without knowing the consequences, young Midoriya said, while his friend only scoffed. After that, they were allowed to go home. I needed to find him. I think I've found the one who will inherit this power. He will be my successor. He will inherit one for all. After that incident, Kaken and I went to buy groceries since I hadn't yet, and Kaken came along because he wanted to return the favor, or as he put it, I'm going with you because I don't want to be in debt to you. After shopping, we walked home together. Hey nerd, he said. Yes. I answered. Are we still going to train at Dagoba Beach tomorrow? He questioned. Of course. If we train at the beach while also cleaning it, we can prepare for the entrance exams and contribute to the community. I said excitedly. Well, whatever. Continued walking, I sensed someone approaching us. I let my guard up. A few seconds later, he appeared. I am here looking for young Midoriya, he announced, and we both realized it was All Might. All Might, we exclaimed, shocked that the symbol of peace and #1 hero was standing in front of us. Yes, it is I, All Might, Akai. He began, but suddenly he spat out BLD, and smoke puffed out around him. What? Where is All Might? Are you an imposter? I exclaimed, still in disbelief over what had just happened. Kaken was lighting up explosions in his palms, ready to fight. Who are you and what did you do to All Might? He shouted. Calm down, young Bakugo. It's still me, All Might replied, spitting but how? All Might is always buffed up and fearless, always saving everyone with a smile on his face. He is the greatest. I questioned, trying to understand the situation. He sighed. All right, since you both have seen me in this form, I might as well tell you the story, but don't tell anyone else, all right, he said. We listened intently as he explained how he ended up like this. 5 years ago, during a battle with a villain, half of his respiratory system was destroyed, and the villain inflicted a serious injury on him. His hero form could only last for 3 hours each day, and that time was constantly decreasing. To say we were stunned was an understatement. The symbol of peace, the #1 hero, was slowly fading away. So that's why I am here. I need to talk to you about something, young Midoriya. I looked up at him, intrigued. When you saved young Bakugo from that sludge villain, what were you thinking in that moment? He asked. Oh, I can't really explain it. When I saw Kaken in danger, my feet just started to move on their own before my mind could process what was happening, I replied. All Might then stood up. That's the answer I'm looking for. That is why you are worthy of becoming my successor. Kaken's POV, that's the answer I'm looking for. That is why you are worthy of becoming my successor. All Might said to Deku. Worthy of becoming his successor. What did that mean? The nerd asked. Worthy of becoming your successor. What do you mean, All Might? Every great hero has a backstory, and they all say the same thing. Their bodies move before they can think. That's why I want you to be my successor and inherit my quirk. He finished. Inheriting his quirk. He wants the nerd to bear his power. I thought, inherit your quirk. But that's impossible. There have never been reports of quirks being passed down from one person to another. Even if there is something like that, then shouldn't it be? I was slightly annoyed by his muttering and shouted, shut up and listen to him, you nerd. I'm sorry. The nerd apologized, finally stopping. It's just that no one knows your power. Many speculate that it's a power or speed-boosting quirk. So I don't know what to think about when you said, inherit my quirk. Third POV, don't tell anyone about this and keep it a secret, All Might said as both of them nodded. There's nothing natural about my abilities. It's a power that has been passed down from generation to generation. The name of my quirk is One for All. One. For. Both of them echoed. That is right. One person cultivates the power, improves it, and hands it off to another person. It continues to grow stronger as it is passed along. It is this power that allows me to save those in need. And now it's your turn, young Midoriya. You are worthy of being my successor and one for all. Do you accept this power, young hero? That was all they could think about after hearing All Might's explanation. So you want the nerd to inherit your quirk? Huh. Not surprising, but I expected otherwise, Kaken said, leaving Midoriya confused. What are you saying, Kaken? Aren't you mad if I accept All Might's quirk? He asked, unsure of what to think. Don't give me that, you idiot. If I were asked who would be worthy of inheriting his legacy other than me, it's you, you damn nerd. And besides, you act just like All Might to others. You're kind and compassionate. You protected anyone in need. Heck, you even saved me. You showed me that anyone can change even when it seems too late. That's why I look up to you, and that's why I think you deserve to be All Might's successor. Kaken finished, leaving Midoriya shocked. Even knowing that Midoriya might become stronger than him, he still wanted him to be All Might's successor. Well, young Midoriya, will you accept it? All Might asked. If he believes I can be the one to succeed you, then yes, I will accept it. I'll do my best, All Might, he said earnestly. Well, you better, you nerd. That means I have more of a reason to surpass you with my own power. So don't you dare hold back, got it? Kaken warned. You know I won't. Great. All Might interrupted. It's getting late, you two, so go home. Meet me at Dagoba Municipal Beach tomorrow at 7:30 sharp so we can train your body to be a suitable vessel for my power. Sure, All Might. We were planning to go there for training anyway to prepare for the entrance exams, so it isn't a problem, Midoriya said as Kaken nodded. Well, good. Now off you go. It's getting late. I'll see you both tomorrow, All Might said, waving goodbye to both of them. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Kaken. Midoriya said. Sure, see you, nerd. They both went their separate ways home. I'll be training with the world's greatest hero tomorrow. I'm so excited. He thought as he entered his apartment. Baby, don't you dare do that again, please. I was so worried. His mother said, hugging him after hearing about his recent fight. Sorry to worry you, Mom. I promise not to do it again, he replied, scratching the back of his neck. All right, since you're home, let's eat dinner, his mom said. He nodded, and after dinner, he went to bed, reflecting on the day's events. He quickly fell asleep, excited about the training ahead, even though he knew it would be challenging. I'll make you proud, Mom, Kaken, All Might. The next day, Midoriya woke up at 6:30 in the morning. He got ready, having already informed his mom about his plans for the day, and she had quickly agreed. After saying goodbye, he left the apartment and headed to Bakugo's house so they could go together. "I'm going now, old hag." Bakugo shouted. "Don't say that to me, you brat. Now get out." His mother replied. While others might think they had a problem, Midoriya understood it was just how things were in the Bakugo household. After greeting each other, they jogged down to the beach, where All Might was already waiting. "All Might!" Midoriya exclaimed, catching the attention of a nearby couple. "All Might! Is he really here?" The couple whispered, looking around. "What do you mean, you nerd? It's just our mentor. Look before you think, you idiot." Bakugo said, prompting Midoriya to apologize sheepishly. "Thanks for the save, young Bakugo," All Might said. "Call me Yagi in this form, got it?" Both boys nodded. "Alright, first and foremost, we're going to use this beach as a training ground. We are going to clean this beach for the community," All Might announced. Both boys agreed, as that was part of their plan. "But," All Might continued, "you're going to clean it using your quirks unless absolutely necessary." "What?" they both exclaimed. "Of course, if you want to be ready for my power, young Midoriya, and prepare for the entrance exam, then this is the perfect way to do it. That goes for you too, young Bakugo. You're saying we'll clean this beach in less than 10 months without our quirks?" Bakugo asked incredulously. "That's right, young Bakugo. But that's not all we'll do. We'll also train your quirks afterward." Both boys understood what All Might wanted them to do. "All right, Yagi sir. We understand," Midoriya said as All Might handed them a schedule labeled, "The aim to pass the American dream." "Shall we get started, young ones? The next 10 months will be intense. So, are you ready?" All Might asked. "Who do you think you're talking to?" "Of course, I'm ready." Bakugo replied, and Midoriya echoed, "Yes, sir." With that, their rigorous training began. To say it was difficult would be an understatement. The first 2 months focused on cleaning the beach and basic training, pushing their bodies and quirks to their limits, leaving them exhausted by the end of each day. By the 3rd month, they were about 20% done, so they decided to split the work across different parts of the beach to speed things up. They reached about 35% completion by the start of the 4th month and began to notice improvements in their strength and endurance. By the 5th month, they were about 60% done, which impressed All Might. They also sparred during breaks, with both of them evenly matched. They developed various moves for their quirks, which would be detailed later. By the end of the 7th month, they were 85% done. "You have done well, young ones. You've improved so much since you started. I'm impressed," All Might said, both boys still breathing from their efforts. "Now that I can see your improvement," All Might said, buffing up, "I can finally give you my power." Their heads shot up in surprise. "Now." He plucked one of his hair strands. "Eat this." "Ichituch," Midoriya exclaimed, while Bakugo stumbled and laughed at the sight. "Go on, eat it. You need to ingest some of my DNA. That's how you'll get my power," All Might urged as Midoriya gulped it down. "It tastes really sour," he thought. "Well, what happened, nerd?" Bakugo asked. "I don't feel anything different. It might take some time to manifest," Midoriya replied, as All Might deflated. "You're right, young Midoriya. It will take some time, so for today, both of you will rest. Now get some rest, got it?" All Might instructed, and both boys went home for the day. The next day marked the start of the 8th month. When they arrived at the beach, All Might instructed Midoriya to use One for All. He complied, activating his power. As he prepared to punch, he realized it was straining his arm. So he stopped and thought about how to use it differently. "Why did you stop, young Midoriya?" All Might asked. "Well, when I powered my arm up, I noticed it was starting to strain, so I'm thinking of another way to use it," Midoriya replied. "Is that so? Well, no need to rush. I'll be going to young Bakugo's side, alright," All Might said as he moved to Bakugo's side. Midoriya's POV. "Alright, how should I manage the pain in my arm if I power it up to 100%? I need to think of a way to power up without straining or injuring myself. I realized something, What if I spread the power throughout my body in smaller percentages instead of concentrating it all in one spot at full power? I decided to put this into practice. Alright, I'll only use 10% of it and let it course throughout my body. As I did, I felt a surge of energy, and lightning arched down my body. My strength and speed increased. I aimed at the debris and punched the air. Smash. Bakugo's POV. I should finalize my ultimate move. I thought as I launched into the air and called out my move. Howitzer impact. I exclaimed, spinning and twisting as I unleashed an explosion from my palms, destroying the trash. Ha! I did it. Nice job, young Bakugo. All Might praised. Shouldn't you be watching Deku? I asked him. It's not just him that I'm training. I'm also training you. He really is like Deku, always caring for others. Anyway, what do you think about it, All Might? I asked, eager for his feedback. It's really amazing. It can be a great move to quickly apprehend enemies, and it's very powerful. He said, and I scoffed. Yeah, right? After that, I prepared to do another move, but then I heard, smash. All Might's POV. When I heard that, I turned around and saw young Midoriya destroy the debris with a powerful blast of air. Amazing. He used at least 10% of his power without injuring himself, I thought, stunned by what young Midoriya had accomplished. Hey nerd, what did you do? Young Bakugo asked him. Oh, I tried out one for all by spreading it throughout my body instead of just focusing on one area at full power. Good job, young Midoriya. You figured that out faster than I could. I'm impressed, I said to him. Thank you, All Might, he replied. Great job, you nerd. But I'm still gonna surpass you. Young Bakugo commented. Alright, you two. Time to go back to cleaning. We're almost done, so get to work. I instructed as both of them returned to their tasks. I could feel that they would become great heroes in the future. Third POV. By the end of the 8th month, they were finished. The beach was restored to its former glory, a sight to behold. After cleaning, they continued training, sparring with each other and developing new moves for their quirks. Midoriya's 1-for-all maximum power output had increased to 35%, with him comfortably using 20% most of the time. He called this 1-for-all, full cowling. His Pyrokinesis quirk also grew stronger due to 1-for-all, allowing him to solidify his flames and combine them with his other quirk. Bakugo, on the other hand, had enhanced the power of his explosions and could move quickly using them. He created moves that maximized his explosions, like AP shot, auto cannon. In the 9th month, they also learned hand-to-hand combat techniques to avoid relying solely on their quirks. They excelled at it, continuing their training until the day of the UA entrance exams. Hey Dad, you alright? Bakugo asked as they stood at the entrance of UA High, the most prestigious school in Japan, known for producing some of the world's greatest heroes. Yeah, I'm alright. It's just that. We're here at UA. The school of our dreams, Midoriya said. Yeah. But you don't have to be so emotional about it, Bakugo replied. Alright then, let's go. Midoriya said as they started walking toward the school. Yeah, right, Bakugo said, following him. But at that moment, they were both thinking the same thing. We're coming for you. As they walked toward the building, many people stared at them. They knew why. They had been in the news, and everyone had heard Bakugo's comments. Ignoring the attention, they continued on their way. Approaching the entrance, they noticed a girl trip over a rock. Without hesitation, Midoriya powered up 1-for-all and dashed to her side, catching her just in time. The girl, with brown hair, was startled at first but quickly calmed down. Sorry for startling you. It would be bad luck to fall before the exams, right? Midoriya said with a friendly smile. It's alright. I was planning on using my quirk to save myself, but then you grabbed me. So thank you. She trailed off, unsure of his name. Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. He replied enthusiastically. Likewise. My name is Ochako Uraraka, she introduced herself. Just then, Bakugo called. Hey Deku. We should get going now, stop screwing around. Deku. Uraraka thought, intrigued. Well, you heard him. We'll get going now. See you later, Quirk," Midoriya said as he joined Bakugo and headed toward the building. "I should probably get going too. He moved so fast to catch me. I hope I can meet him again," Uraraka thought as she made her way inside. Students gathered in the auditorium for a briefing on the written part of the exams, which they were to return to in 3 hours. They were split into different classrooms for the written exam, which began promptly. The written portion was relatively easy for Midoriya and Bakugo, who had studied diligently. They completed it in just 1 hour and 30 minutes, surprising their classmates with their speed. With time to spare, they explored the school to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. After a brief tour, they returned to the auditorium, where some students were already seated. A few moments later, the rest of the candidates entered and took their seats. The lights dimmed, and a voice boomed through the microphone. "Welcome to the practical part of the entrance exam. Can I get a hey?" The announcer exclaimed, revealing himself to be the voice hero, Present Mike, on stage. After he screamed, the audience remained silent. Tough crowd. "Anyway, I'll be briefing you on what the practical exams entail. Are you ready?" He finished, but the crowd stayed quiet. He then explained that it would be a 10-minute exam involving fighting 3 types of robots, each with corresponding points, scattered throughout the city. As Present Mike explained everything, Midoriya sat in his seat, quietly fanboying, while Bakugo listened intently. Just as Present Mike was about to explain the last robot, someone raised their hand. "Sir, may I ask a question?" the examinee said. "Yes, what is it?" Examinee 7111 asked Present Mike. "It says here in the pamphlet that there are 4 types of robots, not 3. If this is a misprint, it would be shameful for a prestigious school such as this one." The examinee finished. Bakugo thought, he was getting to that moron, annoyed by the interruption. "That's right. I was getting to that, but I'll explain. The 4th robot is a 0-pointer. Defeating it is unnecessary, and it's advised to avoid it." Present Mike clarified as the examinee bowed and apologized for interrupting. "All right, that's all. Please proceed to your designated areas as indicated on your cards," he shouted, prompting Midoriya and Bakugo to look down at their cards. "I'm in test area A. How about you, Captain?" Midoriya asked. "I'm in test area B. I'm guessing they don't want students from the same school helping each other, so they're separating us," Bakugo replied. Midoriya nodded. "Before you all go, I'll bestow upon you our school motto," Present Mike announced. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "True heroism consists of being superior to the ills of life. So take a step and go beyond. Plus ultra." Present Mike concluded. "I wish you all good luck." The students then left the auditorium and boarded their buses to the test areas. Bakugo and Midoriya agreed that whoever scored lower between them would treat the winner at their favorite restaurant. The bus ride was short, and they soon arrived at their designated areas. Midoriya stepped off the bus to see a giant gate at the entrance. It wasn't open yet, so he decided to wait. There were many students participating in the exams, and they all looked interesting. He wondered if they had impressive quirks. Stretching to get ready, he noticed Uraraka in a corner, looking panicked, so he approached her. "Are you trying to distract the examinees?" he heard someone say, turning to see the guy who interrupted Present Mike. "I'm not trying to distract anyone. She looks nervous, so I'm going to help her calm down. Besides, I know her," Midoriya replied. "Oh, I apologize for not thinking about that," the boy said, awkwardly waving his arms. "It's all right. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way." "Nice to meet you," he introduced himself. "I'm Tenya Ida." "It's nice to meet you too, Midoriya," Ida said, bowing. "Geez, no need to be so formal. Anyway, I'll try to calm her down. See you later, Ida," Midoriya said as he walked over to Uraraka. "Hey, Uraraka," he called, making her startle. "Huh. Oh, Midoriya. It's just you," she replied. "Yup, it's me. I'm just here to help you relax." "You looked a little tense," he said. "Thank you, but you don't need to," she responded. "By the way, I've been meaning to ask, why did that boy at the entrance call you Deku?" Midoriya was about to answer when he heard the gate open. "Hold that thought. I'll explain it to you later," he said, charging his quirk and running toward the entrance, leaving the others behind. Meanwhile, Bakugo stepped off the bus to see the test arena, which was massive. He wondered how much they spent on such a large space. Many people waited in the area before the exams could start. From what he could see, there wasn't anything to worry about. He knew he could beat them all, including Deku. Then someone with red hair approached him. "Hey man, I recognize you. You're the one who said those bold things to the heroes for not doing anything. You really are impressive," the red-haired boy said, causing others to turn and look at Bakugo. "So, what's it to you, stupid hair?" Bakugo snarled, but the boy didn't back down, which surprised him. "Come on, don't be like that. Besides, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Eijiro Kirishima," the boy introduced himself. "The name's Katsuki Bakugo. Now get out of my way so I can prepare for this exam," Bakugo said, and Kirishima stepped aside. The other students turned back when Bakugo glared at them. He heard the gates opening and concentrated an explosion in the special boots he had permission to use. Once the gate fully opened, he used the built-up explosion to propel himself into the city. The exams had finally begun. As the exam started, both Midoriya and Bakugo rushed into the city, already collecting points while the other students stood confused, unsure why they rushed in without a start signal. The PA system buzzed. "Don't just stand there. There are no real countdowns in real-life battles. Go follow them." Present mic boomed over the speakers, causing the other students to rush into the field. 7 minutes have passed. Midoriya has already collected 210 points while helping anyone in trouble. Bakugo, on the other hand, has gathered 200 points and is close to surpassing Midoriya. In the control room, a small creature resembling a mouse, bear, and dog remarked, "We have a lot of promising students, huh?" The others nodded in agreement. While some have pure combat ability and fast reflexes, others collect data and observe their surroundings. The chimera continued as the screen displayed various students. "But the ones with the most potential," it said, showing Bakugo and Midoriya, "are those who possess both traits." "Interesting. Who are they, Nizu?" asked a man with tired eyes and a scarf. "They're Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya. They are both currently at the 300-point mark," Nizu replied, leaving the other teachers astonished. "Why, may I ask?" the man inquired. "I want to see how they handle the challenge," Nizu implied. "Alright, if that's what you wish, Aizawa," the chimera said, pushing a red button. "Let's see what they do." Back in test area A, Midoriya decided to stop at 355 points to give others a fair chance. It jumped to the highest rooftop in the city to observe the fights. "The others are doing amazing," he thought. Suddenly, the ground rumbled. Was it an earthquake? No, moments later, a huge robot emerged from the ground. "It's the zero-pointer. Run!" he heard someone shout. The same chaos was unfolding in the other fields as many students fled from the massive zero-pointer. "Wow. They said it ranked 0 points, but it's enormous." Midoriya exclaimed. "What if someone gets hurt?" He worried just as he heard a scream. "Please, help me. I'm stuck." A familiar voice called out. "Uraraka." He turned to find her, realizing the zero-pointer was just a few meters away. Without hesitation, he charged in to help her. Focusing his power, he solidified his flames and raced toward Uraraka. He carefully lifted her and sent her to safety. "Someone keep her safe. I can handle this," he shouted as Ida took her. Midoriya then charged up his quirk and dodged the robot's attacks, leaping close enough to execute his move. Meanwhile, in test area B, chaos reigned as well. The zero-pointer had been released in the middle of the city, and many were fleeing. "If this weren't an exam, I would definitely destroy it," Bakugo thought as he ran away, but then noticed Kirishima helping an injured student. The zero-pointer was dangerously close to them. In that moment, he recalled Midoriya's words from the day of their declaration of war. "Everything isn't always about defeating a villain, Kaken. Heroes also rescue others and support them." Without a second thought, he propelled himself toward the zero-pointer, preparing for an ultimate move. Simultaneously, Midoriya and Bakugo unleashed their attacks. "One for all, full cowling 35%, Midoriya thought as he charged his quirks. Complete destruction, Bakugo thought as he spun toward the robot at high speed. Solar smash, slash mortar impact. They both shouted, destroying the zero-pointer. They're so powerful, the students and faculty thought in awe. They took out the zero-pointers in one attack. One staff member exclaimed, "We really have some promising students this year, huh?" Nizu replied, nodding in agreement. "I want them in my class, Nizu. I want to help them reach their potential," Aizawa said. "Of course, it's to be expected since they have," Nizu began, but then paused, noticing their scores. "Is something wrong, Principal?" one of the staff asked. "Well, this is a first," Nizu said, looking at the scores. "Wait, what?" another teacher replied. "What are we going to do, Principal?" another staff member asked. Nizu pondered the situation. "What about, back in the test areas?" A horn sounded throughout the facilities. "That marks the end of the entrance exam. Anyone injured, please be on standby. For others who don't need medical attention, please exit the facility." Present Mike announced the conclusion of the exams. "Good thing. I'm so tired," Midoriya said to himself as he went to check on Uraraka and Ida. "Hey Ida, where's Uraraka?" he asked. "She is over there getting treatment from Recovery Girl," Ida pointed out. "Although I must commend you on your strength, Midoriya. You took that zero-pointer down in an instant," he added, gesturing with his arm. "No need for flattery, Ida," Midoriya replied. "All the other students did well in the exam, including you. I'll go check on Uraraka to see if she's feeling better." "See you later, Ida," he said. "See you, Midoriya," Ida replied. After checking on Uraraka, Midoriya left the test area and headed home. Meanwhile, in test area B, Bakugo, slightly out of breath, said to the already destroyed zero-pointer, "That's what you get for almost hurting them." "That was awesome and manly of you, Bakugo," Kirishima commented. "You're right. Anyway, is the guy you were carrying out of here safe?" Bakugo asked. "Oh, didn't think you could be this calm and rational," Kirishima replied. "What do you mean?" "I'm always calm and rational. Just answer the question." Bakugo shouted. "See, there it is. Anyway, yeah, he's safe. He's over there getting treatment." "Good. Now I'm out of here," Bakugo said as he left Kirishima. "See you later, Bakugo," Kirishima shouted after him. Both Midoriya and Bakugo met later at the entrance and headed home. It had been a week since the entrance exam. During that time, both continued their training and sparring at the beach. Then their letters arrived. "Izuku, your letter is here." Ingo, his mom, called out. "Thank you, Ma. I'll let you know if I pass, okay?" Midoriya replied. He opened the letter in his room. Inside was another envelope with the words, "Open with Katsuki Bakugo." Confused, he texted Bakugo about it. Bakugo replied that he also received a similar envelope, with "Open with Izuku Midoriya" on the back. They decided to meet up at the beach with their letters. They met at Dagoba Beach and opened their envelopes together. Inside was what appeared to be half of a disc. When they put the pieces together, the disc combined into one, and a projection appeared. "I am here as a projection," All Might shouted. "All Might, but isn't this from UA?" Midoriya asked, while Bakugo shrugged. "You might be thinking about why I'm here. To put it simply, I'm gonna be working as a teacher at UA." All Might continued as a hand popped up from the side, urging him to hurry. "Anyways, both of you passed the written exams with flying colors. Good job, young ones," All Might announced. They were not surprised, but they were eager to hear about the practical exams. Now regarding the practical. Surprisingly, both of you scored 450 overall points. "Congratulations to both of you," All Might declared. 450. "I thought I only scored like 350, Bakugo said, while Midoriya also questioned where the extra points came from. You might be wondering where the extra points came from. Well, young Bakugo collected 350 villain points, while young Midoriya collected 355 villain points. Bakugo was slightly annoyed by the 5-point gap but shrugged it off. However, there is a secret part to the exams. Behind the scenes, you were also graded for the amount of rescue points you got. Taking that into consideration, your villain points were added to your rescue points for an overall score, All Might explained. Oh, I see. Since heroes always risk their lives to save others, it's only natural for them to grade us with rescue points, Midoriya said, while Bakugo realized something. While young Midoriya only scored 95 rescue points, young Bakugo has earned 100 rescue points. Combining both of your points, you both placed first in the entrance exams. And since we can't decide on which one of you will, you both will become the freshman representative, a first for you. All Might concluded, leaving both of them shocked. You both have done it. You are accepted into UA's hero course. Welcome to your hero academia. All Might said as the projection ended. They had made it into the school of their dreams. So what do we do now, nerd? Since we tied, Bakugo asked, recalling their bet before the practical. I will be treating you, Kaken, Midoriya replied, leaving Bakugo confused. Why? You had the most villain points, so it should be me treating you. Nonsense. That's not what I'm looking at. You were the one who really changed. You rescued someone even though you didn't know them. That surprised me too. Finally, you took my words to heart. A hero is not just about winning against villains. They also protect and rescue those in need, Midoriya explained, leaving Bakugo speechless. But, he started to protest but was cut off. No buts. Now come on, let's go to your favorite place to eat, Midoriya insisted. Yeah, alright. If you say so, you nerd, Bakugo replied, following him as they left the beach. Another week passed since they were both accepted into UA. They were now on campus, trying to find their classroom. We've been walking for 10 minutes, Kaken, Midoriya complained. Yeah, I know that, idiot, Bakugo replied. They approached a long corridor. The first door was painted with the number 1A and was massive. I'm guessing it's for people with gigantification quirks, Bakugo thought as they entered the room. They were a bit early, but some students were already inside, 2 of whom they recognized. Good morning, Midoriya, Ida greeted. Good morning to you too, Ida. I see we're in the same class together, Midoriya replied. Yes. I'm honored to be your classmate, Midoriya. I hope we can be good friends, Ida said, hand chopping the air with his arm. Likewise. Midoriya responded. They chatted for a few minutes. Meanwhile, Kirishima was trying to converse with Bakugo. Hey, Bakugo. Nice to see you again, man, the red-haired boy said. Go away, shitty hair, and be quiet, Bakugo replied. Come on, Kaken. Be nice to everyone, Midoriya interjected, but Bakugo just scoffed. Sorry about that, it's just the way he is, Midoriya apologized to Kirishima. No problem, man. I take it that you two are friends. Kirishima asked. Yeah, we are. It's nice to meet you. My name is Izuku Midoriya, Midoriya introduced himself. Likewise. I'm Eijiro Kirishima, he replied. Just talk somewhere else, you idiots. You're too noisy, Bakugo said, putting his feet on the table. Put your foot down. Ida scolded. You're disrespecting the maker of the desk and the UA alumnus. And who are you to tell me that? Where are you from? Bakugo scowled back. Ida cleared his throat. I'm from Somei Private Academy. My name is Tenya Ida. He introduced himself. Somei. You're an elitist, huh? I can't wait to crush you. Bakugo growled. Crush me. Ida quivered. You really need to get a hold of that attitude, Midoriya said. What did you say, nerd? Bakugo retorted, while Midoriya sighed. Anyway, Ida, his name is Katsuki Bakugo. I apologize for his behavior, Midoriya said. Let me introduce myself, god damn it, Bakugo added with a How are these two friends? Thought the others in the classroom. More students trickled into the room, one of whom Midoriya recognized. Hey, Uraraka. Good morning. Midoriya greeted her. Good morning, Uraraka. Ida also chimed in. Good morning to you too, Ida and Deku, she replied, causing Midoriya to shudder at the nickname. Something the matter? She asked. Oh, it's nothing. It just surprised me that you called me Deku since practically no one does, except Kaken, Midoriya explained. Oh, I'm sorry. Uraraka started, but someone behind her interrupted. If you're here to make friends, I suggest you leave, a voice said. They turned to see a yellow sleeping bag, which, upon closer inspection, revealed a man with a tired look on his face. He looks familiar, but I can't put my finger on it, Midoriya thought. I'm Shota Aizawa. I'm going to be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. Nice to meet you, Aizawa introduced himself. He's our teacher. The whole class thought. I know this is sudden, but, he continued, pulling out gym uniforms from the sleeping bag, put these on and meet me in the field. He then left the classroom, leaving the class to question what just happened. Well, we better not keep him waiting. Come on, let's go, Midoriya said as the whole class grabbed a uniform and rushed to the locker rooms to change. Meanwhile, Aizawa stood in a corner, secretly listening to the class. At least they're rational, he thought as he went to the field to prepare. The students finished changing and made their way to the field. Alright, now that all of you are here, we're going to do a quirk apprehension test, similar to the physical fitness tests you did in middle school, but this time you can use your quirks, Aizawa explained. But won't we miss orientation? Uraraka asked. If you want to be heroes, then we don't have time for that. Here at UA, the education system is freestyle, meaning we can do whatever we see fit for our students, Aizawa replied. You will be doing these tests to figure out if you belong here or not. Now, Bakugo stepped forward. Bakugo complied, and Aizawa continued. You placed first in the entrance exams along with Midoriya, correct? The whole class was surprised. In middle school, how far did you throw a ball in the softball pitch? Aizawa asked. 78 meters. Bakugo answered as Aizawa threw a ball at him, which he caught. Stand in the circle and throw that using your quirk. I don't care what you do as long as you stay in the circle, Aizawa instructed. Yeah, right? Bakugo said. He took off his shoes, confusing the others except Midoriya. He stretched and prepared to throw the ball, blasting himself into the air with an explosion at his feet. While in the air, he threw the ball, adding his explosions to the throw. Die! He shouted, causing his classmates to tremble again. When he landed, he used an explosion to soften the impact. 945, 12 meters, Aizawa announced, showing them his score. Over 900 meters. He's insane, exclaimed a boy with yellow hair and a black streak. If he threw over 900 meters, how far can the other first placer throw it? Asked a boy with unusual elbows. This is going to be so fun, a girl with pink hair said excitedly. All right. How about the one who places last after all the tests gets expelled? Aizawa said, shocking most of the students. But sir, isn't that unfair? It's only our first day. Uraraka protested. Fair. Do you think natural disasters, accidents, and villain attacks are fair? Japan is always filled with unfairness. Heroes overturn those dire situations. If you want to have fun, then too bad because for the next 3 years, all of you will be tested and face many trials. Go over and beyond, plus ultra. So come with all you've got, Aizawa advised. Now let's start. 50-meter dash Midoriya's POV. The 50-meter sprint dash went first. I was ecstatic to see my class quirks and abilities in action. Ida went first, competing against a girl who resembled a frog. When the bot announced the start, they both sprang into action. Using the engines in his calves, Ida finished with a time of 3.4 seconds, while the girl hopped to the finish line last with 5.58 seconds. Her quirk allows her to have the characteristics of a frog, it seems, I thought. Next, a girl with pink skin raced against a blonde boy with a support belt. The pink-skinned girl placed first, using some kind of acid to skate over to the finish line, while the blonde boy finished last after stumbling mid-race while using his quirk, a laser from his support belt. I'm guessing the drawbacks of his quirk can leave him with a stomach ache, I noted. Then came Uraraka and a guy with a muscular-looking tail. Before the test started, Uraraka touched her clothes, likely using her quirk, Zero Gravity, to lighten her body. Despite that, the guy with the tail finished first with a time of 5.49 seconds, while Uraraka followed with 7.15 seconds. At least it was a little bit faster since middle school. I heard her say. After the other students had their turns, it was now my turn along with Kaken. There were murmurs among the other students, but I decided to pay no attention. Don't hold back, Deku, Kaken said as he took off his shoes. You know I won't, I replied, also removing my shoes. I'm guessing Bakugo will use explosions on his feet again, but what about you, Midoriya? Kirishima questioned. You'll see, I answered. Ready. I heard the bot say as we both took our positions. Set. I heard Kaken preparing his explosions while I charged up full cowling to 15%, readying my green flames on my foot. Go. As we heard the bot say, we both called our moves. Dash-buari, I shouted while Kaken yelled, ignited speed. 1. 65 seconds for Izuku Midoriya. 1. 66 seconds for Katsuki Bakugo, the bot announced. Guess you're still faster than me, Deku, Kaken said. Well, only by a millisecond, I replied, and he scoffed. I turned back to get my shoes and headed back to the class, some of them wide-eyed in surprise. All right, we'll go to the next test, Aizawa said. Grip strength. The grip strength test went next. Since Bakugo's quirk couldn't really help with this test, he did it normally, achieving a surprisingly high score of 27 kilograms. Meanwhile, I used one for all to help with my test, scoring 118. 12 kilograms, which slightly annoyed Bakugo, but it couldn't be helped. In the end, a tall guy with 6 arms placed first with a result of 540 kilograms. Standing long jump. This test didn't last long, as most of the class crossed over the sandbox with ease. Repeated side step. Bakugo ranked third in the repeated side steps, using explosions on his palms. I ranked second, using one for all and my flames. Surprisingly, the shortest student ranked first by placing ball on his head at opposite ends of the lines and bouncing off them at high speeds. Time skip to the ball throw. Bakugo went again, this time increasing his explosion on his throw, resulting in a distance of 1,015. 31 meters, shocking the class. He got a kilometer, one student exclaimed. Uraraka went next, touching the ball to make it weightless. She threw it, and the score displayed infinity. Okay, there's no way I can beat that, I thought in shock. After the other students went one by one, it was now my turn, the one everyone was expecting after Bakugo. Alright, I wonder how I should do this, I thought as I got into position. I powered up full cowling to 20% and coated the ball with my flames, keeping it at normal body heat to avoid burning it. I started to throw the ball but stopped when I noticed my quirk had somehow deactivated. Midoriya, why did you stop? Ida asked. Now I know why you're so familiar, I said, confusing the others. I turned to face my teacher. You're the Erasure hero, Eraserhead, I stated, pointing out his hero name. You recognize me, kid? Nice job, Aizawa replied, a little impressed. Why did you erase my quirk, Mr. Aizawa? I questioned. I erased it because I noticed that you were holding back during every test so far. Where is the strength I saw in the entrance exams? Aizawa said, his bindings restraining me. If you can't go at full power, then I'll expel you right here, right now, he warned, making most of the class question my abilities. He wasn't using full power. They thought. Be careful what you wish for, Mr. Aizawa, Bakugo thought, recalling what I could actually do. Flashback. Weeks prior to the entrance exams. All right, young Midoriya. All Might called out. Power up OFA to the highest percentage you can manage without injuring yourself and punch the air, All Might requested as Bakugo stood by to watch. Midoriya powered up full cowling to 35%. It doesn't hurt. Add a little bit more, he thought, pushing it to 45%. It hurts a little bit, but let's try a little bit more. He finally pushed up to 50%. It hurts. Any more and my arm might break. I need to release now, he thought as he faced the garbage and yelled, SMS. His punch created a shockwave that flung the garbage everywhere. Ugh, he growled in pain, but nothing was broken. Are you all right, nerd? Bakugo asked. Just, don't worry. I'm just little bit out of breath, Midoriya replied, breathing heavily. Great work, young Midoriya. That was at least 50%. If you can MSTR that, you will be able to deal a massive blow to your opponents, All Might said. Thank you, All Might. Midoriya responded gratefully. Alright, now rest for now, young ones. We still have work to do. End of flashback. Fine, Midoriya said before Aizawa released his bindings. He returned to the circle, ready to throw the ball. If he wants full power, then I will show him, but I won't use 100% yet, he thought as he charged up OFA to 50%, making the air vibrate. His body screamed in protest, but he pushed through. He also charged his flames to throw the ball, setting it to body temperature, though the heat radiating off it was intense, almost burning his uniform. It's too hot. It's transforming some of the sand into glass. The girl with the black ponytail pointed out. So this is your full power, Midoriya? Aizawa thought. I should probably release it now. Midoriya thought as he threw the ball into the air. It broke the sound barrier, sending shockwaves as it soared away. Midoriya dissipated his flames and powered down OFA, feeling slightly out of breath from overheating. Mr. Aizawa, he said, breathing. 2103, 21 meters. Good job, but are you okay? Aizawa asked. I'm fine. Just a little bit tired, Midoriya replied, still breathing heavily. Bakugo noticed he was overheating and poured his water bottle over him. Well, that's what you get for going all out, you nerd, Bakugo said. Since he'll expel me, you can stop now, thanks. Midoriya stood up, drenched and cooled down. This is how hot his flames can get. Bakugo thought as their class watched in awe of Midoriya's power. The tests were now finished. Alright, since we are all done, I'll display your rankings based on what you did. Keep in mind that wherever you may be placed on this board doesn't display your full potential, got it? Aizawa said, and the students nodded. Now here are your rankings. Aizawa pushed a button to reveal a hologram with their rankings. Izuku Midoriya Katsuki Bakugo Momo Yaoyorozu Shoto Todoroki Tenya Ida Fumikage Tokoyami Mizo Shoji Mashireo Ojiro Ijiro Kirishima Mina Ashido Ochako Uraraka Koji Koda Rikido Sato Tsu Azui Yuga Aoyama Hanta Siro Denki Kaminari Kyoka Jiro Toru Hagakure Minor Mineta. No. My life is over. Mineta cried. No one is getting expelled. That was just a logical ruse to make you do your best, Aizawa explained, causing most of the class to scream in disbelief. What? They exclaimed. Well, it's obvious. Mr. Aizawa couldn't just expel someone on the first day. It's just ridiculous, the girl with black hair explained. Now head back to class. You will find your curriculum there. Class dismissed, Aizawa said. Yes, sir, they replied. Meanwhile, in a corner near the field, All Might stood stunned by how his protégé threw the ball. Whoa, young Midoriya, he murmured under his breath. They all returned to class after changing their uniforms. For the rest of homeroom, you can do whatever you want as long as you don't wake me up, Aizawa said as he quickly fell asleep. There was a minute of silence until someone spoke up. I have an idea, Uraraka blurted out. How about we introduce ourselves to the others? That way we can get to know each other, she suggested. That's a great idea, said the girl with pink skin. That way we can all get along, said the floating clothes, presumably a girl who is invisible. All right. If we're going to introduce ourselves, we must state our name and a description of our quirks, Ida said, hand chopping the air. Why do you keep doing that, Ida? Midoriya wondered. All right, who's going first? Someone asked. Let's start with the people from the far right column and work our way over to the left. Does that sound good? Ida proposed, and the whole class nodded. Then let's start with you. What should I do? I can't just reveal that I have 2 quirks. Bakugo's POV. The others want us to introduce ourselves, and while I have nothing against it, I just sat there waiting for my turn to get this boring stuff over with. But what concerns me is Deku and One for All. I hope he thought of a way to mask All Might's quirk. If not, he's in trouble. But knowing him, I think he has already figured something out. I hope. Third POV, let's start with. Ida shouted to the blonde guy nearest to the door. He stood up and went to the front to introduce himself. Bonjour. My name is Yuga Aoyama. My dazzling quirk is called Naval Laser. It lets me shoot a laser from my navel. You can't deny my sparkle. He introduced himself with a wink. That was a lot of shiny words, thought the whole class as the pink-skinned girl went next. My turn, she said excitedly. My name is Mina Ishido. My quirk is called Acid. It allows me to secrete a corrosive substance that can melt metal. I hope we can all be friends. She finished cheerfully. Next was the girl who looked like a frog. Good morning everyone, Ribbit. My name is Tsuyu Azui, but please call me Tsu. My quirk is frog. As you can see, I can have the traits of a frog, Ribbit. I hope we can be good friends, Ribbit. She finished and went back to her seat. Ida continued, Good morning, fellow classmates. I am Tenya Ida. My quirk is called Engine. I have an engine in my calves that I can use to speed up. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. He bowed and returned to his seat. Too formal, Ida. Tone it down a little, Midoriya thought as Uraraka stepped up. Hello everybody. My name is Ochako Uraraka. My quirk is called Zero Gravity. If I touch an object with the pads on my fingers, I can make it float. Nice to meet you all. Next was a guy with blonde hair and a tail. Hello. I am Mashireo Ojiro, and my quirk allows me to have a tail. Hope we can be friends. He said as he returned to his seat. The next one came up. Hey everyone. The name is Denki Kaminari. My quirk is electrification. I can discharge electricity throughout my body, but I can't direct it, and if I exceed my wattage limit, I become incapacitated for a while. Glad to meet you all. He said eagerly. What is with that vocabulary? Bakugo thought as Kirishima stepped in front. It's so manly to meet you all. The name's Eijiro Kirishima. My quirk is hardening. I can harden any part of my body, he introduced. Manly. Most of them thought as the next one stepped up, looking a bit nervous. He signed, Can anybody understand sign language? He waved his hand to the class, making most of them confused. Some understood. Midoriya spoke up, If you're feeling shy, it's all right. We can tell the others what you'll say. This made the one in front beam with happiness. Thank you. My name is Koji Koda. My quirk is called Ani Voice. It allows me to talk to and command animals, but it won't work on humans. Sorry if I can't speak, he signed again. Midoriya translated for the whole class. It's all right, Koda. If you don't feel comfortable speaking, that's fine, Kirishima said as he returned to his seat. The next one stepped up. Hello everyone. I'm Rikido Sato. My quirk is Sugar Rush. By eating 10 grams of sugar, I can increase my strength for 3 minutes. Glad to meet you all, he greeted. Halfway done, the one with 6 arms went next. My name is Mizo Shoji. My quirk is Dupli Arms. I can produce body parts on the tips of my tentacles, like mouths and ears, he introduced himself, quickly displaying his quirk before returning to his seat. A girl with purple hair went next. Kyokajiro. My quirk is called Earphone Jack. It allows me to hear the faintest sounds and produce sound waves from my heartbeat using my earphone jacks, she introduced herself. So Mineta started but was cut off when Jiro inserted her jack into his head, making it vibrate. Shut up, she said as she went back to her chair. Very useful for scouting missions, Midoriya thought. The guy with unusual elbows went next. Hey guys. My name is Hantasiro. My quirk is tape. I can shoot sticky tape out of my elbows to restrain enemies. Nice to meet you, he introduced as the next one came up front. My name is Fumikage Tokoyami. My quirk is Dark Shadow. Just then, a bird-like shadow emerged from him. Hey, I can command Dark Shadow at will, but the darker it gets, the more I lose control of him, Tokoyami continued as Dark Shadow returned to him and he went back to his seat. It's the guy who got in through recommendations. The son of Endeavor, the number 2 hero, Midoriya thought. Hello. My name is Shoto Todoroki. My quirk is called Half Cold Half Hot. I can produce ice from my right and flames from my left, he stated coldly as he returned to his seat. Flames. But why did he only use ice in the apprehension test? Midoriya thought to himself as the next one stepped up. Hi you guys. The floating clothing greeted. I'm Toru Hagakure. My quirk, as you can see or not see, is invisibility. Really nice to meet you all, she said and went back to her seat. Next up was Bakugo. The name's Katsuki Bakugo. My quirk is explosion. I can produce a nitroglycerin-like substance from my sweat that I can ignite from my palms and the base of my foot. I can't wait to take you all on," he said with a smirk, making the whole class sweat drop. "Take us on." Most of them thought. Midoriya sighed and stepped forward to introduce himself. "Sorry about him. It's just the way he says, 'Nice to meet you,' to others." Bakugo scoffed at him. "Anyway, I'm Izuku Midoriya. My quirk is called Firepower." He continued. He could have been more vague about the name. "I hope you know what you're doing, Deku," Bakugo thought worriedly. "I can manifest green flames from my skin and control them with my mind. It also works on other sources of fire, and I can control their temperature ranging from normal body heat to 1,500 degrees Celsius." He demonstrated by making green flames dance on his palm, mesmerizing the others. "And as a second ability, my fire can also increase my strength and stamina." Midoriya smiled at the class. "It's so bright," they thought. Mineta went next. Mineta, hey there. My quirk is Pop Off. The ball on my head can stick to surfaces, but I just bounce off of them," he said. "I hope I can impress all of you, especially the girl," he started but was cut off by wisps of flames circling around him. "Stop being such a pervert or else," Midoriya said coldly. Mineta nodded, and the flames dissipated. Scary. Most of them thought while Bakugo laughed at his seat. The last one stepped forward. "After that whole ordeal, I guess I'll introduce myself. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. My quirk is called Creation." Midoriya recognized her as the student who got in through recommendations. "As long as I know the molecular structure of the item, I can use the lipids in my body to create anything except for living matter." "Pleasure to meet you all," she finished. "Molecular structure? She must be really smart," Midoriya thought. "If you're done with that, then go get lunch." "You're dismissed," Aizawa said as he left the room. He was awake. All of them thought as they headed out to the cafeteria for lunch. They ate and returned to class, where the day went normally. As the school day ended, Midoriya headed to the exit, waiting for Kaken. There were so many incredible powers in their class. He couldn't wait to note them all down later. Then he saw Uraraka and Ida walking together. "Hey Deku," Uraraka called. "Hey Midoriya, what are you doing here?" Ida asked. "I'm just waiting for Kaken, or Bakugo as you know. Later we're going to the station and heading home," he replied. "Can we join you?" Ida asked, and Midoriya agreed. "By the way, Uraraka, what were you asking me before the quirk apprehension test?" he inquired. "Oh, I was asking why Bakugo called you Deku." She asked. "Well, that's what he keeps calling me since we were kids. It was supposed to be an insult since the kanji of my name translates to Deku, which means useless," he explained. "I'm sorry. It just sounded like, you can do it." "Deku sounds like a name of a hero," she said, making him smile. "It's all right. I've kind of gotten used to him calling me that, but if you put it that way, then sure, you can call me Deku." A little while later, Kaken arrived, and they headed out of UA toward the station. That first day was really eventful. The next day, classes went by quickly, and they all agreed it was kind of boring. As afternoon approached, everyone expected something different, except for two people. "I am," they heard through the door, making them jump in excitement. "It's him. The number 1 pro hero. The symbol of peace. The one who'll teach them." Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might entered with a dramatic pose. "It's All Might," Kaminari said, starry-eyed. "How awesome. He's a teacher here," Kirishima exclaimed. "He's in his Silver Age costume. So retro." Siro added, grinning. "Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the most important class at UA High. I will be your Hero Basics teacher. Teaching the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight in the name of good," All Might announced, making them even more excited. "For today's lesson, we will be having battle training." All Might continued, holding up a postcard labeled, "Battle." "Battle." Midoriya started. "Training." Bakugo finished. "That's right. But before we start, You can't be a hero without these, All Might said, pushing a button to reveal 20 suitcases on the wall. Your hero costumes. Now suit up and head to training field beta. He continued. Yes, sir, replied the whole class as they grabbed their suitcases. One by one, they started to approach the training field in their costumes. Looking good, everyone. From now on you will be known as heroes in training. All Might complimented their suits. They gathered in front of him for a head count, but 2 were still missing. Where's young Midoriya and young Bakugo? He asked the class. Just then, footsteps echoed from the hallway. Sorry we're late, All Might. Midoriya shouted, appearing from the shadows in his costume. Wow. You look great, Det. Uraraka complimented him. Yeah, Midoriya. Your costume gives off the vibe of a hero, Ida added, impressed. Thank you. You also look great. Midoriya replied to his friends. Another voice came from the hallway. Don't take all the glory, idiot. Bakugo said as he approached the training field in his costume. Whoa, Bakugo. You look real manly. Kirishima praised him. You're right. If I want to be a pro, I need to look like one, Bakugo retorted. Ahem. All Might cleared his throat, catching everyone's attention. Now that everyone is here, let's get started, you bunch of newbies. We will be pairing you up into teams of 2 against each other in an enclosed area. But sir, are you sure it is wise for us to battle indoors instead of outside? Ida questioned. This. Because there are also many crimes that happen without the public's view. Like kidnapping and hiding weapons. Just like today's activity. He explained, pulling out a script. The situation is this. Villains have hidden a bomb in one of the floors of the building. Your job is to find that weapon and retrieve it. But for this exercise, touching it will count as retrieving it. Any questions? He asked and was immediately swarmed with inquiries. Is it really okay to do this without basic training? How will we get paired? Can we eliminate the other team? Isn't this cape fabulous? Hold on, everyone. I'll answer your questions one by one. All Might said. You will be paired up by drawing lots, he announced, holding a box filled with paper. Are you sure this is the best way, sir? Ida asked. Think about it. In real life, when fighting, heroes won't always have the perfect partner with the perfect quirk, Yaoyorozu explained. Correct, young Yaoyorozu. All Might said as the class complied. After a while, the board displayed the teams. Team A, Izuku Midoriya / Ochako Uraraka. Team B, Shoto Todoroki / Mizo Shoji. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu / Minoru Mineta. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo / Eijiro Kirishima. Team E, Yuga Oyama / Mina Ashido. Team F, Rikido Sato / Koji Koda. Team G, Denki Kaminari / Kyoka Jiro. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami / Siu Ajui. Team I, Mashireo Ojiro / Toru Hagakure. Team J, Tenya Ide / Hantasiro. Hey Deku. We're a team. Let's do our best. Uraraka said to him. Yeah. Let's both do our best, he replied with a smile. Hey Bakugo. We're partnered up. Glad to be working with you. Kirishima said to Bakugo. You're right. You better follow my lead then. Bakugo shot back, and Kirishima nodded nervously. All right, the first matchup will be Team A versus Team J, with Team A as heroes and Team J as villains. You can fight as long as you don't hurt the opposing team too much, All Might explained. You can also capture them with this tape around them, making them immobile for 15 minutes. I will also give you communicators to keep in contact with each other. I'll give you 5 minutes to come up with a plan. Now get moving. Right, both teams said as they left the group. The rest of you follow me to the control room to watch. All Might instructed the remaining students as they followed him. Midoriya's POV. They arrived at the designated building. The villain team went first to get a head start while they stood and thought of a plan. Hey Deku, you got a plan? Uraraka asked. Yes, I do, he replied. Because of Siro's quirk, he'll probably use his tape to set up traps in the hallways and will likely stay there to tape us up once we get captured. If we encounter that, I want you to go and look for Ida while I distract Siro. They will probably be split up since it's difficult to maneuver around the traps he'll set, I explained to her. Alright, sounds like a plan, Deku. You're really good at this stuff. She replied. Well, I have a knack for analyzing many things, especially people, I said as our communicators went online. Step in, heroes. All Might announced as we entered the building. It was a quick but satisfying round. Everything went according to Midoriya's plan. Zero used his tape to make traps in one of the corridors, but Midoriya quickly eliminated them with his flames and captured Zero with the tape while Uraraka went to find Ida. Uraraka found Ida in the room where they kept the bomb. She entered quietly, but Ida caught her. She took a defensive position to fend him off until Midoriya arrived. Ida attempted a kick, which Uraraka easily dodged. She lunged at him to make him float but missed. He tried to kick again, but Midoriya's fire stopped him. Uraraka, are you alright? He asked, and she nodded. Get the bomb now. Don't worry, I got Ida, he assured her while restraining Ida with his flames. Curse you heroes. Ida shouted as Uraraka went for the bomb and ended the match. Hero team wins. All Might boomed through the speaker system. They quickly returned to the control room, where they were praised for their teamwork. Since there were no major injuries, the activity continued. The next match will be Team D against Team H, with Team H as heroes and Team D as villains. Get to your positions. All Might instructed. Hey Kaken, don't go too HRD on them, okay? Midoriya said. Keep that to yourself because I'm planning to, Bakugo replied, making them nervous as he walked off with Kirishima. You know you really need to tone it down a little. That didn't sound very manly. Kirishima commented. If they plan on holding back because this is just a test, then they can get out of the hero course now, Bakugo retorted. Everyone will be doing their best to show their abilities. That's why I won't hold back. As the round started, Bakugo and Kirishima entered the building. Bakugo told Kirishima they would place the bomb on the 3rd floor, and Kirishima agreed. Alright, I'm only going to say this once, so listen closely. You will stay on the 3rd floor to patrol and defend the bomb, Bakugo instructed. Meanwhile, I'll go to the lower floors to restrain them both. How will you restrain them both at the same time? Kirishima asked. Are you really that clueless? That bird brain's quirk gets stronger in the dark, so the opposite must be his weakness, Bakugo explained. The frog girl may be a challenge since she can escape while I deal with that bird brain. And because I don't like hitting innocent women, he thought to himself. If that happens, I need you to back me up. Got that? You got it, Bakugo. I won't let you down. Kirishima cheered. Then the round began. This match went by quickly. Tokoyami and Azui entered the building with their defenses up. Tokoyami sent Dark Shadow to scout the area, but it was cut off by an explosion. Die! Bakugo shouted as Dark Shadow weakened from the light of the explosions and retreated to Tokoyami. Without hesitation, Bakugo lunged at Tokoyami and wrapped him with capture tape. Noticing Azui was no longer around, he moved on. Hey, I need backup, he shouted through the communicators. He went to the 2nd floor and found Tsuyu in one of the hallways. He lunged at her, but she quickly dodged. She sent her tongue at him to restrain him, but he blasted a small explosion to avoid hurting her too much. She stumbled back but quickly regained her footing. Kirishima finally arrived and found Azui and Bakugo. Azui sent her tongue at Kirishima, quickly restraining him. Great job, Zu, but I'm just a decoy, Kirishima said as Bakugo approached and wrapped Azui with capture tape, claiming victory. Villain team wins. All Might announced through the speakers, ending the match. I'm sorry if I hit you too hard, Frogface, Bakugo apologized. Wow, Bakugo, didn't realize you could be so caring, Azui replied. Well, that's what you get for growing up with that nerd, Bakugo said as they returned to the control room, where they were showered with compliments, even Bakugo. The activities continued until they concluded. Great job, young students. Now head back to the classroom and change into your uniforms, All Might instructed. Yes, sir, the class responded. Bakugo and Midoriya noticed smoke rising behind All Might. Sheet. Leave now, All Might. They both thought as they stared at him. Now I must take my leave. See you later, dear students, he said as he quickly jetted off. Bakugo and Midoriya sighed in relief. Todoroki noticed. I wonder why All Might left so quickly. And why did those two look worried? He thought. They then proceeded back to the classroom. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed area in Japan, a skinny man with light blue hair spoke to a screen. Mr. We must attack UA tomorrow to get those schedules for that day. If you're going to infiltrate UA, then do it quickly and efficiently. Don't want you getting reprimanded, the voice on the screen said. Yes, the man replied. The next day rolled around. Both Midoriya and Bakugo were heading to the entrance when they found themselves surrounded by reporters. Ida and Uraraka were also there. The reporters wanted to interview them about their experiences under All Might's teaching. They quickly made their way past the crowd, eager not to be late for class, and thankfully, Aizawa was there to dismiss the media. Suddenly, the security system blared, activating the UA barrier. I guess one of them tried to head inside without permission, Midoriya thought. Those dumb idiots, Bakugo thought to himself. They headed to class and took their seats, waiting for Aizawa. True to form, he opened the door and greeted the class in his usual monotone voice. Good morning, class. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa, the class replied. Nice job on yesterday's training. I reviewed the video feed, and surprisingly, you all did well, he said, making most of them smile. Now, on to something that will decide your future. The class exchanged worried glances, fearing it might be another quirk test. You get to decide who the class representative will be, he announced, causing them to relax. Oh good, it's just normal school stuff, most of them thought. Pick me, you guys. Kirishima said boldly. Yeah, you're going to need me, Jiro added. The class representative must be someone stunning like moi, Aoyama chimed in. The chatter continued until Ida stood up. Quiet down, he yelled, bringing silence to the room. A class representative is someone we can depend on. We can pick the class representative through a democratic vote to make it fair and just. You just want us to vote for you, most of them thought. Is this really the best course of action? Kaminari asked. Yeah. We've only known each other for 2 days. How will we know who is capable? Azui asked. And besides, everyone will just vote for themselves, Kirishima pointed out. Yes, but the one who gets multiple votes must be the one suited to lead us, Ida stated. Is that all right, Mr. Aizawa? Just do what you want. Decide before I wake up, he said as he settled into his sleeping bag. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa, Ida replied. Ida must really want the position, Midoriya thought. After a few minutes, the votes were displayed on the board. Izuku Midoriya, 8 votes Tenya Ida, 4 votes Katsuki Bakugo, 3 votes Momo Yayos, 2 votes the other 3 voted for themselves. Diamenet. Bakugo mentally screamed. 8. Midoriya shouted. Well, it was kind of expected. You did well in yesterday's training and made wise decisions, Ojiro explained. And you are also one of the most powerful in our class. Plus, you're the first-year representative, Kirishima added. Ida seems like a good candidate with how he organized the vote, so it makes sense he could also lead our class, Yayarozu said. Midoriya sighed and smiled at them. He also looks the part. Uraraka added. If you think that's the case, then I'll do my best to lead. Thank you for voting for me, Midoriya said. Gratefully. Then that settles it. Midoriya will be our class representative, and I will be the class deputy. Thank you for voting. We will do our best, Ida declared as they both bowed. Well, that went fast, Aizawa said, getting up. Anyway, later on today, we will be going to an off-campus facility where we'll be doing training, got it? Yes, sir, the class replied. You can come in now, Mike, Aizawa said. Yeah. Mike exclaimed, ready to teach English as some students groaned. The whole morning passed quickly, and it was now lunchtime. Ida, Uraraka, and Midoriya sat together. In their conversation, they learned that Ida's family were all heroes, and that his elder brother was the turbo hero, Ingenium, whom he aspired to emulate. Meanwhile, Bakugo, Kirishima, Siro, Ashido, and Kaminari sat nearby. In their conversation, Bakugo accidentally revealed that his parents had put him in music lessons, and he learned to play the drums. They were impressed, but Bakugo quickly yelled at them not to tell anyone else, leading to some playful teasing. As the students chatted about their plans for later, the sound of an alarm cut through the noise. Warning Level 3 Security Breach. All students vacate the building in an orderly fashion. Excuse me, what does a Level 3 security breach mean? Ida asked an upperclassman. It means someone has crossed the UA barrier. It hasn't happened since I got here. The upperclassman replied as he left the cafeteria. Ida, let's go. Uraraka urged. Right, he replied. The hallway was filled with students struggling to evacuate the school. This isn't orderly, people. Midoriya shouted, but nobody heard him over the chaos. Students were falling and getting hurt. Midoriya turned to the window to see what was happening. Those are just the reporters, he thought. Thinking quickly, he looked for Uraraka. Uraraka, he shouted, gaining her attention. Make me float, he called out. Uraraka reached out and touched him, making him float. Using one for all, he bounced off the walls of the corridor to draw everyone's attention. Everyone, calm down, it's just the media. He shouted as the students turned to the window to see just that, the media. Act like UA students and apologize to the people you knocked down and proceed in an orderly fashion. He urged them again. The students calmed down, apologized to each other, and went to their respective classrooms. Nice job rounding up the other students, Midoriya. Ida said to him. Seems that we chose right after all. Well, thank you, he replied gratefully. Now then, take your seats and we'll wait for Mr. Aizawa to get back here. Right, they responded. Midoriya couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. How did the media cross the barrier? And what's taking Mr. Aizawa so long? Finally, Aizawa showed up after what felt like an eternity. I'm sorry that I'm late. I got held up by something, he said. Midoriya thought, so something did happen. Anyway, get your costumes and head to the parking lot. We will be heading out to the facility off campus I mentioned earlier, Aizawa instructed. We will be heading there with 3 instructors, including me, All Might, and another teacher. 3 teachers. That's probably because of the break-in, Bakugo thought. Now get going, Aizawa said. Yes, sir. The class replied, grabbing their costumes and heading to the parking lot to board the bus. Midoriya couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. Time skipped to the USA skipped the bus ride. They exited the bus and arrived at a massive structure. There they met Mr. Aizawa and the space hero, 13. Midoriya and Uraraka were fans of her but kept it to themselves, well, except for Uraraka. Welcome, dear students, 13 said. Good afternoon, 13, the class responded. I can't wait to show you all inside, 13 gestured for them to enter. This is gonna be awesome. Most of them shouted in excitement. Shouts of amazement filled the air as the class took in the view of what seemed like an amusement park. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. 13 explained. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, but you can call it USJ. Most of them deadpanned at the name. Just like Universal Studios Japan, they thought. Aizawa approached 13 to ask where All Might was. She held up 3 fingers, indicating he was running late due to overexertion and was resting in the teacher's lounge. Midoriya and Bakugo exchanged worried glances, concerned that All Might not make it in time for the training. Aizawa shrugged it off and let 13 continue. 13 explained her quirk and how it could be dangerous, emphasizing that this exercise would teach them to use their quirks to help people, not harm them. The class applauded her words. Aizawa was about to speak when the lights flickered ominously. Midoriya's POV, the lights flickered on and off. What was happening? He looked down at the fountain and saw a purple mist. Mr. Aizawa, what is that? He pointed at the fountain. Moments later, figures emerged from the mist. Stay back, everyone, and don't move, Mr. Aizawa instructed, confusing most of the class. Did the training start already? I thought we were rescuing people. Kirishima asked, taking a step toward the stairs. Kirishima, wait. Midoriya stopped him. Those aren't regular people. They look like villains. The villains. Mineta cried out. How did they know where they were? Did someone leak information? Midoriya's thoughts raced. It's probably them that broke in, not the media. They somehow snuck into the school. The mist spoke up, the only real heroes I can see are Eraserhead and 13. It continued, perplexing. According to the schedule we retrieved, All Might should be here, yet I see no sign of him. So you are the scumbags that use the media as a cover-up? Aizawa said. 13, why aren't the alarms going off? Yaoyorozu asked her. Good question, I'm not sure, 13 replied. Is the whole school under attack, or is it just the facility? Todoroki asked. One of them must be masking their presence here. Since this facility is far from campus, they've chosen a great time to attack. They must have a concrete goal, but what is it? Todoroki pondered. Whatever the case, 13, get them out of here and alert the campus, Aizawa instructed. Kaminari, use your quirk to call the campus. They might have jammed the communications, Midoriya added as Kaminari nodded. I'll fight them off for now, so hurry and leave, Aizawa said. Are you sure you can do it, Eraser? Your quirk isn't suitable for massive groups, Midoriya said, worried. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick, Aizawa replied as he jumped into the fray. That's right. Midoriya reminded himself not to underestimate him. All right, students, please evacuate, 13 said as they followed her. Just as they were about to leave, the mist appeared in front of them. So his quirk allows him to teleport, Midoriya thought as it materialized fully. It's a pleasure to meet you, it said. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello, the figure continued. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? They plan to kill All Might, I thought. But how? There must be some change in plan since I can't see him around. Ah well, I suppose it doesn't matter, I still have a role to play, it continued. I noticed a strange neckpiece on the figure as it moved. Without hesitation, I jumped at it to restrain it. I saw Kaken approaching as well. Kaken, aim for the device on its neck. I shouted. Don't give me orders, he replied angrily, then exploded the neckpiece, causing the misty figure to fall. Get out of there, Kaken. I warned as he jumped away, and I prepared my move without wasting any time. Infernal cage. I shouted, encasing the figure in flames set to 70 degrees. It screamed in pain. Ida, run to the school and tell the campus what's going on here. I shouted at him. But it'll be disgraceful, he began, but Kaken cut him off. Just do it, Fries. You're the only one fast enough to do it. Besides, we can handle these idiots. Do it, class deputy. 13 urged him. Use your quirk to save others. Go ahead, class deputy. If they run outside, the alarms will sound off, so they won't follow you, Sato added as Ida quickly nodded and took off. He ran to the entrance and got out of there swiftly. The mist villain escaped my attack. The mist complained as it opened what looked like a portal and slipped out of the fire. How annoying. I'll scatter you all throughout the facility and to your death. It declared, scattering most of us throughout the building. Midoriya, Azui, and Mineta were sent to the shipwreck zone. Bakugo and Kirishima were sent to the collapse zone. Todoroki was sent to the landslide zone along with Aoyama and Hagakure. Tokoyami and Kodo were sent to the downpour zone, and Ojiro was sent alone to the conflagration zone. The rest of us stayed in the front, protected by Shoji and Ida's POV. I need to hurry. I need to reach the school for help. I trust in your judgment, Midoriya and everyone. Please stay safe. Midoriya's POV. I found myself in the shipwreck zone, water suddenly surrounding me. I quickly regained my composure and swam to the surface. Just as I was about to resurface, a villain with a shark-like appearance rushed toward me. Your first, kid. It shouted as I took a defensive stance, even underwater. I sensed another presence approaching, but it didn't feel like a villain. As the villain lunged at me, Azui kicked it and grabbed me, swimming to the surface. Her tongue extended, bringing me toward the boat. I coughed and gasped for air. Thanks so much, Tsu, I said, quickly remembering what she told us. It's all right, Midoriya Ribbit, she replied, carrying Mineta toward the boat. This is turning out to be an awful day for class, Azui remarked. Yeah, I know, but since Ida got out, it shouldn't take long for help to arrive, I reassured her. At least help will come soon. Mineta added. But that doesn't mean we're safe, Mineta, Azui warned. What do you mean? He exclaimed. Think about it. They said they were trying to kill All Might. I find it hard to believe they can kill the #1 hero that easily, I explained. He's right, Mineta ribbit. They might have a way to kill him just like they say. So what's to say that we'll survive after they arrive? Azui pointed out, making Mineta visibly anxious. Is lying, alright Midoriya? He asked me. What she's saying is true. Plus, they are also trying to injure, or worse, kill us students, I responded. But what's more interesting is that they separated us in different parts of the facility. They probably don't underestimate us since we are Hero Corps students. They sent us here though. So maybe the villains know what the facility has before they infiltrated, I explained. But with villains this careful in planning, there's something odd. They sent you here, Tsu, I pointed out. So what does that mean, Midoriya? Ribbit? She questioned. Yeah. Why does it matter that she's here? Mineta exclaimed. They probably don't know our quirks since we're just first years, I explained. Ribbit, you've got a point. If they knew I was a frog, they would have sent me into that fire zone, she said, glancing over to the conflagration zone. As I was about to say something, I noticed the villains surrounding the boat. Keep your guards up. I warned as Azui got into position while Mineta hesitated. I quickly devised a plan to escape. Tsu, how far can your tongue stretch? I asked her quietly. About 20 meters. But, Ribbit, she replied. I'll throw myself into the water to launch a blast of air. After that, I'll tell you to grab me and jump towards the shore. While we're in the air, Mineta, throw your ball into the water to restrain them. You got it. I requested. Ribbit, Azui croaked and nodded. Aren't you scared, Midoriya? Mineta stuttered. Well, to be honest, I am, I admitted, making him even more nervous. But listen, an enemy who's certain of their victory is bound to make a mistake. I reminded him. Now's our chance. We could beat them. I encouraged. All right, Midoriya. Mineta shakily answered. While we were preparing, one of the villains sliced the boat in half, and it began sinking. We gotta do it now, I said as they nodded. Hey, villains. I shouted. Take this. I continued as I jumped off the sinking boat. I'll use 25%. One for all full cowling 25%, I thought as I powered up and aimed my arm at the water. Delaware smash. I shouted mentally as I punched the air, sending a massive wind pressure to the water, causing a vortex to form. Tsu. No. I shouted as she used her tongue to wrap me and jumped off to the shore. I looked back at the water, now collecting the villains in the whirlpool. Mineta, use your ball. I said to him. Take this. Die, villains. He shouted as he threw the ball into the water, sticking to the villains. Meanwhile, we landed near the shore. Everyone, I hope you're all safe. Bakugo's POV. I was warped away by the villain to a building with Kirishima. Hey Bakugo. Are you alright? He asked. Of course I'm always. I got cut off by a sudden barrage of attacks. Kirishima. I yelled as I defended him from the attackers. Are you okay? I'm fine, he said. Let's take them down. I heard one of the villains say. Are you serious? We should be the ones saying that. I quickly exploded them. Die. It was an easy win for us since they were just low-level thugs. Such weaklings. Hey, Kirishima. I yelled at him. I have a name, you know, he said. Whatever, Kirishima. Anyway, we're heading back to take down those villains. Are you for real? You want to fight more? What about our other classmates? He said. If we let them escape, they'll come back again. So taking down that warp villain will make their chances of escaping close to zero. I explained. Let's go. We quickly left the building and headed toward the central plaza. Aren't you worried about our classmates? He asked. Is he for real? I'm not worried about them. They can handle themselves, I said as we approached the plaza. They're weak enough that they can take care of things. Earlier with Midoriya's POV we got to the shore, and pretty much every villain in the water was restrained, and we were safe. You did a nice job rounding them up, Midoriya, Azui said to me. Thank you, I replied. But I couldn't have done it without you too. Anyway, we should head up to the entrance without engaging any villains, I continued. What about Mr. Aizawa? She asked. We should probably check up on him. His fighting style isn't really suited for long-term battles. Let's go see the situation then, I said. You want to go fight those villains, Midoriya? Are you crazy? Mineta shouted. No. We're just going to see if the situation is too dire. And I won't interfere, I assured them. At least I hoped I wouldn't. We got out of the water and headed to the battlefield. Mr. Aizawa was holding his own. We didn't have anything to worry about. But then I saw a villain with hands charging at him. He was grabbing his elbow, but Mr. Aizawa punched him. Then his hair dropped down, meaning he blinked. The villain smirked as I saw his elbow disintegrate. The villain with purple skin and an exposed brain stepped up, twisted his arms, grabbed him, and slammed his head into the ground. It was horrifying. Mr. Aizawa. Third POV the warp villain came back. Hey, Kurogiri, Shigaraki greeted him. Did you deal with 13? He asked. Yes, Tamura Shigaraki. The rescue hero has been put out of commission, he confirmed. But Kurogiri trailed off. What happened, Kurogiri? Shigaraki demanded. I'm sorry to say that I let one of the students get away. Kurogiri apologized as the villain with hands all over him scratched his neck furiously. If you weren't our only escape here, Kurogiri, I would have killed you, Shigaraki said to the mist. Is he throwing a tantrum? Midoriya wondered. It's game over. Looks like they're escaping. We're safe. Mineta stated. Yeah. But, Azui said as she pulled Mineta back. This is bad, Midoriya, Azui said to me as I nodded. It's strange that they'd retreat so badly. Weren't they trying to kill All Might? He asked, confused. But let's shatter his pride first by taking someone down, Shigaraki said, grinning maniacally. Nomu, kill him, he ordered. As the Nomu prepared to slam Aizawa into the ground again, Midoriya rushed in and used his flames to grab the creature's arm and cut it off. The heat cauterized the wound and temporarily stunned it. Hands off my teacher, he shouted. No way. Kurogiri. Warp that brat away. Shigaraki commanded. I'm on it, Tomu, Kurogiri started to say before an explosion hit his neckpiece. Die, shouted Bakugo. Do anything or I'll take you down, he said with a fierce grin. That's not very heroic of you to say, Bakugo, Kirishima remarked. The Nomu started to move again but was suddenly stopped by ice from Todoroki. Don't make a fool of yourself, villain, he stated coldly as he froze the right side of the monster. 2. Get Mr. Aizawa out of here and take him to safety, Midoriya shouted at her. But what about you 4? She asked. We'll be fine. We can handle them, he assured as Azui and Mineta carried their teacher to the entrance. Don't make promises you can't keep, you brat. Shigaraki rushed at him. Infernal cage. Midoriya yelled as he encased Shigaraki in flames. It burns. He screeched in pain. Nomu, kill him. He yelled. The monster broke free from the ice prison, half of its body destroyed. How can it still move? Todoroki shouted as it began regenerating. It's regenerating, exclaimed Kirishima. The Nomu recovered and lunged at Midoriya with surprising speed. Midoriya barely dodged it. That is Nomu, a bioengineered human made to kill All Might. There's no way you can beat him. Shigaraki bragged. And by the way, it has super regeneration and shock absorption. He is unstoppable. Midoriya thought as another punch came at him. He couldn't dodge it, so he tried to shield himself with his fire but failed. The Nomu attacked him, sending him crashing into the wall and freeing Shigaraki from the flames. Midoriya. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki shouted. Bakugo let his guard down, allowing Kurogiri to warp out of his grasp. Dinenit, he muttered as he grabbed Kirishima to stand back. Nomu, kill them too, Shigaraki commanded. Midoriya felt himself losing consciousness from the punch, his head bleeding and throbbing. Come on. Stand up. Don't let them kill your friends. Move your body. He struggled to stand. It was difficult, and his head was filled with noise. Don't give up, Ninth. You are not alone. We will help you, a woman's voice said, cutting through the noise. He opened his eyes to see several figures standing before him. Where am I? He thought he said, realizing he didn't have a mouth. Everything around him was dark, but the figures shone brightly. We believe in you. Stand up and defeat that guy, a shadow of a bald man said. Do your best, Ninth, said another figure with a weak-looking body. We will meet again, he finished as they all faded away. Come on. Stand up. Protect them. Protect your friends. The symbol of peace chose you for a reason. Stand up. Bakugo's POV. I let that mist villain escape. Minute. Shitty hair, icy hot, and I got into position, quickly surrounded by the remaining villains. Hey Bakugo, you okay? Kirishima asked. Shut up. We have to get Deku and take down the villains, I shouted. Let's defeat these guys quickly, Icy Hot ordered. Don't give me orders. I yelled as I dashed at the thugs. I easily defeated them, counting at least 1 against 80. Weaklings. I boasted. Meanwhile, Kirishima knocked down at least 35 villains, and Todoroki froze most of them. Stay alert. Todoroki demanded. Shut up. Don't tell me what to do, I scowled. Nomu. Kill them too, the hand guy commanded as the Nomu charged at us. We braced for impact, but nothing happened. I opened my eyes to see Deku holding the villain's fist. Deku, are you okay? I asked. Get out of here, Kaken. Take Kirishima and Todoroki with you, he stated plainly. But Midoriya, you're injured. We'll back you up. Shitty Hair protested. If you stay here, you'll only get in the way. Now go. He insisted. But Kirishima tried to continue. Let's go, Shitty Hair. He's right, he can handle this. I shouted, understanding Deku's intent. Let's not dwell here any longer. Come on, said Half and Half. I carried them both and blasted an explosion at my feet to escape. The mist guy tried to stop us, but I blasted him back with a full explosion from my arm brace. Are you sure he can take them? Kirishima questioned. I trust him. And besides, it's getting hotter, I replied. It was indeed hot. I looked back to see Deku engulfed in multicolored flames. Whoa, what's happening to Midoriya? Todoroki asked. I don't know, but it looks like he's serious. Midoriya's POV. What is this? I feel 7 powers surging through me. But I'm only using OFA and my fire. Midoriya thought. Silver, navy, red, lime, tangerine, indigo, lavender, and golden colors combined with his usual forest green flames, coating his body. Whatever. If I don't release this, I'm going to implode. He thought as the heat intensified. His costume began to rip apart from the heat. Don't you dare hurt them, he shouted, preparing for an attack. Vestiges fire, he called out. As the temperature increased, the other students in the facility began to panic. What is this heat? Tokoyami exclaimed in the downpour zone. Why is it getting hotter? Jiro asked in the mountain zone while helping Kaminari. I don't know, but look at the entrance. Yayorozu pointed out. Are those rainbow flames? Jiro asked. Who's doing that? Uraraka wondered from upstairs. If he continues that, the whole facility will burn. Shoji warned while trying to protect them. Solar. Midoriya coated his arms with the flames and prepared to attack the Nomu. SMH, he shouted as he punched. The Nomu in the gut, surrounding it in flames and sending shockwaves throughout the facility. In the end, the Nomu flew out of the facility, still burning as it ascended into the sky. Midoriya was breathing heavily and overheating as the rainbow flames dissipated, leaving him steaming. So powerful. Sato commented. He beat that guy. Ashido said while carrying Todoroki, and Bakugo stood silently. Look, Deku looks exhausted. We have to help him. Uraraka urged. Back in the central plaza, Shigaraki was frantically scratching his neck in rage. What? You cheated. You should die. He shouted as he rushed toward Midoriya, but was stopped by a bullet. Ek, he screamed. Sorry we're late, boomed a voice. It was All Might. It's fine, students. You know why. Because we are here. All Might declared as the staff arrived. I apologize for the tardiness. Class deputy reporting. I have fulfilled my duty and brought the teachers, Ida announced. Our responsibility is the safety of the students. Nizu ordered as Ectoplasm sent out his clones to look for the students. Snipe used his quirk to direct his bullets at the other villains in the facility, while Ectoplasm's clones captured the villains and helped any injured students. The other teachers assisted in rescuing students from different zones. Meanwhile, All Might jumped to get Aizawa and Midoriya. I'm sorry we're late, young Midoriya, he said as he picked up and carried him. It's okay. As long as the others are safe, Midoriya weakly replied before closing his eyes and passing out. Always putting yourself before others, All Might said proudly. All Might. You must die, Shigaraki tried to continue, but more bullets rushed at him from Snipe. Tamura Shigaraki, we must retreat, Kurogiri said as he wrapped around him, but 13 began to absorb the mist using her black hole. I'll defeat you later, All Might. Even if it's the last thing I do, Shigaraki vowed as both he and Kurogiri disappeared. Hey All Might. Is he safe? Bakugo asked. He just passed out due to overheating, All Might replied. But don't worry, he'll be okay. Bakugo felt relieved. But if he didn't survive, then how can I fight him again? Bakugo said. Mr. Cementos said to gather at the entrance. Come on. Bakugo yelled as he ran toward the exit. Midoriya was rushed to a nearby hospital along with 13 and Mr. Aizawa. The other students were evacuated, and the criminals were arrested. Police cars and other vehicles were brought in to escort the villains into custody, while ambulances checked on the severely injured. Meanwhile, a detective named Naomasa Tsukachi conducted a headcount of all the students. Everyone seems to be unharmed, except for that boy who overused his power, he noted. Ojiro. Hagakure caught his attention, placing a hand on his shoulder. I heard you were a really good fighter. I had no idea you were so strong. She complimented. I didn't know I was the only one on my own. I survived using hit-and-run tactics, Ojiro admitted, hanging his head low. So where did you end up fighting, Hagakure? He asked. The landslide zone, she replied, pointing at Todoroki. You wouldn't believe how strong Todoroki was. He's amazing. She added. You don't say. Well, I'm just glad you didn't get hurt, Ojiro said with a smile. Interesting. So the people you fought were also low-level thugs, Tokoyami observed. Yeah. They messed with the wrong kids. Kirishima replied, smacking his fists together. So, Midoriya put that hole in the dome. Zero asked. Yeah. It was crazy, Shoji agreed. Let's go ahead and get these students back to the main campus. They've been through a lot. We don't need to question them right away, Tsukachi remarked as Azui approached him. She asked whether Aizawa would be okay. Tsukachi pulled out his phone, where the doctor explained that Aizawa was in serious condition, with splintered bones in his arms and facial fractures. Fortunately, there was no serious brain damage, but his orbital floor was almost completely destroyed, and it was uncertain if it would return to normal. What about 13? Ashido asked, concerned. Tsukachi reassured them that there was nothing to worry about. She only had lacerations on her back and would make a full recovery. The students sighed with relief at their safety. What about Deku? Uraraka squealed. How's Midoriya? Ada asked, concerned. Tsukachi then realized that Midoriya was the one who had overused his quirk. He explained that Midoriya would be all right and was resting in Recovery Girl's office, prompting his friends to sigh in relief. Now, let's get back to class, he said, and the class responded with an okay. Sansa, he continued, turning to a police officer with a cat's head, I still have some business with All Might. I'll leave this to you. The officer saluted, Yes, sir. In that moment, Tsukachi received a report about a villain believed to be involved, found in a secluded forest, and he ordered an immediate arrest. He then asked Nizu for permission to investigate, which was granted. Deku. I hope you're okay, Bakugo thought, glancing over at the USJ and clenching his fist. "Hey man, we're going back to class now," yelled Kirishima. Yeah, I heard him, you idiot," Bakugo replied as he joined him. "Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. What is your relationship with All Might?" Todoroki pondered curiously. In an undisclosed bar somewhere in Japan, Shigaraki complained, "Ow. Shot in both arms and legs. All those underlings wiped out. Even Nomu was beaten. He was dripping with BLD, we failed. Those kids were so strong." He continued, fuming with anger. "And the symbol of peace wasn't weakened at all. You were wrong and so wrong." He yelled at a monitor displaying audio only. "No, I wasn't," a voice claimed, presumably his MSDR's. "We just weren't as prepared as we should have been." "I agree," another voice said. "We underestimated them. Thankfully, we failed under their cheap League of Villains name and not our own." "And what about the creature the MSTR and I created? Where is Nomu?" Shigaraki asked. "Yes. Why is he not with you?" his MSTR inquired. Kurogiri took a moment to answer. "He was blown away," he stated as the doctor complained angrily. "It was a child's doing. Without coordinates to his precise location, I couldn't use my warp to bring him with us," he continued. "We didn't have enough time to search for him." "That brat. He looked so intimidating as well. That brat." Shigaraki whined. "A child beat Nomu." "Interesting," stated his MSTR. "Naturally you're upset. But this was not a futile mission. We've learned many things," he said. "Gather the villainous elite. Take all the time you need. I must remain hidden in the shadows, which is why I need you to be my face," he stated. "A symbol of your own. Tamura Shigaraki. Next time, you'll show the world that it should be afraid of you." Finally done. Midoriya's POV. "I wonder if my classmates and teachers are safe. Apparently, I overused my quirk, and some of my bones were cracked. Thankfully, Recovery Girl was there to heal me. What was that vision I had, and who were those people? They felt close to me even though they don't look familiar. And even weirder, they called me Ninth, and it looked like All Might was there, but he appeared fuzzy. I'll have to ask him later," I thought, as I began to realize who they might be. Are those the previous holders of One for All? I put that thought aside as I quickly felt myself waking up again to the sight of the infirmary. "Young Midoriya, are you all right?" I heard All Might say. "Yes, I'm fine. I'm still a little bit tired," I replied. "Glad to hear you're okay," he said, relieved. "I'm sorry if this is sudden, but can you recall anything from the USJ attack?" I nodded and began to explain what happened. That villain attack was something else. Good thing we survived. "Hey, nerd, I saw Kaken at the door. I hadn't even noticed him." "Hey Kaken, how are you doing?" I asked. "I'm doing just fine, thank you." "I should be the one asking you that, idiot," he snarled, and I chuckled. "I'm glad. But what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be going home right now?" I asked. "I have something to ask you," Kaken replied. I nodded, gesturing for him to continue. "What were those flames you ignited back there?" he asked. "What flames, young Bakugo?" All Might asked, confused. "Well, back in the USJ, when he was fighting the villain, or the League of Villains that was made to kill you, as they say, he started, causing All Might to shudder." "Kill me?" he asked. "Yeah. Apparently, that was a bioengineered human made to kill you. It's called Nomu. It was so strong that I didn't resort to capture and burned it out of the USJ," I explained. "But I don't think it's dead yet. It also has multiple quirks, which surprised me." "Multiple quirks?" All Might asked again. "Yes. It has regeneration and shock absorption, or so Shigaraki said. It can also move really fast and hit really hard." "Just like you," I pointed out. "I see. So they made something that can kill me. Good thing it was apprehended by the police," All Might said. "It was apprehended?" I asked, confused and a bit relieved. "Yes. It was found in a secluded area, so they captured it immediately. It had burns and scratches, but overall it doesn't seem to be hurt," he replied. "Good thing it was knocked out. Guess that quirk of his managed to let him live. Anyway, young Bakugo, Please continue, All Might gestured. As I was saying, when Kirishima and I were escaping from the fray, I saw him burning with multiple colored flames as he punched it and sent it flying while scorching it, he explained. I did. I questioned, really confused. What multiple colored flames? What do you mean you did? Kaken yelled. Calm down, young Bakugo. This is the nurse's office, All Might said. Well, it was all really blurry. I don't remember much before I passed out. I said to them. I only remember defending you from the main villains. The only thing I can recall is calling out a move I've never even thought of before. It's called Vestige Fire, I think. That's a lot to take in. Are you sure you're okay? All Might asked. Are you really sure you didn't make that move, you nerd? Kaken questioned and I nodded. Yeah. I paused and turned to All Might. By the way, can I ask you something? What is it, young Midoriya? When I was slammed into the wall, I saw 7 or 8 shadows of people or spirit-like beings in some sort of vision. When I used that move, I could feel many people's power converging inside me. Is it related to One for All? I see. From what you've described, it looks like you came into contact with the previous holders of One for All, he explained. So my suspicions were true, they were the predecessors. What did they say to you? Kaken asked. They supported me when I got knocked down, telling me not to give up. They called me Ninth, possibly implying that I'm the 9th holder of One for All. And then what? Kaken pressed. They said they would see me again soon and then disappeared. I continued. Also, I saw someone like you in that vision, All Might, but more blurry. You saw me, he asked, and I nodded as his expression shifted. Spooky. I'm a ghost. He exclaimed, shaking slightly. Huh. I thought you'd have answers. I demanded. What the hell, All Might? Kaken said, frustrated. Well, I have experienced something similar before, but this is the first time I'm hearing about them conversing with you. It must mean that your body is adapting even more to One for All. Interesting, I thought. Anyways, just ignore it for the time being, young Midoriya, he said. Rest your body for now and head back home. Recovery girl said you can leave. Excuse me, a man with black hair and a brown trench coat entered. Hi, All Might. Been a while, he greeted. What the hell? I didn't know you would be investigating. All Might said in shock. Well, All Might, is he seeing you like this? I questioned, concerned. Mon, if you thought of that, then why didn't he knock? He obviously knows what All Might looks like normally, Kaken pointed out. It's fine, young Midoriya. This guy's alright. Naomasa Tsukachi, my best friend in the police force, All Might introduced. He's legit. I trust him, he added, and I heard the officer chuckle. The crowd cheered and screamed in excitement for what events the sports festival would bring, eager to see the students' presentations, especially the first years. Welcome to the start of UA's sports festival. Let me hear you cheer. Present Mike shouted through the microphone, causing the audience to cheer even louder. Now let's introduce this year's competitors. Starting with the class that survived the villain attack at the USJ, it's the Hero Corps students of Class 1A. He announced as the whole class marched to the center. Wow. There are so many people, Midoriya pointed out. I hope we can still perform our best with all these eyes on us, Ida said. I suppose it's just another aspect of being a hero we all have to learn to get used to, I added. Present Mike sure did talk us up a lot. Kinda makes me nervous, Kirishima said, a mix of excitement and anxiety in his voice. How are you feeling, man? He asked Bakugo. I'm not worried. It makes me want to win this thing even more, he replied with a smirk. Present Mike continued his introductions. Next up, they haven't had much screen time, but this batch are also very powerful competitors. Welcome the Hero Corps students of Class 1B. Next up, General Corps students of Classes C, D, and E, Support Corps students of Classes F, G, and H, and finally, Business Corps students of Classes I, J, and K. Give it up for all of UA's first-year contestants. He finished, and the crowd cheered even more. The students gathered at the center of the stadium. Now for the introductory speech. Someone announced through the mic, "Whoa. This year's chief umpire for the first years is the R-rated hero, Midnight. Someone in the audience said, and many men blushed. Someone should talk to Ms. Midnight about what she's wearing, Kirishima commented, lightly blushing. Yeah, that costume should come with a warning, Kaminari agreed. Is it really appropriate apparel for a high school game? Tokoyami asked, while Mineta gave a thumbs up. Silence, everyone, she shouted, cracking her WHP to silence the crowd. And for the student pledge, may I call this year's first-year representatives, Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo, she announced, surprising the audience with 2 representatives. Are you ready, Kaken? Midoriya asked. Yeah, right. Let's get this over with, he replied as they stepped onto the stage. Flashback to 2 weeks ago, a speech. Midoriya questioned. That's right. Since both of you are the first-year representatives, you'll be giving an introductory speech at the beginning of the festival, All Might. Responded. Well, that's easy. I'm just going to tell them that I'm going to be number 1, Bakugo said confidently. Come on, that's what you always say, Midoriya whined. What did you say? Bakugo snarled angrily. At least think of something that can inspire the other students and the audience, I urged. Not just, I'm gonna be number 1, Midoriya suggested. TC, fine, he replied. They both walked up to the stage and prepared for their introductory speeches. I hope Bakugo doesn't say anything too harsh, Kirishima thought. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival. I hope everyone has fun during the event. I know the challenges will be tough, so I'll only say this. Don't worry about what others think about you or yourself. You're all stronger than you give yourselves credit for. If you fail today, hold your head up high and plunge forward because it's not the end of your road. Remember this today as we all compete to take the top spot, Midoriya said to the students as Bakugo continued. And just so you know, I'm gonna win, he calmly proclaimed. W! Exclaimed every student there except for Class 1A. I knew he was going to say something like that. The whole class thought in disbelief. After he said that, the students started to boo him for his bold statement. Great Kaken. I told you not to say that at the beginning. Midoriya mentally scolded him. Shut up. I'm not done. Bakugo scowled as they quieted down. You should all stick with the same mindset, extras, he shouted, making the students gasp. We're here to test our limits. If you're at your last hopes, remember this, as All Might, the number 1 hero and our symbol of peace, would say, if you feel yourself hitting up against your limit, remember for what cause you clench your fists. Remember why you started down this path, and let that memory carry you beyond your limit. So all of you better give it your best in this sports festival, or I'll make sure you regret it. Bakugo continued, his voice slightly angry, but his words inspired the others. Oh, didn't think he had it in him, Siro commented. That's an improvement. At least he didn't start yelling like he usually does, thought All Might, proud from the stands. Midoriya turned to the audience to continue their speech. We, students of UA, promise that we'll do our best in this year's sports festival, he finished as Bakugo turned to the audience. We will all keep at it, he continued. And go beyond, Midoriya added. Plus ultra. Both shouted as the audience cheered and clapped. Thank you for those wonderful words, Midoriya and Bakugo. Midnight said as they headed down the stage. You both gave an excellent speech. Ida congratulated them. While Bakugo, you didn't brag. Kaminari said to him. Well, at least not too much. I was forced to say that, idiot. Now shut up, he replied, annoyed. Now I'll announce what the first event will be. Midnight said as a holographic screen spun a wheel to determine the first event. It stopped and landed on the obstacle race, she shouted. So it's gonna be an obstacle course, huh? Midoriya asked himself. Midnight then explained the rules. It was a 4 kilometers long course around the stadium with various challenges throughout it, and they could do whatever they wanted as long as they stayed within the course. Now take your places, students, she announced as they lined up at the starting line. 3, 2, go. The signal sounded, making the students rush through the entrance. Meanwhile, at the MC booth, Present Mic boomed through the mic, and we're off to the start of the race. He pointed to Aizawa. How about some color commentary, mummy man? How did you talk me into this? Aizawa said, still wrapped in bandages. What should we be paying attention to at the early stages of the race? Mike asked. The doorway, Aizawa blandly replied. Back at the entrance, it was filled with students trying to get through. It was pure chaos. I get it, they're testing us. Seeing how we get through, Midoriya thought as he felt the cold air. Looks like Todoroki's on the move. He prepared wisps of green flames around his gear, which he had permission to use to dash out. The gate was then frozen by Todoroki's ice, leaving most students stuck. Apologies, he said as he quickly got out of there. No fair. It's so cold. One student complained, as more of them were stuck in the ice. This isn't enough to stop me. Bakugo thought as he prepared explosions at his boots. Dash B/ignited speed. The representatives shouted as they jetted off, catching up to Todoroki. Most of Class 1A also got out quickly. Yaoyorozu created a bow staff to vault over, Kirishima used his hardening to escape the ice, Tokoyami floated through the air with dark shadow, and Aoyama used his naval laser to break free. Nice trick, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu said to him. That's not enough to beat me half and half. Bakugo shouted. Ice doesn't have an effect on me, Todoroki. Midoriya yelled at him. Some students also managed to escape quickly, much to Todoroki's dismay. He was still in the lead, but Midoriya and Bakugo were closing in on him when they were suddenly stopped by robots. Robots from the entrance exams. Midoriya shouted. So this is what they had to fight. Todoroki thought as he stood in front of the behemoths known as the 0-pointers. There were also 1, 2, and 3-pointers scattered around the 0-pointers. Enemies have shown up out of nowhere. I bet we're in for a treat here. Mike announced. This is the first obstacle, Robo Inferno. He continued. Seeing those robots made most of the students tremble. Without wasting any time, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya quickly rushed the robots. Todoroki froze the giant 0-pointers, causing them to tumble down. Bakugo used explosions to battle most of them and quickly maneuvered out of the way. Midoriya propelled himself through the air using one for all while also melting some of the robots. There's no way those two will beat me, the three of them thought simultaneously. Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, and Izuku Midoriya have made it out of the Robo Inferno. Mike announced, prompting cheers from the entire stadium. The other students also managed to get through the first barrier, with most of them being from Class 1A. Jiro used her jacks to malfunction the robots. Ojiro crushed many of the smaller ones with his tail, Kaminari electrified the approaching robots, and Uraraka used her quirk to float most of the enemies before letting them fall. Looks like Class 1A has been putting in some work, with most of them at the front of the pack. Mike pointed out. Class 1A has learned not to hesitate, Aizawa commented. They've seen what the real world is like. They felt the fear of facing villains. Yet they fight on, trying to overcome that fear. They've grown, all of them. He continued, and they know that they have to act quickly if they want to stay alive. The race continued to the second obstacle. Our frontrunners have finally reached the second obstacle. If they think that the first obstacle was easy, they should prepare themselves for this. The fall. Mike announced. Todoroki slid past the ropes using his ice, Bakugo exploded his way to the next part, and Midoriya jumped from platform to platform at high speeds using one for all. Meanwhile, a girl from the support course bragged about her babies, but got through it quickly. The others followed afterward. Incredible! The front runners have finally reached the final obstacle. The minefield. He announced. One wrong step and you could go kaboom. I see, so they want the frontliners to slow down, Todoroki thought as he steadily ran. There were so many mines. Time for an ultimate move. Bakugo and Midoriya thought simultaneously. Powering up one for all in his flames, Midoriya quickly shot up and prepared his ultimate move. Bakugo also launched himself into the air using his explosions and activated his ultimate move. Accretion. Howitzer. Twister. /impact. Both of them shouted as they wrapped themselves in a tornado of sorts with their quirks. Those moves quickly propelled them toward the finish line, leaving Todoroki behind. What an impressive display of their quirks and moves. What have you been teaching them, Eraser? Mike asked. That has nothing to do with me. They did that themselves, he replied. Hear that, folks? Eraserhead is an awful teacher. Mike joked. What? Aizawa asked angrily. Nothing, he whimpered. What the? Todoroki thought as both of them crossed the finish line. He used his ice to speed through the minefield. It was a close competition, but the first place winner is Izuku Midoriya, followed closely by Katsuki Bakugo. Mike announced as the audience roared. Both of them were breathing heavily from their efforts. So faster than me. That, Bakugo said, still catching his breath. But still surpass you. One day. Also did well. Kaken. Midoriya replied. Well, you inspired me to make that move, so thank you. Whatever you say, you nerd, Bakugo replied. Todoroki finished third, feeling disappointed but quickly moving past it. The other students finally finished and prepared for the next match. Now that everyone is here, let's see the standings. Midnight announced as the screen displayed the rankings. Only the top 42 will be moving to the next round, but don't be discouraged, Midnight said. You'll have plenty of opportunities to show off later. Now, let's see what the next round entails. Midnight said as another holographic wheel appeared and spun. The wheel landed on a cavalry battle. Midnight announced. Cavalry battle. I'm not good with that. Kaminari complained. Midnight then explained the rules. They must form a team of 2 to 4 people within 15 minutes. One will be the front horse, 1 or 2 people will be the support, and 1 will be the rider carrying their points. After those 15 minutes are over, the battle will start with another 15 minutes to fight. Now the point values, she said as another holographic screen appeared. The 42nd place will have 5 points, followed by 10 for the 41st place. The points will increase as you place higher, in increments of 5. Okay, so I'll have at least 200 points. It shouldn't be that bad. Right? Midoriya thought. But with the request of the principal and the staff, the first place winner, Izuku Midoriya, will have 10 million points, along with the handicap that he will not be able to form or join teams. Midnight announced with a mischievous look on her face. Can he handle it or crack under the pressure of having the attention of almost everyone? This is going to be so satisfying to watch, she continued. 10 million and I'm going alone. Midoriya took a moment to process that information. Right then, he felt many eyes staring and glaring at him. So in other words, the guy with gravity-defying hair looked over at Midoriya. If we get the first place's points. The girl from the support department also did the same. Then, we can take his spot. Every one of the students eyed Midoriya, who was feeling the pressure mounting around him. Your 15 minutes of planning and grouping starts. Now. Midnight announced as a buzzer sounded throughout the stadium. Every student quickly dispersed, trying to find teammates. Bakugo was one of them. Remind me of your names and quirks, he demanded. But you already know that, someone complained. Meanwhile, Midoriya stood still, contemplating why he had to go alone. He quickly snapped out of his trance and formulated a plan. 10 million points and going alone, one audience member remarked. He'll be heavily targeted by the other students, another added. Even so, this will be quite a task for him. Can he do it? A third questioned. Midoriya sighed to himself. If they want to challenge me with this handicap, I might as well show them what I can do. Midoriya's POV. I'm going alone and have the most valuable point out of all of them, meaning I will be the most targeted. It's a test to see if I can manage multiple things at once. Dodging might be the best option as well as restraining them, but that could be seen as unfair. I'll give them a chance, but that doesn't mean I can't hold back. I must assume that everyone will probably have a plan against me. The safest option is to stay low and protect myself. If they attack me all at once, they might be playing immaturely, expecting me not to retaliate. But of course, some will believe they can take me on, thinking they can cross the finish line if they manage to get me. Maybe. Yes, maybe I should do that instead. This is going to be exhausting. But since everyone is high on energy right now, I think I'll use my new move to win this. Todoroki's POV. I wonder how Midoriya will fare against all of us. It'll be exhausting, to say the least. Some might think this will be easy. Midoriya is intelligent, so he probably knows what will happen. I must be careful about whom I choose to team up with. I approached Yaoyorozu and convinced her to join my team, which she quickly agreed to. Her quirk will be powerful against our opponents since it is versatile. Then I approached Kaminari, persuading him to be one of my teammates since his quirk can keep others at bay. Finally, I needed a strong and fast front, which I found in Ida, who quickly agreed. I discussed the plan with them, emphasizing that I need all of their quirks to win this challenge. And you'll be attacking and creating diversions of ice and fire, Ida suggested. Not quite, I replied, turning to face my father in the stands. When I'm in battle, I never use my left side, I stated, clenching my fist. We'll be rushing for Midoriya's point. If we can steal that from the start, he can't take it back. I strategized further, but we will stay at the back of the pack to prepare for anything he might throw at us. I will also freeze any opponents that may get in our way that we can steal from. Never let your guard down, I reminded them. You got it, they responded. Don't fail me. Bakugo's POV. The nerd is going alone. That's going to be annoying and difficult to deal with. I can tell he has already concocted a plan based on what he's doing right now, just staring at the competition. Hey Bakugo! Kirishima called out. Hey, shitty hair, I greeted him. My name is Kirishima, he complained. Whatever. What do you want? I asked. You want to be the rider, right? And you want a strong front horse. That'd be me, he proudly stated. Yeah, I want to be a rider and need someone who can take my explosions as the front horse. Perfect. Sure, whatever, I replied. Great. Ashido and Siro also want to join. Will you let them? He asked. Acid and tape could be useful for maneuvers and capturing enemies. I smirked at the thought. Call them over. Let's talk strategy, I said as he left to get them. When he returned, Raccoon Eyes asked, You want us to join your team, Bakugo? Yeah, now shut up and let me tell you the plan, I said, silencing. We will not go after Deku's point, at least for now. But why not? He's alone and will be swarmed easily by the other teams. Shouldn't we go after him? Tape Boy questioned. Yeah, Bakubro. Why don't you want to rush him since you and Ashido have great mobility? Shitty Hair added. Don't underestimate that nerd. I shouted, trying to make sense to them. He can move faster than all of us combined, I'm sure of it. If Tape Boy restrains him, Deku can easily escape and retaliate. And plus, I think he has a few new moves at his disposal, I added. Okay. Raccoon Eyes replied, a bit shocked. We'll rally and take points from other groups. That way we can at least move closer to the top, got it? I angrily told them. All right, they responded as we waited for the start signal. What are you planning, Deku? The 15 minutes soon passed, and Midnight instructed them to take their places. They distributed the headbands containing their point values. Midoriya was placed in the middle while the other teams surrounded the arena. Why do I always get to be the center of attention? Midoriya thought, feeling a mix of annoyance and anxiety as he sensed the eyes of everyone on him. Time to show them what my training has done, he thought excitedly, bracing himself for the upcoming challenge. Let's get this party started. Mike announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The cavalry battle will start. Get into positions, Midnight instructed, sending the audience into a frenzy. 3. She began, and everyone prepared to charge at Midoriya. He focused on his new move, charging one for all to 25% to maximize his power without exhausting himself. 2. She continued, and the front horses and supports of every rider got ready to dash. Begin. She announced, and nearly every group surged forward, aiming to grab his headband. And it begins. Mike shouted. It's basically one big battle for 10 million points. Tetsu, a Class B student, declared as he joined the fray. I'll be taking that headband, Midoriya. Hagakure confidently stated. Look at that. Every group is heading towards Midoriya. Will he be able to fend them off while protecting his headband? How predictable, Midoriya thought. Time to escape, he yelled, but just as he was about to jump, he found himself stuck in a muddy surface. You won't get away that easily, Tetsu shouted as he and his team closed in. Geez, you really want it that badly. Midoriya provoked, feeling a bit annoyed as he powered down one for all for the moment. Let's go. He can't move now, let's steal the headband. One of the teams yelled. He's stuck. Can he even escape anymore? Mike announced. No. I doubt he's truly stuck, Todoroki thought as his team approached Midoriya. That nerd is up to something. Bakugo mused, watching from the sidelines but ready to charge in. Midoriya waited a few seconds for them to get closer. No. He thought, charging up one for all again to 25%. This power, Todoroki thought, feeling a strange heat emanating from his left side. Midoriya then called out his move. Thermal control, he shouted. Suddenly, it seemed like the students froze in place. What happened? Why did they stop? Mike shouted through the microphone. The softened ground began to harden again, and the other students found themselves unable to move. Why can't I move? Ida asked, frantically trying to shift his foot. What's happening? I thought he only had pyrokinesis. Kaminari exclaimed. Does he have some sort of telekinesis too? He wondered aloud. Meanwhile, Todoroki was struggling with the fire from his left side. I don't think it's telekinesis, Kaminari. Yaoyorozu blurted out. It's almost as if. Todoroki trailed off, realizing the implications. Midoriya leaped away from the now hardened ground, controlling the stuck student's body heat and surrounding himself with a twister of fire. He controlled their body heat and took control over their bodies. That's why they couldn't move, Aizawa explained, leaving the audience in shock. He did what? Everyone in the stadium shouted, but the excitement quickly returned. Nice job, young Midoriya. One for all has enhanced your ability to control flames and heat. Incredible, All Might thought. Demon nerd. I knew it, Bakugo said in frustration. Don't just stand there, idiots. Move so we can gather points. He smacked Kirishima's head to get him moving. Ida, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari. Can you move again? Todoroki asked. Yes, they replied. Right then. Don't worry about Midoriya for now. Let's go collect points. That took a lot out of me, but I can still move. I'll stay in here for a while, though. I'll drop the tornado when the time is right, Midoriya thought as he sat down, aware that some might still try to approach him. The arena was in chaos, with many teams snatching headbands from others. Midoriya remained still under the fire tornado in the center. One standoff involved Bakugo against Nito Monoma from Class 1B, who quickly stole Bakugo's points, igniting his anger. Bakugo retaliated, but an air wall from cozy-eyed Tsubaraba blocked his path. In response, Bakugo's team charged at Monoma's, using their quirks to close the gap. Dai! Bakugo yelled as he approached. Tsubaraba created another air wall, but Bakugo's explosion shattered it, allowing him to reclaim their points and restore their ranking. Meanwhile, Todoroki's team froze their opponents and collected headbands. As the final minute approached, desperation set in. Midoriya decided to drop the vortex. Midoriya dropped the cyclone. Using those flames might have drained him. Mike announced. After him, shouted many students, rushing towards him under the assumption that he was exhausted. They were mistaken. Charge one for all to 35%. Midoriya thought as green lightning crackled around him. Sheet. Fall back. Bakugo realized. Wait, Kirishima started, but Bakugo interrupted. Just do it and retreat for now. He slammed his fist into the ground. Sini, he yelled in his mind as the ground shook, sending a shockwave of air pressure. What power? He can still move. Mike exclaimed as the teams stumbled back but managed to stay on their feet. Quickly, he restrained those near him. Anticlimactically, the buzzer sounded, announcing the end of the battle. Time's up. The cavalry battle is now finished. Mike boomed through the microphone. Finally, that was so tiring. Midoriya said, breathing as he freed the students. Now let's take a look at who our top 5 teams are. Mike announced. He kept his place and defended his 10 million point bounty. In first place, Izuku Midoriya. He shouted as the whole stadium erupted in cheers. I can't believe I did that, he said to himself. In second place with 1370 points, Team Bakugo. The crowd cheered again. Nice job, Bakugo. We got second just like you said. Kirishima congratulated. Shut it. I wish we placed first, but that nerd is just too powerful for his own good, Bakugo groaned. In third place with 1260 points, Team Todoroki. The crowd grew even more ecstatic. I'm sorry. I failed you, everyone, Ida told his teammates. It's alright, Ida. It was because of your speed that we got third place, and we can still move on, Yaoyorozu reassured him. DMN it, Midoriya. Why did you make me use it? Todoroki thought in disbelief. At fourth place with 745 points, Team Uraraka. The crowd went wild again. Great going, you two. Thank you for letting me show my inventions at work. Hatsum, Uraraka's teammate, said. We did our best and are moving to the finals. Thank you, Hatsum, Tokoyami said. Thank you, Hatsum. Your inventions were amazing. Uraraka complimented. And at fifth place, Team Tets. Wait, what? It's Team Shinso. When did they come back? Mike exclaimed. Thanks for all your help, Shinso said to his teammates. Ojiro was furious because he didn't understand what had happened. Now let's take our lunch break before we start the afternoon festivities. See you soon. Mike announced as most people headed to get food. Hey, Eraserhead. Let's grab some food, Todoroki demanded. I'm taking a nap, was all he replied. Todoroki couldn't stand it anymore. He broke his promise and used his father's flames. Hey, Midoriya, he glared. Yes, Todoroki. Midoriya asked, looking at him. Meet me at the faculty and students' entrance. Alone, he coldly stated before leaving a confused Midoriya behind. What was that about? He wondered. Hey, Deku. Bakugo approached him. What did that icy hot tell you? He asked. He said he wanted to talk to me about something. I'm not sure what, though, Midoriya replied. Anyways, congrats on taking second place. I'm surprised you didn't rush me like you always do, Bakugo said. Whatever. I saw you coming up with a plan, and it was inevitable that we couldn't place first, Bakugo replied, still annoyed. Is that so? Midoriya teased. You got a problem with that? Bakugo asked angrily. Nope. I'm gonna see you later, Midoriya said, quickly leaving. Whatever, Bakugo muttered as Midoriya headed to where Todoroki wanted to talk. Bakugo secretly followed them, concerned about what Todoroki wanted to discuss. Midoriya arrived at the entrance to see Todoroki leaning against a wall. I'm here, Todoroki, Midoriya said as he looked up. What do you want to talk about? Silence. Pure silence. It quickly became awkward as both of them stood there. Midoriya waited for Todoroki to speak while Todoroki contemplated what had happened during the cavalry battle. So you brought me here. Now what? Midoriya broke the silence, but Todoroki just looked at him with no emotion. We should probably eat soon. The cafeteria is going to be busy, he continued. Todoroki stared right through him. He's all cold intimidation. Way different than Kaken back then, he thought. Finally, Todoroki responded, I was overwhelmed. This confused Midoriya even more. And it made me break the promise I made to myself a long time ago. Todoroki lifted his left arm. Is it because I made him use his fire back at the cavalry battle? It would have given him an advantage if he used his left side. And yet he doesn't use it. But Midoriya thought, concerned. Ida, Kaminari, and Yaoyorozu. None of them felt it. In that moment, I was the only one who could sense it through power, Todoroki stated. When you controlled our bodies, it reminded me of something, experiencing All Might's quirk when I observed him. It also reminded me of my father's power. His father? Midoriya thought. Why would you say that, Todoroki? He asked. I'm saying the power coming from you felt the same as both of them, Todoroki continued, making Midoriya tense up. It also felt the same way when you attacked that Nomu at the USJ. Does he know that I have All Might's power? Not only that, but he thinks it's like his father's too. Midoriya thought nervously. Midoriya, tell me, he coldly asked. Are you really All Might's and Endeavor's secret love child or something? Midoriya was taken aback. I what? He mentally asked himself. Meanwhile, in the corner, Bakugo was listening, desperately trying not to laugh. Back with Midoriya, he recalled what Todoroki had said before the festival began. You've got All Might in your corner helping you out. Okay, I get why he thinks that, as insane as it sounds, but why drag his father into this? Well, are you? Todoroki pressed for more information. What am I gonna say to that? Of course not. That's not it at all. I'm not even sure if that can happen though, he said, whispering the last part under his breath. Why would you even think that about me? That's not it at all, is interesting wording. It suggests there is something between you and All Might that you're not supposed to talk about, he replied. Bakugo thought in the corner, I mean he's not wrong, but still. Why his father too? As you know, my father is the hero Endeavor, the number 2 hero, he started. If you're connected to him and the number 1 hero, All Might in some way, that would mean I have more reason to defeat you, he finished as Midoriya widened his eyes. Meanwhile in another area, no. Long time no see. Let's catch up, Endeavor, All Might suggested. All Might, Endeavor replied, his tone sharp as he turned to face him. I haven't talked to you since that press conference 10 years ago. Been a while. I saw you and figured I'd say hi, All Might greeted. Did you now? Well then, if that's all you want to do, we're done, Endeavor said, starting to walk away. Chatting like we're old friends. What a joke, he snarled. As he walked down the stairs, All Might jumped and landed in front of him. Come on. Why the cold shoulder? He said with a grin as Endeavor growled. You should be thrilled. After all, your son is doing very well out there, just using half of his power. You must be a great teacher. All Might complimented. Are you implying something? Endeavor asked, agitated. No. I want to know your secrets. How do we train the next generation of heroes? He asked. Do you really think I'd tell you anything I've taught the boy? Endeavor replied sarcastically, walking down the stairs again. You're all flash and no brain as usual. Now get out of my way, he pointed out, bumping against All Might's shoulder. Okay. All Might responded. Let me assure you of one thing, All Might, Endeavor threatened. Whatever it takes, that kid of mine will beat you someday. I'll make sure of it. That's why I made him, he said with a smirk. You did what? All Might asked, his bright smile faltering. He's in a rebellious phase right now, but he will take your place. I'll make sure of it, Endeavor replied, anger rising in his voice as he walked away. Back with Midoriya, Todoroki, and hidden Bakugo. My old man is ambitious. He aims for the top, Todoroki said to Midoriya. He used his power to make a name for himself as a hero, but he was never able to best All Might. The symbol of peace is living proof of his failure, he explained. He's still at it though, trying to take down All Might one way or another. So what are you getting at, Todoroki? What are you trying to tell me? Asked Midoriya. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Todoroki asked. Midoriya took a second to answer. Yes. Quirk marriages are basically old-school arranged marriages where the parents only care for their child's potential. Midoriya stopped, realizing something. No, he thought. Don't tell me. Bakugo had the same realization. That's right, Todoroki confirmed. There were those who sought potential mates solely to create powerful children. Many people were forced into relationships, viewed as old-fashioned arranged marriages. But clearly, it was unethical. My father has a rich history of accomplishments and plenty of money to throw at his problems. He bought my mother's relatives to get his hands on her quirk. And now he's raising me to surpass All Might. Midoriya gasped. At the realization. It's so annoying, Todoroki continued, gritting his teeth. I refuse to be his tool for that scumbag. And every memory of my mother, I only see her crying. He remembered his mother sobbing. I remember she called my left side unbearable before she poured boiling water on my face, he said, holding his hand over his scarred side. But Midoriya thought. He got that scar because of his mother. Bakugo reflected. The reason I picked a fight with you and Bakugo was to show my old man what I was capable of without relying on his fire quirk, Todoroki declared. I'm going to show him that I reject his power and can take first place without using it. There was a moment of silence. You heard that, Kaken? He asked aloud as Todoroki stopped. There really is no hiding from you, nerd. Yeah, I heard that all right, Bakugo said, turning to face them. Bakugo, how long have you been standing there? Todoroki asked, slightly agitated. He was standing there for a while. I felt his presence but decided not to tell you, Midoriya explained. So what do you think, Kaken? Honestly, it sounds really stupid, Bakugo said. What did you say? Todoroki asked, slightly aggravated. The reason you're not using your left side. That's what's stupid, Bakugo continued. Todoroki stayed silent. Like I said in the opening ceremony, if you don't give it your all, I'll kill you. So bring it with all you've got, icy hot. He said. We won't pry much longer. But I'll say this, everyone is doing their absolute best in this festival. You should too. So give it everything you have, Midoriya said to him. Todoroki said nothing and started to walk away from both of them. No matter how fiercely you come at me in the future, I will defeat the both of you. Using only my right side. I can assure you of that, he said before leaving them. Hey nerd. Bakugo captured his attention. You're planning something again, aren't you? He interrogated. There's no hiding it from you, is there? Midoriya replied. Of course I'll do something, but you have to promise me this. He continued as Bakugo nodded. Whoever he faces next, either me or you, will have to get him to use his left side. All right, nerd, Bakugo agreed. But if he ends up facing you and uses his left, don't control it. You got that? At least give him a chance to show his power to that idiot of a dad. Midoriya nodded in response. Good. Now let's eat lunch. I'm starving, Bakugo groaned. Sure, Midoriya replied as they headed to the canteen. Get those phone diggers in the air. It's almost time for the last round. Mike announced as the crowd erupted with excitement. But before that, good news for everyone who didn't make the finals. Since this is a sports festival, we've prepared some super fun side games everyone can participate in. The announcement filled the losing teams and other students with joy. We even brought in cheerleaders. Mike added, catching Eraser's attention as he noticed what the girls in his class were wearing. Hold on, Mike said. What are they doing? Aizawa followed his gaze. On the field were all the girls from Class 1A in cheerleading costumes, looking glum. Looks like Class 1A is going all out. Mike announced. Meanwhile, Kaminari and Mineta exchanged amused glances, giving each other thumbs up. What? You tricked us? Yaoyorozu shouted in anger. You're going to regret this. What happened? Why are the girls in cheerleading uniforms? Midoriya asked Shiro. Well, Shiro began to explain. Flashback to lunch, Yaoyorozu, said Kaminari, gaining their attention. Aha, do you need something? Asked Yaoyorozu. Well, I'm sure you already know since Midoriya or Ida might have already mentioned this to you, Mineta said, pointing to the skipping cheerleaders in the cafeteria. But they said all the girls have to wear those uniforms for the big cheer battle this afternoon. That's odd. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. Are you sure? Yaoyorozu asked. You don't have to believe me if you want to get into trouble. But this is coming straight from Mr. Aizawa, he said, a slight look of worry on his face. Kaminari nodded. I thought you maybe forgot, so I figured I'd remind you just in case, Mineta finished. Flashback and, why do I always end up falling for that little pervert's schemes? Yaoyorozu complained as she fell to her knees. I even used my quirk to make these outfits, she continued, while Uraraka patted her back. I hate those guys. Jiro yelled. So that's what happened, huh, Shiro? Midoriya questioned, not satisfied. Oh boy. You don't know what's coming for you, Bakugo said. What do you mean, oh, Kirishima realized. Good luck to the both of them then. Midoriya approached his classmates. That's what you get for trusting unreliable sources, ladies. Mineta said. You fell for a little trick like that. Come on, I thought you were, Kaminari started, but was cut off by sharp wisps of flames an inch from their faces. What did I say about being a pervert? Midoriya scolded, causing them to shudder in fear. If you don't apologize right now, I'll make sure you regret it. They both ran to the girls, begging for forgiveness, and earned a slap from each of them. If you try being a pervert again, you'll know what will happen next, got it? Midoriya scolded again. Arth. They both stammered as they hurried away, and Midoriya returned to normal. The audience could only think, scary. I'm sorry they made you wear those outfits, Midoriya apologized to the girls. You didn't have to do that, Deku, Uraraka said. Yeah, class representative sure, we're grateful you scolded them, but I think it's fine, Hagakure added. But didn't you get tricked into wearing these? Midoriya questioned. Well, yeah, but I think it's some fun before the tournament, so we might as well enjoy it while we can. Ashido said, waving her pom-poms. I did say to have fun. If you think it's okay, then go ahead. Midoriya cheered. Yeah, no. I'm going to get changed, Jiro said, still embarrassed. Do whatever you want, Midoriya advised with a smile as he left them alone. I'm surprised he can still talk to them while they are wearing that, Bakugo thought. Have fun competing in these side games, everyone. Mike announced, completely unfazed as the screen displayed a tournament bracket. After they're over, the 16 students on the top 5 teams will be duking it out one-on-one in a tournament-style fighting competition. Mike continued as the crowd cheered. I promise you're not going to want to miss these epic matchups. But yeah, finally getting a chance to show what we're made of. I watch these finals every year, and now I'm actually in them. Kirishima said, excitement in his eyes. So wait, is it always a tournament? Ashido asked. The finals are always a one-on-one combat competition, but they switch it up every time, Siro explained. Last year it was a foam sword fighting match. Midnight got on stage. Come closer and draw lots to see who you're up against. Then enjoy the recreational games before we start, she said. The 16 finalists have the option of participating in those activities or sitting out to prepare for battle, she explained. I'm sure you all want to conserve your stamina. With that, she left the stage to let Midoriya, the first place in the Cavalry Battle, draw from the box. But before she could step down, Ojiro spoke up. Excuse me. Sorry, but I'm withdrawing, he said, a saddened look on his face, leaving the class astonished. Ojiro, asked Midoriya. This is a rare chance for you to get scouted, Ida added. It just wouldn't be right. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until the very end of it, Ojiro explained. I think it was that guy's quirk. Midoriya's thoughts turned angrily to the guy with purple hair who had been with Ojiro. I know this is a great opportunity. I wish I could take advantage of it, but my conscience won't let me, Ojiro continued. Think about it, Ojiro, Midoriya urged. Everyone gave their all in round 2, but I was just someone's puppet. No way. I don't want to advance if I don't even know how I got here, he explained. It wouldn't be fair. The girls tried to make him reconsider, but he refused, standing firm for his pride. Another student from Class 1B, Nairenjiki Shoda, also wanted to withdraw for the same reason. Listen to these guys. They're so manly. Kirishima said, tears in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the MC booth, Mike and Aizawa were surprised. Well now, here's another weird turn of events, Mike said to Aizawa. We'll have to see what Midnight has to say about all this. She's the one in charge, Aizawa replied. Back with the students, murmurs spread about what Midnight would do. This sort of talk is incredibly naive, my boys, she announced, cracking her W. Shoda, Ojiro, you're withdrawn. The students exchanged confused glances. Aoyama placed a hand on Ojiro's shoulder. Don't worry. I'll win it for you, he said with an odd expression. Now let's see, we'll have to move up 2 students from the 6th place cavalry team so we have enough contestants, Midnight announced. Kendo, the leader of the 6th place team, suggested that Midnight pick from the team that contributed the most in the cavalry battle. She pointed out Team Tetsu Tetsu. Respecting her decision, Kendo chose himself and a girl with vines in her hair to advance. And so, Tetsu and Shiozaki have advanced to the finals. Midnight declared. Take a look at the bracket, my dears. These are your opponents, she said as the screen displayed the pairings and matchups, earning cheers from the crowd. First bracket: Midoriya vs Shinso Shiozaki vs Kaminari Todoroki vs Shiro Ashido vs Aoyama Ida vs Hatsum Tokoyami vs Yaoyorozu Tetsu vs Kirishima Bakugo vs Uraraka. First bracket? Seriously. How does this keep happening? Both Kirishima and Tetsu complained, realizing they had similar quirks. I'll give it my all, Tokoyami said to Yaoyorozu. Good, that's all I ask of you, she replied. Ma chérie, I'm afraid it's the end of the road for you, Aoyama said to Ashido, looking elsewhere. I can't wait to melt your butt. Ashido replied. Midoriya moved closer to the screen to see who he was facing. I'm the first match of the first bracket. First things first, I have to see who my opponent is, this Shinso guy, he thought as he scanned the area. That is you, right? Izuku Midoriya. A voice said behind him. He turned to see the guy who had provoked his classmates. So he's my opponent, Midoriya thought, recalling Shinso's earlier remarks about the potential for student transfers between courses. A pleasure. So, are you excited? Shinso asked. What's the… Midoriya started to respond, but Ojiro wrapped his tail around his mouth. Not so fast, he said. Heh, Shinso smirked and walked away. Ojiro, what's the deal? Midoriya asked. You can't say a word to him, Ojiro replied seriously. Meanwhile, Todoroki thought, if he passes those 2 rounds, he'll be facing me. He clenched his fist. You must advance, Midoriya, so that I can beat you with one hand. With Bakugo, he asked, Uraraka? Who in the hell is that? It's me. Pink Cheeks. At least know my name, we hang out together. Uraraka replied. Oh, it's Pink Cheeks. Good luck. You're going to need it, he said, mentally complaining about always being surrounded by girls. With Ida, his opponent, Mei Hatsum from the support course, asked, Hey Legs, you're Ida, right? Correct. I'm Tenya Ida, he replied. That's perfect. I have something nice for you, she said, her eyes sparkling. The screen then transitioned to the recreational activities for the afternoon. Let's press pause for a momentary interlude. Before the battles begin, it's time for some pulse-pounding side games. Mike announced. The girls cheered and the side games began. The students enjoyed themselves until the tournament was set to start. Meanwhile, those in the tournament couldn't relax. Some strategized, some rested, while others prepped for the fight or tried to hype themselves up. Others focused on calming their nerves, wanting to be ready for anything. Before long, the tournament was about to begin for real. Cementos, one of the teachers, constructed a massive stage for every fight using his quirk, Cement. He also made a throne for himself to oversee the battle. Thank you, Cementos, Mike said. Hey sports fans. Are you ready? He asked the audience, who responded with a huge cheer. After all the action you've witnessed, it's time for the real battles to begin. Can you feel the excitement? Meanwhile, Midoriya was walking in the hallway leading to the stage, mentally preparing himself for a battle. Hey, sorry I haven't said hi. You've been doing great. All Might greeted him in the corridor. All Might, Midoriya said, surprised. Thank you. I'll do my best to win this tournament. That's the spirit. All Might cheered. I was watching the last round, and it looked like you can control the temperatures of objects. Yeah. It was really difficult to train, but in the end, I succeeded, Midoriya replied. Well, keep doing your best, kiddo, All Might said as he buffed up. You've made it this far. Don't forget that I'm counting on you and cheering you on. This made Midoriya smile. Thanks, All Might, he replied cheerfully. The stage's corner flared up with fire. I gotta get going now, All Might, Midoriya said while walking towards the stage as All Might deflated. See you later, young Midoriya, he shouted. All right, audience. Let's cut to the good stuff and not delay this finals any longer. Mike announced. Welcome our first fighters, he said as the screen displayed the first round of the first bracket challengers, and the crowd cheered with even more excitement. Midoriya vs. Shinso. First place winner of both the obstacle race and the cavalry battle, it's Izuku Midoriya from the hero course. Mike announced as the crowd yelled and cheered. That's a bit too much, present Mike, he thought, annoyed. Vs. Hitoshi Shinso from general studies, who may not have anything to stand out yet but is a challenging competitor nonetheless. Mike announced as both of them entered the stage and faced each other. The rules are simple. Immobilize your opponent or force them out of the ring. You can also win by making your opponent cry uncle. Bring on the injuries, 'cause we've got our very own recovery girl waiting on standby. He continued. So put your morals aside and don't be afraid to play dirty. But of course, no life-threatening attacks are allowed. Real heroes use their power to throw villains in jail, not to harm them. Mike advised. I'll stop anyone who tries to get too rough, Cementos announced as Midoriya stretched and prepared. So you can just give up, huh? Questioned Shinso as Midoriya's head shot up to face him. In a way, this is a test of how strong your spirit is. If you know what you want your future to hold for you, you can't worry about what other people think, Shinso stated. Ready? Mike started. That monkey was going on about his pride earlier, Shinso continued. Begin, Mike announced. But I just think he's an idiot for throwing away his chance like that. Just like the rest of you. This sentiment angered Midoriya even more as he approached Shinso. Like I said earlier, don't talk about my class in the... He was cut off by something unnerving as if someone had filled his head with noise. To be continued. Flashback to before the tournament. So his quirk allows him to control anybody who responds to him. Midoriya asked Ojiro. Is there a way to get past that? Yes. By not giving him a chance to use it. He can only control others when they answer him, or at least that's what I think, Ojiro explained. So I shouldn't say anything or I'll lose, Midoriya said. Not exactly. Even if he gets you, there's still a chance. For round 2, I don't remember much except for the very end of the battle, Ojiro said as Midoriya perked up. I think we were running away after Shinso took Tetsu's headband. I bumped into another person, and it was like I woke up. I was me again. Suddenly, I was able to think clearly, he explained. So that bump broke his hold? Midoriya asked. Maybe. But that's just a guess. Midoriya hummed at the response. Still, I don't know how much of a shock it would take to break his spell. And in a one-on-one match, you can't count on an outside force intervening, Ojiro said as he stood up. Anyway man, I hope that's helpful because it's all I know. Thank you so much for your help, Ojiro, Midoriya said as Ojiro clenched his fist. I know this sounds selfish, but I'll say it anyway, he said, turning his clenched fist towards Midoriya. Beat this guy for you and me, alright? I'll do my best, he said as he returned the fist bump. Flashback and... No. I fell for it. Midoriya shouted in his head. That's it, I win, Shinso declared as Midoriya stopped in his tracks. In the stands with the other students, Ojiro exclaimed. I warned him not to say anything. Huh? Mike said, lost for words. Why is he not moving? Ida asked. The fight has just begun, and Izuku Midoriya is completely frozen. Mike exclaimed. He's not moving a muscle. And what's with that look on his face? Could this be a quirk at work? Hitoshi Shinso seems to have Izuku Midoriya completely stunned. This is a perfect example of why the entrance exam isn't rational, Eraser said. Why is that? Mike questioned. Since we're on to the individual matches, I had some information compiled about our final competitors, Aizawa said as he held a form of Midoriya and Shinso. Shinso failed the practical exam to get into the hero course. Since he also applied for general studies, he probably figured that would happen, Aizawa explained. His quirk is incredibly strong, but that entrance test consisted of fighting faux villains. Robust. It gave a huge advantage to those who had physical superpowers they could showcase, Aizawa continued. Despite his abilities, Shinso never stood a chance at passing. Back at the battlefield, Shinso commanded, So here we are. You're lucky to have been so blessed, Izuku Midoriya. Now turn around and walk out of bounds like a good little hero. Against all better judgment, Midoriya turned around and slowly walked toward the edge. What? Midoriya's obeying him. Mike shouted in disbelief. In the stands, his classmates worried about what he would do. Oh no. What are you doing? Uraraka exclaimed. He can't walk out of the ring. He'll lose the match if he does. Ida added, waving his arms. Come on, nerd. Don't let him control you. Bakugo thought, anxious. Young Midoriya, stop. All Might yelled in his mind. What is this power? He wondered. Hitoshi Shinso. His quirk, brainwashing. When an opponent answers his question, it flips a SWH in their minds, forcing them to do whatever he says. Not every question does it. He only brainwashes when he wants to. Mike explained. If they both fought quirkless, Midoriya would almost certainly win. But he'd have to overcome Shinso's brainwashing to do that. Either way, this match would end quickly, Aizawa thought. Back on stage, Midoriya was almost at the edge of the platform. Midoriya's POV. What's happening? My body is moving on its own. I feel like my brain is full of fog. The same feeling I had during the USJ incident when I was knocked down. I can't concentrate. Is this really how it ends? I refuse to give in. I will get out of here. They're all counting on me to win this tournament. Fight it. Fight it. I'm going to lose this way if I don't. So fight it. Suddenly, I saw something else in the hallway, shining colors and familiar figures. I felt a rush of power, like I activated one for all throughout my body. I could also feel my flames manifesting on my fingers. No time to question. Manipulate yourself. Stop moving. Focus. Come on. Manipulate your flames. Direct it towards yourself with enough force to break free from this power. Control yourself and win this for them. Bakugo's POV. I sat there waiting for a miracle. He's so close to the edge. Come on, nerd. I can't beat you if you lose this early. Suddenly, I noticed green lightning around his body and flames in his palms. Did he overcome it? The air started to heat up. Is it just me or is it getting hot? Shitty Hair asked. I can feel that too, Tape Boy said. No way. It feels almost like what we felt back at the USJ, Pink Cheeks added. I looked over and realized something. He's not moving anymore. Third POV. Even with a quirk like this, I have my own dreams of becoming a hero. So lose for, Shinso began, but then he felt the rise in temperature and noticed Midoriya was not moving. And Midoriya stopped moving. And is it becoming hotter? What's happening? Mike exclaimed. Don't tell me, Aizawa thought. Come on. Manipulate your flames and direct it towards yourself. Midoriya thought as the flames on his palms gathered and condensed. He shot them out, hitting himself with enough force to break free from Shinso's quirk. He gasped for relief, breathing heavily as the heat died down. What's this? Midoriya hit himself with fire and turned back to normal. Mike shouted, and the audience erupted in astonishment and cheers. That's the way to do it. Ida cheered. Oh. I was about to freak out, Uraraka said. Midoriya, how did you do that? Todoroki wondered. So that's how he did it, Bakugo said. He controlled his own temperature to stop himself from moving and used the fire on his palms to snap out of Shinso's quirk. What a bold move, you nerd. Phew, that just about killed me, Ojiro said in relief. That takes skill to pull off. Not only that, he also used his attack on himself to snap out of Shinso's quirk. He's truly amazing, Aizawa thought, impressed. Midoriya turned back to Shinso, who looked furious. Impossible. You're not supposed to be able to fight back. What did you do? I managed to pull it off. Did the predecessors save me from that? Midoriya thought, covering his mouth. How'd you do that? Shinso yelled. Not now. I have to focus on beating him, Midoriya thought as he dashed toward Shinso. See, did he know? That monkey must have told him. I need to get him to talk again and quick, Shinso thought, preparing to speak but was interrupted by Midoriya's question. Shinso, why do you want to be a hero? He shouted, getting closer. Shinso couldn't help but answer honestly. I want to become a hero because I need to show them that I can help people even though I have this quirk," he said, getting into a defensive position. There is no such thing as a villainous or heroic quirk. It's up to the bearer to decide. Only you can choose how you'll use your quirk for good or for evil. Midoriya yelled. So prove them wrong. Shinso quickly realized how true those words were. Those were the words that should have helped him get through his middle school days. Flashback. 3 years ago at Nabu City High School, your quirk is brainwashing. That's so cool. A male student complimented Shinso. Seriously, I can't think of anyone who's had that power. Another male student said. I'm so jealous, Shinso. A female student approached. Usually, these compliments would suggest to Shinso that he was destined for greatness. But imagine all the cool stuff you could do controlling people, the first male said. Yeah, you could do any bad thing you want, the second one added. And no one would ever know it was you, the female said. Just promise you won't make us your slaves, okay? To Shinso, it sounded like he was born to be a villain. Of course, it was what others told him when he described his power, but it just didn't feel right. They looked at him like he was always going to be a villain without a doubt. Everyone always says that, Shinso pointed out while scratching his hair. But you know what? I'm not. Flashback and they fought quirkless for the rest of the match. Midoriya closed in on him to punch him in the gut, but Shinso quickly dodged and prepared to kick him. The kick landed on Midoriya's arm, but he didn't flinch. He countered with another punch to Shinso's jaw. They continued to exchange blows for about a minute. Wow. Shinso and Midoriya are really duking it out, Jiro pointed out. I didn't expect Shinso to do so well in close quarters combat, Sato said. With that kind of skill, he should be in the hero course, Azui added. I can't believe he wasn't accepted in the hero course. He has great skills even if his power is brainwashing, Kaminari said. So you helped him, huh, you nerd? You're too nice for your own good, that's why I look up to you and consider you my rival, Bakugo thought proudly. Midoriya was now outpacing Shinso. Shinso was getting tired and couldn't do much anymore, so Midoriya pinned him down to the ground to end the match. Shinso, can you still move? Asked Midnight. I can't move anymore, Ms. Midnight, he admitted while breathing and pinned to the ground. Shinso has been immobilized. Midoriya wins the match, she declared as the crowd cheered. And with that, Midoriya advances to the quarter-finals. Mike announced. Nice work, Shinso. You did well. Midoriya said to him. I didn't even do well. You still defeated me, Shinso said with a downcast expression. Midoriya smiled. Tell that to them, he pointed to the stands. Shinso turned to see the audience clapping and cheering for him. That Shinso kid is really amazing, an audience member shouted. He held out against Midoriya without his power. That's something you have to respect. A pro said. You're right. I have high expectations for him, another added. Shinso couldn't believe what he was hearing. All throughout his life, many people accused him of using his power for evil. But now, pros were complimenting him. Hey, Shinso, called out one of his classmates. You were awesome out there. Another complimented. We're proud of you, another said. You didn't tell us you were that good. Yeah. You were the star of the program. I can't believe you put up such a great fight against the dude who was in first place earlier. Shinso couldn't help but shed tears, not of sorrow, but of joy. Gee, Shinso. Everyone else in the stadium can tell that you'll be a great hero even with your quirk. So work your hardest and I'll wait for you in the hero course. Midoriya said with a smile. To show his gratitude, Shinso quickly wiped his tears and hugged Midoriya. Thank you so much for helping me realize that, Midoriya. I'll work hard and never give up on my dream of becoming a hero, he promised. That's great. Show the world that you can become one even better than us. Midoriya replied as he returned the hug. So noble. Midnight exclaimed. Wow, Midoriya. You helped Shinso with his problem, Aizawa thought, impressed. They separated from the hug. I'm sorry about what I said back at school, and to your classmates, he apologized. Don't worry about it, Midoriya replied. Do your best and win this tournament, got it? Shinso demanded. Right. Midoriya replied as he and Shinso left the stage. I promise, Izuku Midoriya. I'll be a hero. Midoriya is such a great guy, Ida said. Yeah. He even helped Shinso with his problems, even though this is a tournament, Yaoyorozu added. It's just what he does, Bakugo said in a monotone voice. Really? Did something also happen to the both of you? Kirishima asked. I'm not going to tell you anything personal. But basically, he helped me resolve a fight I had 13 years ago, Bakugo said. Really? Ashido asked. He must really be a good friend, huh? Shoji replied. That's none of your business, Bakugo scowled. Midoriya went to the stands and sat to watch the tournament. The others congratulated him on his victory. The match continued to the next round, with Kaminari facing a girl from Class 1B, Ibara Shizuki. It didn't go as far as the first round. Kaminari discharged his electricity towards her, only to find out that she protected herself with the vines on her head. Kaminari discharged too many volts and became incapacitated, leading Shizuki to restrain him with her vines and win the match. The third round was up next. In the hallway to the stage, Todoroki was heading to the stage for his match. Of course Midoriya won, he thought as he turned a corner. There he saw his father, Endeavor, leaning against a wall. What do you want? He asked angrily. You're acting disgracefully, Shoto, Endeavor replied. Todoroki ignored him and continued walking. If you would simply use the power in your left side, you would have achieved overwhelming victories in both of the first rounds, Endeavor said, but Todoroki remained silent. It's time to stop this childish rebellion of yours. You have a duty to surpass that imbecile, All Might. Do you understand what I'm saying? He pressed, but Todoroki gritted his teeth and kept walking. You're different from your siblings. You're my greatest masterpiece. Is that all you have to say to me? Todoroki finally retorted. I'll win this match and advance using only Mom's quirk. I won't give you the pleasure of seeing me use yours, he declared as he walked away. Even if that works for you in this tournament, you'll soon find the limits of that power, Endeavor stated, leaving Todoroki with a furious look on his face. The torches lit up once again. Enough standing around. Welcome our next players to the ring. Mike announced as the screen displayed the matchup, Todoroki versus Siro. He's got skills, but at the expense of some unusual-looking elbows. From the hero course, Hanta Siro. Mike announced. That was uncalled for, Siro said. Verse. An early front-runner in the competition who placed third in both the obstacle race and cavalry battle. Someone who rightfully got into the hero course based on recommendations. It's Shoto Todoroki. He continued. And now for the third match of the first round. I don't really feel like I can win this fight. Siro groaned. Ready. Go. Mike announced as Siro used his tape to wrap Todoroki and tried to swing him out of the ring. Keyword being tried. But man, I don't feel like losing either, he said while he swung Todoroki. One attack and he throws his opponents out of bounds. A surprise attack from the underdog. Way to start off strong, Siro. Mike complimented loudly. Meanwhile, in the stands, Midoriya felt a strong gust of cold wind and realized what Todoroki was about to do. Todoroki. That might make him suffer from hypothermia. Midoriya shouted from his seat while the others looked confused. What are you saying, Midoriya? Ida asked. I think he'll use a huge blast of... Bakugo was cut off. Apologies, Todoroki said to Siro in an unhappy tone as he produced a glacier that towered over the stadium. Acting quickly, Midoriya used his fire to protect the audience from the ice attack while Bakugo exploded some of the ice that fell. Half and half BSRD. Bakugo yelled, annoyed. Are you alright? He asked, with most of them nodding in agreement. So fast? They thought, amazed. Todoroki, what are you so angry about? All the spectators were stunned by the display of power. The tremors were felt throughout the stadium. Don't you think you went a bit overboard? Siro asked, frozen in the glacier. Tell the truth, Siro. Can you move at all? Asked Midnight, who was partially covered in ice. Are you kidding? Obviously not. My body is freezing. He yelped. Siro has been immobilized. Todoroki advances to the quarterfinals. Midnight declared. Nice try, shouted a pro, causing a domino effect as most of the audience echoed the sentiment to make Zero feel better. It was a bit much, Todoroki replied as he placed his left hand on Zero to warm him up. I was angry is all. I fear something troubling caused his anger, Tokoyami said, and the others agreed. I wish I could step in and help him melt the ice, but that would be interfering with the battle, Midoriya said, a little sad. Let them handle it for now, Bakugo said to him. You really gotta let your power go wild just because something came up. He thought. You need to get that fixed, bud. After the whole Zero incident, the tournament continued. Most of the matches went by quickly. In the fourth match, Ishido faced off against Aoyama. When the round started, Aoyama fired his naval laser at Ishido, but it always missed since Ishido used her acid to traverse the battlefield. In the end, Ishido melted his support belt and won the match with an uppercut to Aoyama. Meanwhile, in the stands, Midoriya wrote notes about their battles. Hey Deku, what are you writing about? Questioned Uraraka. Oh, I'm taking notes on every student's quirks in the finals, Midoriya explained. Can I take a look? She asked. Sure. Actually, I got every student in our class's quirks and weaknesses, Midoriya said while flipping through pages. Here's what I got for your zero gravity. Uraraka was shocked. You know, Deku, I've always known you're amazing. You've got so much drive and focus in you, and the sports festival is reminding me of that, she said softly. Why is she so sad? Midoriya wondered as the next round began between Hatsum from the support course and Ida. The match went unexpectedly. Hatsum gave a support item to Ida, but not for his advantage. She used him as a guinea pig to showcase her inventions. This continued for 10 minutes until Hatsum forfeited the match because she ran out of things to demonstrate and stepped out of the boundary. This made Ida really mad since he felt used as her personal walking billboard. Poor Ida, thought Midoriya. During this time, Uraraka left to head to the waiting room to prepare for her match against Bakugo. Midoriya didn't notice since he was busy writing notes. The next round began, featuring a match between Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu decided that the best strategy was to defend against an attack while creating a flashlight to dissipate dark shadow. However, her thoughts were interrupted when Present Mike announced the start of the match. Dark shadow rushed at her, and she quickly used her creation ability to form a shield. While trying to create the flashlight, she was repeatedly attacked by dark shadow, which pushed her to the edge of the arena. The match ended, leaving her feeling disappointed for not being fast enough as she exited the arena. Tetsu and Kirishima's match was next. At that moment, Midoriya noticed Uraraka was missing, so he headed to the waiting room, anticipating the outcome of the round. Ida was the first to arrive, having just returned from his match. Hey Ida, you did great out there. Uraraka greeted him. Oh. Uraraka, Ida paused, noticing her worried expression. Oh. What's with that face? He asked, slightly taken aback. My face? She questioned. Oh, it's nothing. I guess I'm just not great at hiding how nervous I am. I get that. You are up against Bakugo after all. Not exactly an easy match, Ida replied. Yeah. I'm kind of scared. But after seeing your match, I feel a little better, she said, her tone shifting to one of excitement. What's that supposed to mean? Ida asked just as the door opened. Uraraka. Midoriya called as he entered the room. Deku, why aren't you watching the matches? Uraraka asked. Most of them ended how I expected. Plus, I think Kirishima's match will last a while, he pointed out. Back at the arena, Tetsu and Kirishima were neck and neck. Tetsu used his steel to block and punch, while Kirishima countered with his hardening. I'm next, Uraraka said, gripping her wrist. So this is it. My fight. Determination burned in her eyes. It'll be okay, Ida reassured her. I don't think he will use his full power against a girl, right? Knowing him, it's not going to be that simple, Midoriya replied, making Uraraka more nervous. Everyone is trying to take the top spot in these games. Remember what he said at the introductory speech. So all of you better give it your best in the sports festival or I'll beat you all. Even if it's not Kakken, I don't think anyone would want to hold back, Midoriya continued, holding up his notebook. If you want, you can take a look at how to use your zero gravity to its fullest against him. I know it's not much, but it'll help. Hey, this is perfect, Ida said with a smile. Thank you so much for doing that. But no, I'm sorry, Uraraka replied, surprising both of them. You're wonderful, Deku. I keep seeing that over and over again. During the battle training, I realized I relied on you to pass. That's why when Bakugo said we are all rivals, I felt embarrassed for myself, she confessed. Uraraka. Midoriya said with concern as she walked toward the door. Don't worry. I won't force you to accept my offer. I respect your decision, he assured her. Thank you, Deku. As a friend and also as a rival, she declared. Guess I'll see you in the finals, she said, giving a thumbs up before leaving. I can't believe she's pushing herself to do her very best in the finals, Ida remarked. Well, we all are. And besides, she has a dream that can motivate her, Midoriya replied. Flashback. 2 weeks before the festival. Hey Uraraka. I have something to ask you, Midoriya said as Ida followed closely behind. Yeah, what is it, Deku? She asked. Back at the battle training, I wanted to know what made you decide to come. To you it. What's your goal? He inquired, piquing Ida's interest as well. It's for the money, she admitted, leaving both of them confused. The money? You want to be a hero to become rich? Midoriya asked. If we're cutting to the chase, then yeah, Uraraka said nervously, scratching her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry if it sounds greedy. You two have such admirable motivations. I hope you don't think less of me. Not at all. Your goal is to support your well-being, which is perfectly admirable. Ida responded enthusiastically. Midoriya nodded. It's just kind of surprising. Uraraka sighed. Well, you see, my family owns a construction company, but we haven't had any work lately, so we're struggling. This isn't something I usually tell people, but, she continued, recalling how she had always wanted to help her parents. When she was 4 years old, she had told them she wanted to work for them and support them in any way she could, but her dad had encouraged her to pursue her own dreams. That she shouldn't help carry the burden they were facing. I'm going to become a pro. I'll sign with a good agency and make plenty of money. Then I'll be able to let my parents have an easy life, she vowed with determination. Her dreams are truly noble. She isn't doing it for herself. She's trying to become a pro for the sake of her family, Ida said, and Midoriya nodded in agreement. Anyway, we should also get going. Wouldn't want to miss her match, Ida advised. Yes. Let's go. Midoriya replied as they both left the waiting room. When they returned to the stands, they learned that Kirishima and Tetsu had tied and would settle it with an arm wrestling match. They were sent to the infirmary for healing. While we wait for Tetsu and Kirishima to recover, we'll move on to the next battle. Mike announced as the screen displayed the final matchup, Bakugo versus Uraraka. This might be the most intense matchup, Hagakure stated. I almost don't want to watch this, Jiro added, shivering. Ida and Midoriya watched as Uraraka and Bakugo approached the stage. Do your best, Uraraka. You've got this, Midoriya cheered mentally. The 8th and final match of the first bracket. The second freshman representative, a front runner and a middle school hotshot from the hero course. It's Katsuki Bakugo. Mike announced as the crowd cheered. Verse. The one I'm personally rooting for, the Gravity Queen also from Class 1, Ochako Uraraka. Mike declared, and another uproar sounded. Uraraka took a deep breath to calm herself as she faced one of the most challenging battles she had ever experienced. So it's the zero-gravity user, huh? Pink cheeks. Bakugo said. I told you not to call me that. Uraraka whined. Whatever. If you're going to give up, do it now, because I'm not going to hold anything back, Bakugo warned, and she gritted her teeth in annoyance. Meanwhile, in the stands, Ida asked, By the way, Midoriya, what did you want to tell Uraraka about Bakugo? Well, it's not really that helpful. He's so powerful that it's really difficult to find a weak spot, Midoriya explained. But if she can touch him, she can float him out of bounds. So the first thing she must do, he trailed off. Let the 8th match begin. Mike announced as Uraraka hastily moved towards Bakugo. Strike first. Midoriya encouraged. Giving up isn't an option for me, Uraraka declared as she moved closer to him. Look at that. That's a good start, Midoriya said to Ida. But you know it's not going to be easy. Bakugo won't just let her get close, Ida reminded him. Which is why he'll defend. He'll focus his energy to counterattack, Midoriya explained. Now you'll die. Bakugo shouted as he unleashed explosions from his palm, sending Uraraka back to where she started. Uraraka! Ida shouted with concern. He blasted her. Mineta exclaimed in disbelief. Looks like Bakugo is not planning on showing her any mercy, Azui said sympathetically. Maybe, but that blast was weaker compared to what he usually does. Meaning he does care about not hurting her too much, Midoriya thought. You should have dropped out of the match. Bakugo taunted as he saw a figure approaching him. There's no way you can beat me, he shouted as he exploded the figure, only to discover it was just her jacket. Oh. She used her jacket as a decoy. What incredibly quick thinking. Mike announced as Uraraka got behind him. That's an interesting strategy, Uraraka. However, Midoriya thought, a little worried. This is my chance. I can make him float, she thought, but she was blasted away by his explosions. Eesh. She groaned in pain as she stumbled back. Look at that reaction time. Siro pointed out. Seriously, the dude's insane. You can't get the drop on him. And since Uraraka can't use her quirk unless she touches him, his lightning-fast reflexes put her at a big disadvantage, Kaminari said. Too slow. Bakugo shouted at her, creating another huge explosion. Despite this, Uraraka continued to charge forward, meeting even more explosions. Class 1A watched in horror as Bakugo overwhelmed her. I know this is wrong to watch, but why is she still going low? Midoriya thought as he realized what Uraraka was trying to do. I see. So that's your real plan, Uraraka? He said, confusing the class. What do you mean, Midoriya? Is this supposed to be her plan? Just keep attacking until something different happens? Ida asked curiously. That would be childish if that's her strategy, Tokoyami commented. That's not it. Maybe we'll see it in action later, Midoriya replied, leaving the others to ponder his words. Meanwhile, Bakugo continued to unleash explosions, feeling his arms start to swell but shrugging it off. I need to end this quickly, he thought. At this point, a pro in the audience began to boo him for being so harsh on Uraraka. Soon the entire stadium joined in. Really? That's a pro? Midoriya thought, displeased. Present Mike was about to agree but was interrupted by Aizawa, who spoke into the mic. Where is the man who started this uproar? Are you a pro? Aizawa asked angrily, silencing the crowd. Because if you're being serious, you can go home and hang up your cape. I'd suggest looking into another career, he scolded. Do you know what he's talking about? Ida asked the group. Bakugo's fierceness acknowledges his opponent's strength. He knows she deserves to have made it this far. Aizawa explained. In the destroyed battlefield, Uraraka stood her ground, still fighting despite being blown away multiple times. We're not finished. She's still standing, Bakugo thought. She's not out yet? I think. It's about time, she said, preparing for whatever he might throw at her. Thank you, Bakugo. For keeping your eyes focused on me, she added, breathing. What? He asked, confused. Meanwhile, in the stands, Midoriya looked annoyed. I'm disappointed that a pro started to boo without realizing her true motives. The reason she stayed low to the ground while lunging at him is because of his explosions. Midoriya pointed to the sky, making the other students turn their heads. Made those, he continued as they looked at the debris and rocks floating in the air. Uraraka yelled and released the debris, making it all fall down. A meteor shower. Mike exclaimed in surprise. Now you noticed, Aizawa said as Uraraka rushed at Bakugo again. She had a plan all along. Ida yelled, standing up. With this much debris, whether he's evading or counterattacking, there will definitely be an opening. She thought. In that moment, I'll finally get close to him. But this is Bakugo we're talking about. He raised his hand and delivered a full power blast, exploding the debris and sending it flying outside the stadium. The shockwave was felt by everyone around the stage. That's pretty impressive, Pink Cheeks. I knew you had some sort of plan to counter me. After all, you are friends with the nerd, he said, trying to ignore the pain in his left arm. Damn it. That was too close, he thought. It took him one shot. Uraraka realized in fear. Bakugo unleashes a huge demonstration of power. He blasted Uraraka's finishing move and remains untouched. Mike announced. She can touch him now in that state since he used a full blast, but with her current condition she can't stand up, Midoriya thought. I put everything I could into that. But I wasn't good enough, Uraraka thought as she shakily stood up again. Alright then. Time for us to get serious. Bakugo yelled as he rushed toward her. Uraraka. She tried to turn around and approach him but tripped, lacking the stamina to keep going. Uraraka is down, announced Present Mike. No, not yet. I can do this. I can still fight, she said, crawling toward Bakugo as he prepared to fight. She's already way past her limit, Ida said, worried. I'll win this. For you. I'll become a hero, was all she thought as she collapsed from exhaustion. Midnight approached her. Uraraka is KO'd. Bakugo advances to the second round, she declared as the crowd cheered. Why did you have to do that, Pink Cheeks? Bakugo wondered. He still won. But, Ojiro said. It still felt too mean, Hagakure continued. I wouldn't say that, Midoriya replied. What do you mean, Midoriya? She asked. If it were the old him, I'd say it felt awful. But as terrible as his personality is, he still cares about others, he stated. And besides, he didn't go all out. He held back against her. Such a big softy, Midoriya thought, amused. You call that caring? Didn't you see what he did to her? Ashido said, annoyed. There's no need for you to worry, Ashido. He's right, Tokoyami stated. I can agree with what he says, Mina, Azui reassured. What do you mean, Tsu? Ashido asked. Look over there, she pointed to where Uraraka lay. They saw Bakugo carrying her to a stretcher. After that he spoke to Midnight. Midnight, will she be okay? Bakugo asked. Don't worry about her. She'll be able to recover, she said as the medbots took her to the infirmary. You should probably head there too. It looks like you overused your quirk, Midnight advised. Yeah, I'll go, he replied as he headed down the stage. Alright, that is all for the first round. We're taking a quick break before the next round and we'll be back with more matches. Mike announced as the stadium cheered. Midoriya got up and headed to the waiting room. I should probably check on how she's feeling, he thought as he approached. Hey nerd, he heard someone shout. It was Bakugo. Hey Kaken. Congrats on your victory, Midoriya replied. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, it was your idea, wasn't it? What made you think that would help her defeat me? Bakugo asked. It sounded like she was desperate. You wouldn't think of something that annoying, he replied. It's because I didn't, Midoriya said, leaving Bakugo to hum at the response. If you think that match was difficult, it's because of her strategy, not mine, he continued. It wasn't difficult. Bakugo grumbled, annoyed, as he left for the stands. I'll see you later, Kaken. I'll be in the waiting room, Midoriya called as he headed back. Hey, Uraraka, are you okay? He asked before entering. Man, I lost. Too bad, she said with a smile, leaving Midoriya in shock. Guess I got a little carried away at the end, thinking I had it in the bag. Dang it. She complained. You seem fine, but weren't you injured? Midoriya asked. Yeah. Recovery girl took care of me. She was really careful not to drain my stamina too much, though. So I've still got a few scratches and bruises, she explained. Uraraka, I don't buy it. Are you sure you're okay? Midoriya asked with empathy in his voice as she sighed. I guess there really is no hiding from you, is there? Uraraka said, dropping the act. Meanwhile, Bakugo returned to the arena. Hey Bakugo. Siro greeted. Playing the villain must have been tough. He teased. Even if it was just because of who you're up against, you did make a pretty convincing bad guy, Azui bluntly stated as Bakugo told them to be quiet. For real dude, I don't know how you're able to aim a powerful blast at a girl like that. I couldn't help but hold back against Shiozaki. Kaminari grumbled. She completely overpowered you, Kaminari, Azui said, and he told her to let him have his moment. I definitely wouldn't call that girl frail, Bakugo said as he sat down to watch the tiebreaker between Kirishima and Tetsu. The whole class thought, was that a compliment? But didn't want to question it. Back at the rest area, Uraraka expressed her admiration for Bakugo. It's just that Bakugo is really awesome. Whenever someone almost defeats you, you both stand up, no matter the situation. So, I figured I must do the same. Keep pushing forward. She started to sob. But when Bakugo beat me, I couldn't stand up. I didn't live up to the expectations of many. I just gave up. I'm a failure, Tears streamed down her face. Midoriya hugged her to comfort her, which took her by surprise. Let it all out, Uraraka, he said as her crying intensified, staining his uniform. It's okay to feel like a failure, regardless of what others say. Those who experience failure often come back stronger because they treat it as a turning point in their lives. You can't expect to always fight endlessly. After all, we are only human. Failure is natural, so always keep looking forward. Remember what I told all of you back at the introductory speech. Don't worry about what others think of you. If you failed today, hold your head up high and move forward because it's not the end of your journey. There will always be chances to show yourself. There will always be a next time. So always do your best. Don't forget that, alright? Back at the arena, the arm wrestling match was held. Despite the odds, Kirishima defeated Tetsu. Kirishima used his hardening to grip Tetsu's hands so tightly that it cracked, causing Tetsu to flinch and put his arm down. Tetsu blamed himself for not eating enough iron for breakfast. Midnight pronounced Kirishima the winner of the tiebreaker, and they shook hands, acknowledging their manly match. Back at the rest area, Uraraka expressed her gratitude to Midoriya. Thank you, Deku, she said, wiping her tears. I promise I'll do my best. That's more like it. Midoriya replied as he heard an announcement. The next match will now begin. Please proceed to the arena. That's my cue to leave, he said, getting up to head to the doorway. Hey, Deku, Uraraka called out, making him turn. I'll be rooting for you, she cheered, earning a grin from Midoriya. Thanks, he replied as he left the room to face Ibara Shiozaki. Back at the rest area, Uraraka received a call from her father but had forgotten to respond, so she dialed him back. Sorry for not picking up earlier, Daddy, Uraraka greeted her father on the phone. No, it's fine, he responded. Sorry for calling when you're busy. Your mom and I just watched you on TV. You almost won. You were amazing. It wasn't that close. I rushed it too much at the end. I didn't have a backup plan if that move didn't work out, she doubted herself. You lost. But that doesn't mean you can't be a pro hero, her father encouraged. I know. That's why I'll work even harder. Uraraka cheered. If I want to help you guys out, I won't give up. That's what I like to hear, her father said. It must have been from that boy in the introductory speech, huh, Ochako? He teased. See, come on, Daddy. I just felt really inspired by what Deku said, she retorted, embarrassed. Nicknames, huh? Her father teased further, making Uraraka blush. Anyway, there's no need to rush, Ochako. The very fact that you feel that way shows me you'll become a kind and caring hero one day. I'm so proud of you, her father said, making her emotional. Thank you, Daddy. The quarterfinals then began with the first match, Midoriya versus Shiozaki from Class 1B. The match ended quickly. Shiozaki used her vines to try to overwhelm Midoriya, but it didn't go as planned. Midoriya used his flames as a shield to burn the vines and moved closer to her at extreme speeds. He closed in on her and pushed her to the edge, winning the first match of the quarterfinals. Shiozaki is out of bounds. Midoriya wins the match. Midnight yelled as the crowd cheered. He quickly returned to the stands to watch the others fight. Soon, he heard Kirishima approaching. Did I miss anything too important? Kirishima asked, catching his breath. Yeah. You missed Midoriya's fight with Shiozaki. You should have seen it. It was faster than Kaminari's round, replied Siro, causing Kaminari and Kirishima to sigh in defeat. But hey, congratulations on making it to the next round, Kaminari complimented. Thanks man. Looks like I take on Bakugo next, Kirishima said with confidence. I'll take you down, Bakugo threatened. Yeah sure. In your dreams. Kirishima shot back. Seriously though, it's crazy how you, Todoroki, and Midoriya have moves that could shake the whole stadium. Must be nice. Kirishima complained. Plus, you don't have to pause between attacks, Siro added. Are you really that clueless? You guys, Bakugo warned again. It's not that simple, Midoriya spoke up. What do you mean? Kirishima asked, raising an eyebrow. If you overuse your muscles, you risk tearing them. If you sprint too much, you run out of breath, Bakugo explained, looking at his palms. Your point being? Kaminari asked. Remember that quirks are physical abilities too. They can get worn out, like how I overheat when I use my fire too much, Midoriya clarified. We all have our limits, Bakugo continued. It makes sense if you put it that way, Kirishima replied as the second match of the quarter-finals began, Todoroki versus Ishido. I hope you don't lash out too much at her, Todoroki, Midoriya thought anxiously. The match went by quickly. Ishido closed in on Todoroki using her acid, but to her surprise, he was able to freeze it, immobilizing her and securing his victory. Ishido has been immobilized. Todoroki is the winner of this match. Midnight announced as the crowd erupted in cheers. Looks like I'm fighting Todoroki next round. Both of them thought simultaneously as the next match began, Ida versus Tokoyami. Everyone expected Tokoyami to win, but to their surprise, Ida triumphed using his special move, Recipro Burst, which caused Dark Shadow to flinch and weakened him. Ida quickly pushed Tokoyami out of bounds, claiming victory. The final match began, Bakugo versus Kirishima. Bakugo wasted no time, using explosions to rush at Kirishima and attack him. Kirishima hardened his defense, but Bakugo continued to press the attack. As time went on, Bakugo noticed Kirishima's hardening was fading. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a barrage of explosions, knocking Kirishima out. DE. Bakugo yelled as he delivered a final explosion, defeating Kirishima. Ladies and gentlemen, our final four. Mike announced as the screen displayed Todoroki, Midoriya, Ida, and Bakugo. It was time for the semi-finals. Midoriya walked toward the arena when he sensed someone approaching from another corridor. It was no ordinary person. This individual radiated an unusually high temperature. It was Endeavor. Endeavor, he said coolly, aware of the hero's past actions. I was looking for you, Endeavor replied. What do you want, Endeavor? Midoriya asked, slightly agitated. I watched you in the obstacle race and your fight against that brainwashing guy. Your power is impressive, Endeavor praised. To control fire as well as increase your strength and speed. What's he getting at? Midoriya wondered. Your other ability reminds me of a quirk. You seem to have much in common with All Might, Endeavor analyzed. Midoriya felt a surge of annoyance. What is it with this family thinking I am All Might's secret love child? Everyone always says that. Many people have pointed it out, but I'm not related to All Might in any way, he quickly dismissed. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a match to get to, he added as he turned to walk away. It's my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might as the #1 hero, Endeavor said, stopping Midoriya in his tracks. His match with you will be a good testing ground for how much training he has left. So hit him hard. Don't disgrace yourself for him by holding back. Midoriya had heard enough. He turned back, recalling Todoroki's declaration about proving he could take first place without using his left side. That's all I wanted to say. I apologize for bothering you. Endeavor began to walk away but was interrupted. Why can't I move? Endeavor shouted, feeling a sudden tension. Listen well, you pathetic excuse for a #2 hero, Midoriya snarled angrily. What did you say? It's not nice to provoke your elders. Now let me. Endeavor tried to respond but was cut off. I am not All Might, Midoriya stated firmly. Of course, that much I know, Endeavor began, but Midoriya interrupted again. The same goes for Todoroki. He may be your son, but he isn't you, Midoriya said, locking eyes with Endeavor. When did this kid look so intimidating? Endeavor thought. I won't pry into your personal problems, but maybe consider talking to your family again and apologizing to them. And take your wife out of that hospital, Midoriya ordered. The semi-finals will now begin, Mike announced as the crowd roared with excitement. Anyway, glad we had this talk. You may go now, he said, walking away and releasing Endeavor from his control. Apologize soon rather than later, or you'll regret it. It's not too late to ask for forgiveness, he advised. Otherwise, they might forget you when they grow up, Midoriya added, leaving Endeavor speechless. So the match hasn't started yet? Uraraka asked as she returned. URH. Ida exclaimed, surprised by Uraraka's swollen eyes. Oh good, she continued. Something's wrong with your eyes. You need to see Recovery Girl. He insisted, but Uraraka shrugged it off. I already did. This is from something else, she reassured him. Anyway, I want to watch these matches in person. This is where everyone's efforts are finally going to pay off, she replied. Of course, Ida said understandingly. Hey, pink cheeks. Bakugo shouted at Uraraka, making her shiver. What is it, Bakugo? She asked, trying to mask her annoyance. I'm sorry if I hit you too hard in that match, got it? He replied, a hint of anger in his voice. Apologized. The whole class thought in unison. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Plus, you didn't hold back, just like you said at the beginning of the festival, Uraraka replied, surprising everyone. Why is she acting so normal about it? They wondered again. Whatever. Don't do that again. Your plan looked desperate. Try to think of another way around your opponent, you hear me? Bakugo yelled. I'll do my best. Uraraka said cheerfully. He's giving advice. Who is this guy and what did he do to Bakugo? They mentally screamed, trying to comprehend the situation. What are you staring at me for, extras? Bakugo yelled at the rest of the class. And nothing. They all responded as the corners of the stage were set ablaze with cheers from the crowd. It was time for the first semi-final round, Midoriya versus Todoroki. I can feel the anticipation in the stadium, Mike announced. And that's because the first match of the semi-finals is going to be epic, he informed loudly as both Midoriya and Todoroki approached the stage. It's the guy who keeps winning by a landslide in the last 2 rounds while also freezing half of the audience. The hero courses, Shoto Todoroki, Mike announced as the crowd erupted in excitement. Verse. The student who keeps pushing his way through any obstacle. With powerful quirks and searing talent. His classmate Izuku Midoriya. Mike yelled, and the whole stadium went wild. So here we are, Todoroki said, looking directly at Midoriya. And only one of us can win. Midoriya stated, glaring back. Tokoyami, how do you think this match will go? Ida asked him. It might be an uneventful match considering Midoriya can use his fire to melt Todoroki's ice. Tokoyami replied. That's the problem. How will Todoroki compete against Deku's fire and strength? Uraraka asked, perplexed. But this is also the semi-finals, meaning Todoroki can't let that happen, he added. Both of the heroes in training have been front-runners in the sports festival, Mike announced. But which one of these rivals will advance to the last round? Prepare for. Mike started as Midoriya got into position to fight. Midoriya versus Todoroki, he finished as Todoroki took his stance. He'll start with an ice attack, dropping his temperature so I can't control him, Midoriya thought. He probably plans to get rid of my ice using his punches and fire. But with my current strength, I can negate that, Todoroki thought. So as soon as we start, both of them thought as they prepared to attack, with Midoriya charging up full cowl to 25% while Todoroki readied a huge blast of ice. Match. Begin. Mike announced as they both made their moves. Now, Todoroki thought as he sent a massive block of ice straight towards his opponent. Before Todoroki could even send the ice, Midoriya jumped high into the air. It would take too long to produce my fire with the coldness of the ice, so I won't use it for now. I don't know how strong his attack is, so I will not use my fingers or fists since it might be too weak. And if I use full power, I'll be put out of commission, he thought as he prepared to use another new move. So I'll use my legs since I trained them to be stronger. I can't just copy everything from All Might. After all, I'm not him. One for all, full cowling. He waited for Todoroki to fully send the ice towards him. When it was sent, he yelled in his mind, "Now!" as he called out his move. Shoot style. He kicked the air, sending a massive shockwave much stronger than his punch could produce, redirecting the ice back toward Todoroki, who quickly propped up an ice wall behind him, letting the audience experience a cold and harsh breeze. "What?" Mike yelled. Midoriya kicked the air to send Todoroki's ice back. He announced as the crowd erupted in cheers. Back in the stands, he can use one for all in his legs. Bakugo thought, shocked at what his rival could do. Just as I suspected. He has more tricks up his sleeve to counter me, Todoroki argued mentally. Back on the field, Midoriya managed to break Todoroki's insane opening move. Mike shouted as the audience grew more excited. He had no way of knowing how powerful young Todoroki's attack was going to be, so he used his legs since they're much stronger than his arms. "When did you get so cool, young Midoriya?" All Might thought joyfully at his successor in the stands. "Gotta get close to him quick," Midoriya thought as he landed and dashed toward Todoroki. He was then met with another barrage of ice. "I need to subdue him quickly," Todoroki thought desperately. "Use your fire, Todoroki," demanded Midoriya as he dodged the ice. "What? Didn't you hear what I said earlier?" Todoroki replied, encasing Midoriya in ice. "I'll never use my left side." Fortunately, Midoriya had a wisp of fire around him, which he used to slice through the ice cage. I don't know much about Todoroki's fighting style. His attacks are so fast that it's hard to collect data on him, Midoriya thought carefully. The ice behind him is probably how he plans to keep being blown out of bounds with my smashes. Gotta keep him from recovering. "Let's continue," said Todoroki with no emotion. More ice came his way but was quickly melted or crushed. Yet Todoroki persisted, sending even more. His judgment, mobility, reasoning, and all of his abilities are incredible. Even though he only uses ice, Midoriya concluded. "That kid's even better than the average pro," one audience member commented. "Even though Midoriya keeps pushing him back, he can still go on," another added. "Guess that's what you would expect from the son of the number 2 hero." The ice kept coming. Is he going through insanity? Midoriya thought as he sent another shockwave to push the ice back. Then he noticed Todoroki's body starting to shake. "You're trembling, Todoroki." "I can see it," he pointed out, noticing half of Todoroki's body was covered with frost. "You're reaching some kind of limit. That means there's a limit to the cold your body can take." Right? Todoroki sent another wave of ice his way, only for it to be destroyed by the shockwave from Midoriya's kick. "I get it. Usually, you'd make up for the drop in temperature by using the heat on your left side. But you refuse to do that now." Midoriya yelled. "Shut up. Why are you doing this?" Todoroki yelled angrily, sending even more ice, but it came slower this time. His movements are becoming much more stiff. Did he use his ice too much? Bakugo hypothesized from the stands. "The ice attacks look much weaker and slower than earlier. I can use my arm to get rid of it this time," Midoriya thought. "Listen, we're all giving it our all. To try and win. To make our dreams a reality. To become number 1. He declared as more ice came. "You think you can win with half your strength?" he yelled, falling back and pinged back his arm. "Look at me, Todoroki. You haven't managed to put a single scratch on me yet." He punched the air to disperse the ice. "So come at me with all you've got." He sent Todoroki back with the air pressure, but Todoroki stopped it with another block of ice behind him. He countered it once again. Mike shouted as more audience members cheered. "Midoriya, what are you trying to do here? You want my fire?" Todoroki asked, provoked. "What? Did my monster of a dad bribe you, or?" He was cut off by Midoriya punching him in the gut. A solid punch. Mike announced, igniting another uproar.
Oh.
He hit Todoroki. Commented one of the pro.
Truce.
I couldn't care less about that power-hungry maniac. Todoroki shouted, stumbling back as another ice attack came at him, with Todoroki propping up 2 ice pillars behind him. I may not have experienced what he did to you, but that's no reason not to go all out, he stated as they both stood for a moment. Why are you putting yourself through this? Todoroki asked, still trembling from the cold. I want to live up to people's expectations, Midoriya stated while running at him. I want to be able to smile while doing something good for them. I want to be a pro. Whatever it takes to be a hero. He continued. Todoroki just stood there, conflicted. Midoriya then headbutt him. That's why I'll give it my all. Just like you should. He demanded as Todoroki stumbled back. So stop screwing around. Midoriya yelled. If you want to reject your father, that's fine. But you don't have the right to be number one if you aren't going to use your full power. Midoriya shouted. With that statement, Todoroki remembered his childhood. He recalled the pain and pressure from his father, who had trained him to be perfect, a weapon to surpass the symbol of peace. Stand up. If you get hurt that easily, you can forget about beating All Might, his father had said. His mother had begged him to stop pushing Shoto, who was only 5 years old. Mama? Shoto had asked, concerned for her well-being. After that ordeal, he cried on her shoulder, saying he didn't want to become what his father had made of her. But honey, you do still want to be a hero, don't you? She had asked gently. Just remember, stay true to yourself. You can be the kind of hero you want to be when you grow up, she reminded him. As time passed, he watched his siblings play in the courtyard, hoping to join them, only to be stopped by Endeavor. He remembered overhearing his mother talking to his grandmother, saying she couldn't raise him anymore and wanted to run away from that life. What are you saying? Shoto asked as she turned around, fearing what he had heard. Suddenly, she poured hot water on his left side. Shut up. Todoroki yelled, pushed back by Midoriya's punch, but he quickly stopped himself with ice pillars. That's why you can't win this. I'll still surpass you. Midoriya shouted. In a flashback, Endeavor expressed his anger. Moronic woman. To hurt you at such an important time. Where did Mom go? Shoto asked. Oh. She hurt my masterpiece, so I put her in a hospital to keep you safe, Endeavor replied, and Shoto glared at him, feeling that it was his father's fault. I will reject you. Todoroki was sent back but quickly got up, still freezing. I refuse. To use my left side. He declared. Midoriya clenched his fists in anger. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. That phrase triggered a long-forgotten memory for Todoroki. Yes, children often inherit quirks from their parents. But the most important thing to remember is that a quirk is what you make of it. You decide how you use it. Only you can decide to become a hero. All Might's voice echoed in his mind. Honey, you do still want to be a hero, don't you? His mother asked, stroking his hair. Just remember, stay true to yourself. I didn't realize how much I've forgotten, Todoroki thought as the frost began to disappear. Feeling the rise in temperature, Midoriya felt relieved. He's using it. You are not a prisoner of your lineage. It's okay to use your power to become who you want to be. Suddenly, Todoroki's left side flared up. What is that? Mike announced excitedly. He's using his fire. Uraraka exclaimed, feeling the heat. You made him use his father's power, young Midoriya. You helped him confront his past, All Might thought. Ida recalled Todoroki's earlier reluctance to use his left side in battle. Incredible. He made him use his left side, Ida commented. Back on the field, Todoroki said, you're still helping your opponent. Even though you want to win this competition. I want it too. I'll be a hero. Todoroki grinned. I'll surpass you. With my own power. Midoriya smiled at the sight of Todoroki's flames. Then from the stands, Endeavor shouted, Oh, have you finally accepted your purpose? That's it. Very good. This is the dawn of a new era for us. With my BLD in your veins, you'll surpass anyone here. His words made Todoroki drop a single tear. Endeavor certainly shouts words of encouragement. What a doting father. Mike announced. Midoriya thought, "Biggie," while Bakugo muttered, "That's supposed to be encouraging." "Give it everything you've got, Todoroki," Midoriya urged as he prepared for his final move, charging both of his powers. "You must be crazy. Don't blame me for what happens next," Todoroki warned, creating ice on his foot and fire on his arm. "That's at midnight. One of them could get hurt," Cementos said, manipulating cement towards the stage. Midnight tore her costume to release sleep-inducing gas. Todoroki sent a massive glacier of ice toward Midoriya, who dodged by jumping into the air. Midoriya prepared to kick while adding his green flames to the attack. "Come at me with your full power, Todoroki," he thought. Improvised special move, Flash Freeze Heatwave. Todoroki mentally called out. "Thank you," he thought as he unleashed a dense burst of fire. Torrid Influx. Midoriya countered, sending a heat wave with his kick. Cementos put up 5 walls of cement, but they barely held. The attacks collided, causing a massive explosion that shook the entire stadium. Shockwaves sent both Cementos and Midnight flying, felt by everyone, even those outside. "Holy CRP!" Mineta exclaimed, while Kaminari shielded himself. "What's happening down there?" Yaoyorozu asked, worried about her classmates. The audience was left in stunned silence. Back at the now-destroyed stage, Cementos stood up. "Having great power doesn't mean you'll be a good hero. But these two are amazing." Present Mike fell back into his chair, exclaiming, "What happened just now? What the heck is up with your students?" Aizawa explained, "The air around the ring cooled down and rapidly expanded when heated up." "How hot did those flames get?" Mike asked. "Geez, I can't see a thing. Is the match still going on or what?" he said, confused as Midnight stood up to assess the situation. As the dust settled, Midoriya was revealed, standing where he had been at the beginning, his uniform slightly torn and looking exhausted. Meanwhile, Todoroki was outside the boundary, propped up by his ice, with the left side of his uniform burned. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya wins and advances to the last round. Midnight announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers. In the stands, the students discussed how Midoriya and Todoroki had managed to remain on stage. "I get that Midoriya won, but how are they still there? Shouldn't one of them have been blown off?" questioned Ida. "Yeah, Hagakure echoed. "It was probably Midoriya's doing," Yaoyorozu stated. "Deku did that," Uraraka exclaimed, shocked. "You weren't watching closely," Bakugo interjected. "When their moves collided, Deku controlled himself and icy hot," he explained. Deku used his fire to protect himself during the collision, while also controlling icy hot to prevent them from being blown off. "Well, I guess that half-and-half guy was held back by the ice he put up behind him to stop from flying off," he concluded. "So that explains why he looks so tired. He was concentrating hard to protect them." From the devastation, Yaoyorozu confirmed. With what little strength he had left, Midoriya walked over to Todoroki. "Hey, Todoroki. Are you alright?" he asked. "Yeah. I think so," Todoroki replied weakly. "But why did you do that? Why didn't you let me fly off?" he questioned. "A hero always helps someone in need, no matter the consequences," Midoriya advised. "Anyway, I should probably help you to the infirmary." "You're too nice for your own good," Todoroki said, and Midoriya chuckled. "Don't worry, I can still move," he reassured him. "If you say so," Midoriya sighed, holding out his arm. "So how about it? Let's fight again someday," he requested with a smile. "I'll get stronger with my own power. And then I can fight you again," Todoroki declared, taking Midoriya's hand. "We'll be taking a 20-minute break to repair the stage," Mike announced, prompting them to leave the stage. "You made me realize that this power is mine, not someone else's." "How do you do it?" Todoroki thought as he slowly approached the tunnel. "Whatever the case, thank you for making me realize, Midoriya." As Todoroki neared the tunnel, he saw Endeavor standing there and stopped. "What's the matter? Not going to tell me to get lost?" Endeavor questioned. "I know you failed," he continued. "You need to learn how to control your left side. It's dangerous to release so much energy like that. He uncrossed his arms. But I'm glad you're finally seeing reason. Now that you've abandoned your childish rebellion, we can get back to what's important. Endeavor held out his arm. After you graduate, you'll work by my side. I'll lead you down the path of the mighty Shoto, he said with a smile. I haven't abandoned anything, Todoroki replied coldly, shocking Endeavor. You're a fool to think my feelings can be so easily reversed. He looked at his left hand. Instead, out there, for that one moment I forgot all about you, he stated, causing Endeavor to gasp. Whether that's good or bad, whether it's the right thing to do, I don't know, Todoroki implied as he walked away. Maybe I don't need you. Meanwhile, Endeavor stood there, blank-faced, processing his son's words. He recalled what Midoriya had said before their match. Apologize soon rather than later, or you'll regret it. It's not too late to ask for forgiveness. Otherwise, they might forget you when they grow up. What that child said was true. Endeavor thought in disbelief. What should I do? He questioned himself, trying to figure out how to apologize. He remembered another thing Midoriya told him. I won't pry into your personal problems, but maybe consider talking to your family again and apologize to them. And take your wife out of that dreaded mental hospital. What am I saying? I don't even know if they'll forgive me. What can I do? Meanwhile, in Recovery Girl's office, she advised, I see no problem with him. Just rest up until the final match, oi. Midoriya nodded, and she sighed. Have you been putting too much pressure on him again? She scolded, hitting All Might, who was watching. It was necessary and that hurts. He winced in pain. By the way, All Might back in the fight with Shinso, I saw them again, Midoriya said, causing All Might to turn to him. You had another vision, he asked, and Midoriya nodded. Well, what did you see? I had the same feeling as back at the USJ. When I was under Shinso's brainwash, that vision somehow cleared my head for a short time, he explained. It was much clearer than back at the USJ. Someone in that group definitely had eyes like yours, All Might. I'm still there. As a ghost? He asked nervously. You still don't have answers. Midoriya exclaimed. All I know is that I think it's a trace of the user's power left behind. Like I said, it won't interfere with your progress in the future. I'm sure, he replied. That explanation's still not satisfying, Midoriya said, scratching his head. Just forget about it. All Might advised. Anyway, I'm just glad you're Al, he continued, but a slam of the door cut him off. Midoriya, did you? Ida, Azui, Mineta, and Uraraka exclaimed as they entered. You scared me, All Might said under his breath while he coughed. Are you okay? Uraraka asked, concerned as she saw the deflated All Might. Oh, it's nice to meet you, sir, she greeted him, unaware of his true identity. Yeah, deflated All Might replied. Hey you guys. Don't worry, I'm all right, Midoriya said with a smile, making them sigh in relief. Ida, shouldn't you be preparing for your match against Kaken? He asked. The stage was too damaged. It will be a while until the next match, so I figured I'd stop by, Ida explained. That match was the scariest thing I've ever seen, Midoriya. I didn't know that could happen when both of your moves hit each other, Mineta said, stuttering, while Azui used her tongue to silence him. Stop that, Mineta. It just happened. No need to remind him ribbit, she said, retracting her tongue. Hey, I'm just stating the obvious. Mineta yelled at her. You're much too noisy. Recovery Girl scolded. If you feel fine now, get out and go back to your seats, she ordered. Why yes, ma'am. They quickly replied while exiting the infirmary. In the hallway, Ida thought he should start heading to his rest area, so he told his classmates, I'll be in the waiting room. I advise you all to go back to the stadium. Good luck, Ida, they called as they quickly returned to the stands. Back in the infirmary, Recovery Girl looked at All Might with a frown. So, he saw you there too, she said. That's a good thing, All Might replied, his expression serious. Ida's POV. I left Midoriya and my other classmates to wait for the next round, my match against Bakugo. I can't underestimate him. As I reached the waiting room, I realized I hadn't called my brother yet, so I took the initiative and dialed his number. Hey, How are you, Tensei? I greeted, but his voicemail responded, I'm currently on a mission and cannot answer the phone. Please leave a message. I sighed and ended the call. It's probably not a good time to message him right now. After all, he's doing far more important things. Well, maybe I could tell him I won later. Flashback to before the cafeteria chaos. Are you too familiar with the turbo hero, Ingenium? Ida asked his friends. Yes, I know all about him. Midoriya exclaimed. He's a popular pro with 65 sidekicks working under him in his Tokyo agency. Wait, don't tell me. Midoriya realized. He's my elder brother. Ida said proudly. Your family's famous. Uraraka said cheerfully. I can't believe it. Midoriya replied in awe. Ingenium is an unmatched commander who honors the hero code. As the second eldest Ida's son, I strive to become just like him, he explained. Flashback and oh well, I hope you're doing well, brother. I hope I'll make you proud, Tensei. The next match will now begin. Meanwhile, in Hosu City, police sirens echoed throughout the city, which was under high alert due to a report of a wanted villain. Heroes patrolled the area, hoping to find the elusive criminal. One of the heroes present was Ingenium, Ida's older brother. Squad A, go north. Squad B, check the west side. Ingenium commanded while sprinting. Squad A, roger. Squad B, roger. Came the responses through his communicator. While running through the streets, Tensei sensed something amiss in an alleyway and quickly took action. Back there, he said to himself. No doubt about it, it's him, he confirmed while landing in front of the target. I found you, he shouted at the silhouette of a tall man with bloodshot eyes, holding blades and knives throughout his body while wearing a red scarf. Hero killer. Back at you. Welcome back, sports fans. Present Mike announced as the crowd roared back to life. The final match for the semifinals will now begin, he declared as the screen displayed the competitors, Ida versus Bakugo. Coming from a long line of heroes with the power of speed on his side. From the hero course, Tenya, Mike announced as the crowd erupted in excitement. Versus middle school hotshot and the powerful explosive teen, his classmate, Katsuki Bakugo. Mike continued, and the audience cheered even louder. In the stands, Uraraka asked, How do you think this match will go, Deku? Well, it might be a stretch, but I think this round will only last for at least 10 seconds or so, he replied, and the others nodded in agreement. I agree. This might last in just a flash, Kaminari confirmed. In the battlefield, Ida thought nervously, this will be difficult. He might be faster than me, but with my training I could catch up. This is going to be a test of agility and speed. Let the last match of the semifinals begin. Mike announced. In a split second, both rushed toward each other with incredible speed, calling their moves. Ignited speed, / reciprocal burst. He's not wasting any time. Ida thought as he closed in on Bakugo, delivering a kick that missed. When he landed, he kicked Bakugo again, sending him to the ground. Ugh, grunted Bakugo, feeling the impact of the kick. Look at that speed. Mike announced excitedly. Oh, that was a heavy hit, exclaimed Siro. I didn't know he could kick like that, commented Kaminari. Bakugo quickly recovered and sent an explosion at Ida, who dodged by jumping. He quickly grabbed Bakugo and stormed toward the borderline, trying to throw him out of bounds. 6 seconds until my engines are stalled. Got to throw him out. His thoughts were interrupted. Don't underestimate me, for eyes. Bakugo yelled, gripping Ida's arm firmly. He used an explosion on his leg to correct his posture, lifted Ida off the ground with the momentum, and shouted, Now, die. As he spun rapidly and unleashed his move, X-Catapult. Ida flew over the ring and slammed into the wall. Ugh, he yelped in pain. Ida is out of bounds. Bakugo is the winner of this match. Midnight announced as the crowd erupted in cheers. That was probably one of the fastest matches in the sports festival. But in the end, Bakugo takes the victory. Mike exclaimed. That means our final fight will be between Midoriya and Bakugo. Mike announced, and Bakugo looked up to see Midoriya. So it's us fighting. Figures, they both mentally noted. Poor Ida, said Uraraka, disheartened that her friend didn't win. Bakugo sent him flying out of the ring. What power, Kirishima remarked. In Class 1B's booth, Kendo teased Monoma, you chose a terrifying person to make your enemy. Not at all. Just luck that he was faster than that guy, he replied, still sweating. These finals have been one big showcase for Class 1A. Damn it. Tetsu complained. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. These first years are amazing, commented one audience member. The draft is gonna be so insane this year, another added. We will be taking a quick break. Until then, prepare yourself for the final battle of the festival. Mike announced. I'll be going now, Midoriya said to his classmates. I'll go with you, Deku. Uraraka approached him. To check on Tenya, she added, worried about her friend as Midoriya nodded. I'm sorry, brother, Ida said, ashamed of himself as he stood up and walked out of the stadium. Meanwhile, back in an alleyway in Hosu City, the scene was grim. Ingenium lay on the ground, injured and bleeding. Fame, money, the hero killer stated. That's what all you who call yourselves heroes are really after. He drew his blade, crushing Ingenium's phone that displayed a missed call from his brother. But you BSTRDS are not heroes, the hero killer continued. Except to him. The only one with permission to kill me. All Might is worthy. After being healed by Recovery Girl, Ida went to the rest area. In the waiting room, he sat, still disappointed about not winning. Uraraka and Midoriya entered. Ida, they both called. Uraraka, Midoriya. What are you doing here? He asked. Well, my round will be starting soon. So that's that, Midoriya stated. But I also came to see how you're feeling, he continued. Yeah. You look kind of down after your defeat, Tenya, Uraraka said worriedly. Don't worry. I'll be fine, he reassured them, easing their tension. The final match will now begin. Please proceed to the arena. Well, I'll see you guys then. Wish me luck. Midoriya said, waving goodbye. Good luck, Deku, yelled Uraraka. Good luck, Midoriya. Do your best, encouraged Ida. I will, Midoriya replied as he exited the rest area. Let's go, Uraraka. We shouldn't be Ida started, but he began vibrating uncontrollably. Oh. What's wrong? Uraraka asked, concerned. It's just my phone, Ida reassured as he picked it up, and Uraraka sighed in relief. Mother, he thought as he scanned the contact. Can you please let me answer this? You can go ahead. I'll see you in the stands, he asked Uraraka. Sure thing. I'll see you then, she replied while exiting. He accepted the call. Hello, Mom, he greeted. I hate to tell you this. But I lost, he said quietly. No, son, I'm not calling about that, his mother reassured. I mean, I'm sorry. But Tenya, she said, her voice low and shaky. Please listen carefully. It's your brother. A villain got Tensei. She informed, and Ida gasped at the realization. Someone had taken him. Back in Hosu City, the hero killer sat in a water tower, surveying the city. You haven't even noticed it, have you? He said, liking the BLD off his sword. This warped society. Mired by hypocrisy and vanity. That's far, and I'll open your eyes, heroes. Just then, a misty figure materialized behind him. He swung his sword, but it went through the figure, who was Kurogiri, the mist villain of the League of Villains. Please remain calm. We are of the same mind, Kurogiri assured. I have been searching for you, hero killer, Stain. I heard of your exploits and wanted to meet you in person. Kurogiri continued, I think you'll be interested in what we have to offer. Meanwhile, in a dark room in front of a bright monitor, Shigaraki observed a photo of the hero killer fleeing the scene of a crime. Hero killer. Stain. Meanwhile, back at the stadium, Ida spoke to his friends in the stands. Uraraka, Azui. I know this is sudden, but I have to leave now. He shared the news that a villain had targeted his elder brother, causing both girls to gasp in shock. Wait, are you saying your brother is hurt? Azui asked, her concern evident. Ida confirmed her fears, and Uraraka asked, do they think he's going to be okay? I don't know many details yet. That's why I have to go right away, he replied, his head down. Please send my regards to Midoriya or Bakugo. He bowed as he left, and the girls returned to their seats. Ingenium. I hope he's okay, Todoroki thought, listening in on their conversation. The stage then flared up at the corners, signaling that the final battle would commence. Midoriya's POV alright. The final match. Honestly, I'm quite nervous. I haven't recovered much. Just yet, and my stamina is still low. I don't know if I can even last 10 minutes out there. And knowing Kaken, he won't hold back against me. I joked to lighten my mood as I quickly approached the entrance. Bakugo's POV, this will be difficult. It's the final round, and even I can't last much longer. Those matches before really took a toll on my body. But that doesn't matter. I'll show everyone what a champion looks like. Watch and see All Might. Third POV, the final match was about to begin, and everyone in Japan was ecstatic to see who would win the sports festival. Midoriya and Bakugo stepped onto the stage to face each other. The stage's corners flared up as the crowd erupted in excitement. Welcome to the final battle of UA High School's sports festival. Mike announced loudly. In just a moment, we'll see which first year comes out on top. The screen displayed the final competitors, Midoriya versus Bakugo. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya, he yelled as the crowd cheered. Versus his classmate, Katsuki Bakugo. The crowd erupted again. Rivals since elementary school, which one of these representatives will take the top spot? I'll show the world who's going to be number one. Bakugo thought, smirking. I will defeat you, no matter what, Midoriya promised himself, smiling as he faced his rival. Now. Present mic started as they both raised an arm at each other. Begin. As the match started, Midoriya quickly manifested his fire and sent a wave of flames toward Bakugo. Midoriya's going on the assault. Mike yelled. Bakugo prepared his right hook, ready to call out his new move. Backfire counter. He shouted, using an explosion to send Midoriya's attack back at him. IT went back. Mike exclaimed as the crowd cheered. He can do that, yelled Kaminari. Wow, I didn't even see that coming, added Zero. Amazing. He used an explosion to send it back. Ashido explained. Oh, nice one, Kaken. Midoriya complimented as he manipulated the flames into a tornado, dispersing the attack into the sky. He controlled it. Mike announced. Of course the nerd would do that, Bakugo said, annoyed. Midoriya dashed toward Bakugo, hoping to close the distance. Bakugo charged at him as well. You've got some pretty powerful attacks. Bakugo yelled. I can say the same thing to you. Midoriya shot back, attempting to grab Bakugo, who quickly dodged. But you're bad at aiming. Bakugo taunted, grabbing Midoriya by the head and shoulders. He dodged Deku with a blast. Awesome, Uraraka pointed out. Bakugo gripped him firmly, preparing to throw him out of bounds. Try harder. Bakugo yelled as he sent Midoriya flying. Midoriya regained his composure and corrected his trajectory with his fire, skimming back toward Bakugo. Midoriya surfing on hot waves of fire to avoid going out of bounds. Mike announced. Looks like fun. Infernal cage. Midoriya yelled as green fire wrapped around Bakugo. He controlled the flames, hoping to send his opponent out of bounds. But Bakugo used explosions on his feet to prevent himself from moving further. You're not sending me out of bounds, Deku, he yelled. I will. Midoriya declared, dissipating the fire, which caught Bakugo off guard. With the speed and momentum from the explosion, Bakugo nearly sped out of the arena. Bakugo's still in the game. Mike yelled as the audience roared in anticipation of who would win. These two are incredible, All Might thought from the stands. Can they still go on? Todoroki wondered. Back with the powerful duo, they were now breathing heavily. Diamenet. That was too close, Bakugo thought, backing down a little to rest. This is going to drag on for some time if I can't finish this, Midoriya thought, still out of breath. It had only been a minute and 34 seconds since the start of the final round. Dash Pyre. Midoriya yelled as he quickly ran toward Bakugo to engage in close combat. Explosive speed. Bakugo yelled as he charged forward. Both of them threw punches at each other, causing them to flinch simultaneously. Pyro kick! Midoriya shouted, launching a fiery kick at his opponent. Fulminated fist! Bakugo countered with a punch packed with explosions. The intensity of their attacks began to wear them down. Midoriya felt a strain in his leg, prompting him to back off, while Bakugo stumbled back from the force of his own explosion. Stun grenade! Bakugo yelled, sending a blinding explosion toward Midoriya. Quick to react, Midoriya jumped and countered with a powerful kick. Shoot style, Manchester Smash. He thought, creating a shockwave that redirected the explosion. He stopped Bakugo's explosion. Mike announced, prompting cheers from the audience. Even though they're really tired, they're still competing for first place, Yaoyorozu observed. Can they keep it up? Tokoyami wondered. Bakugo leaped into the air, readying one of his signature moves. Howitzer impact, he yelled. Accretion twister. Midoriya responded, and their attacks collided, resulting in another explosion on stage. Midoriya quickly recovered, flicking his fingers. Delaware smash, air force. He thought, sending 8 streams of air toward Bakugo. Meanwhile, Bakugo prepared his own attack. AP shot, auto cannon, he shouted, launching bursts of explosions that quickly dissipated the air currents. Some explosions broke through, and Midoriya braced himself. Detroit smash. He thought, sending a powerful punch that redirected the blasts. Midoriya surged toward Bakugo, aiming to kick him. Shoot style, S. Lewis smash. He thought, delivering a roundhouse kick, but Bakugo blocked it and countered. Dai! He yelled, unleashing a massive explosion. Midoriya felt the strain of the battle. Thermal control, he shouted, redirecting the explosion skyward. Sweat dripped down his face as fatigue set in. Both fighters were breathing heavily. It hasn't been 10 minutes, yet they're still going at it. Mike exclaimed. I can't believe they've been fighting for at least 8 minutes, Tsuyu added. Midoriya mentally noted his exhaustion. It seems like Midoriya and Bakugo are at their limits, Aizawa remarked. They've gradually used up their energy since the finals began. Looks like things have calmed down. Who will move next? Mike called out. Stop screwing around, Deku, Bakugo growled. Use your fullest potential right here and now. But if I do that then, Midoriya started, but Bakugo interrupted. I'll tell you what will happen if you make a fool out of me. I'll show you I'm the best at this festival. Then you need to come at me with everything you've got. Bakugo shouted. There's no point if you don't use the same power you did on the first day. They're arguing. Yaoyorozu asked. It seems that way, Jiro replied. If you can't live up to your own words, then why are you even here? Bakugo yelled, charging at Midoriya with explosive speed. He's right, I need to give it everything. Midoriya thought, powering up. Green electricity and fire swirled around him. One for all full cowling, 50%. He mentally declared, feeling the strain on his body. It's getting hotter again. Jiro observed. Midoriya reassured himself, after this, I won't be able to move for a while, but it's okay. Bakugo, now airborne, prepared his signature move. If you're going to face me, don't hold back. He thought, enveloping himself in smoke. Here we go, Midoriya mentally prepared. Incendiary Willow, he yelled, summoning giant wisps of fire that encircled the arena. The flames surged toward Bakugo, who smirked and countered. Mortar impact, he shouted, diving toward the attack. The increased temperature made him sweat, propelling him faster. The attacks collided, creating a momentary silence before unleashing a massive shockwave that sent both Midoriya and Bakugo flying in opposite directions. Bakugo quickly regained his composure and braced himself against the concrete. Midoriya, on the other hand, attempted to use his fire to create a net of flames to keep himself from being blown off. Wahohoa! Bakugo combined speed and rotation with a huge blast like he did back at the obstacle course. Mike announced. Meanwhile, Midoriya used fire of multiple sizes to concentrate a blast against Bakugo. The audience buzzed with anticipation, eager to see the outcome. When the smoke finally settled, something unexpected appeared. Bakugo was on the ground, still holding his head up, while Midoriya was outside the boundary line, unconscious and suspended by his own flames. Huh? Bakugo tilted his head to face Midoriya's side. I won, he said, feeling a mix of anger and confusion. But why didn't you use your full power? It turned out that at the last moment, Midoriya's firestorm had dissipated due to quirk exhaustion. He slowly got up, trying his best not to fall over. No. Hey! He called out as he approached Bakugo. Stop messing around, he yelled, gripping him in a threatening manner. This isn't a real win for me unless you try harder. It can't end this way. Fatigue finally caught up with him, and he faltered. Midnight approached to check on both competitors. After a quick observation, she raised her hand. Midoriya is out of bounds. That means Bakugo is the winner, she declared, and the crowd erupted in cheers. And with that, the final match is officially over. The first-year champion of the UA Sports Festival is Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. Mike announced, and the audience cheered once again. No. Deku lost. Uraraka looked a little saddened. I thought he would win for sure, but seems like I was wrong, Siro said. Young Midoriya. All Might worried from the stands. The tournament finals had come to an end with Bakugo as the victor, a result that was both expected and surprising. After the final match, both competitors were sent to the infirmary for healing. Moments later, Cementos began deconstructing the stage to prepare for the awards ceremony. The first-year students have completed all the events for the UA Sports Festival, Midnight announced as fireworks filled the air. Now it's time to relax and enjoy the awards ceremony, she continued, and the audience cheered with excitement. As the smoke cleared, 3 podiums rose from the ground. Todoroki stood on the podium labeled 3, Midoriya on the podium labeled 2, looking at Bakugo, who was chained to the seat on the podium labeled 1, squirming to escape. Whoa! Mineta yelped in shock. What the heck? Jiro asked, confused. He's been going nuts ever since he woke up, Kirishima explained as the class sweat dropped. Man, Bakugo. Pull yourself together, he added. He's acting like a feral animal, Tokoyami stated. Tenya Ida actually shares the 3rd place award with Todoroki, Midnight informed, glancing at the reporters. But unfortunately, he had to leave for family reasons. Gotta love those familial bonds, she winked. A media darling, Tokoyami commented, taken aback. Too bad Ida couldn't be here. He was so excited, Azui said, and Uraraka nodded, still hoping everything was all right. Midnight waved her hand toward the sky. Now, let's break out the hardware, she announced. Of course, there's only one person worthy of distributing the awards. Laughter echoed across the stadium as the crowd cheered. All Might's up there, one audience member pointed out. Citizens, I am here to deliver the medals. All Might declared, his presence commanding attention. These first years are so lucky, said one audience member. I can't believe they've got the best hero teaching them, another added. Midnight, holding the medals, asked All Might to start the presentation. He quickly grabbed the case and approached the podiums. Young Todoroki, congratulations, he grinned, hanging the bronze medal around Todoroki's neck. I'm assuming there's a reason you didn't use your left side, though it cost you the final. Midoriya opened my eyes during our match, but then I started to doubt myself, Todoroki replied. Midoriya smiled at his remark. Meanwhile, Bakugo, still regaining his composure, scoffed. I want to be the kind of hero you are. But my path isn't as clear as I thought it was. I have a lot to think about. Todoroki looked directly at All Might. And I still need to settle things with someone. Very soon, he concluded. All Might nodded understandingly. I've never seen this sort of look on your face before. He approached Todoroki and gave him a hug. I won't ask for details, but trust yourself. I'm sure you'll work things out, he said, lightly patting Todoroki on the back. Right? Todoroki replied, separating from the embrace. All Might then approached Midoriya and handed him the silver medal. Ha! Young Midoriya, congratulations. You showed great strength out there. Thank you very much, All Might, he replied gratefully. All Might quickly approached him for a hug. However, you still have a lot of training to do to control that destructive power of yours. He patted Midoriya's back. Yes, sir. Midoriya replied enthusiastically. All Might then turned to Bakugo's pedestal. And now, young Bakugo, he said, examining Bakugo's current predicament. This is a little much. All Might claimed as he began to unfasten his muzzle. Well, you did what you said you would do in the pledge. You're true to your word. All Might congratulated as he removed the mouthpiece. All Might. Bakugo growled. Midoriya thought, oh no, as he counted down to 3, knowing Bakugo was about to explode. Winning first place this way doesn't prove that I'm the best one here. Even if the world considers me the winner, I refuse to accept it like this. He yelled with an intense expression. All Might observed Bakugo's anger with concern. He quickly cleared his throat. In a world where we're constantly being compared to one another, there are very few who can keep their eyes focused on the top spot. He turned back to Bakugo. You're one of them. All Might then held up the gold medal. Please accept this medal. Even if you have to think of it as a scar, something you'll never forget. I don't want that piece of garbage. Bakugo spat back. It was now the 25th of December at 5 in the afternoon. Class 1A was having a special Christmas party after finally taking a break from training and schoolwork. The students were hurrying in their dorms. Sweet Tooth, how long will the food be cooked? It's been 2 whole hours. Bakugo screamed at Sato, who was still trying to finish cooking. I still need 20 minutes to finish the cake. The rest will be done soon. Sato replied. We are almost done, Bakugo, be patient Ribbit, Azui added, helping them both. They hadn't decorated the dorms in time for the party due to their workload, and preparations were still underway. In the hallways of the first floor, Yaoyorozu kindly asked Shiro, can you help me put up the wreaths? Sure thing, Yamamo, Shiro replied as he dispensed tape to secure the decorations to the wall. Stockings, garlands with Christmas lights, and wreaths were now hung up. Tokoyami, Shoji, Mineta, and Koda were also in the hallways hanging decorations. In the living room, Midoriya was wrapping everyone's presents. 5 days ago, they had drawn names for their secret Santa. Midoriya, as the class rep, was tasked with wrapping the gifts. Ojiro, I finished wrapping up your gift. He called out, and Ojiro thanked him. All right, 14 more to go, he thought as he started on the next one from Kaminari. They were also allowed to give someone other than their secret Santa a present, and as a request from Mr. Aizawa, they had to give a gift to Eri as well. On the other side of the room, Ida, Uraraka, and Todoroki were setting up the Christmas tree. Uraraka floated the decorations to make it easier to place them. Todoroki, how about you make some ice crystals to make the tree look more appealing? Ida requested. Sure, Todoroki replied as he began using his ice to create small snowflakes and shards to hang on the tree. Uraraka finished hanging the last of the floating decorations and released them. Uraraka, wrap the lights around now. Make sure not to get them stuck in the tree, Ida instructed. Don't worry about it, Ida, she happily replied as she floated around the tree with the Christmas lights. Kirishima then walked into the living room. Need some help? He asked the trio. Yes, actually we do, said Ida. Can you refine Todoroki's ice to sprinkle on the Christmas tree? Absolutely, Kirishima said as Todoroki tossed an ice block. He began to harden his hands and crushed it into a fine powder. Ida grabbed a bowl to collect the dust. Uraraka, here you go, he handed the bowl to her as she began to float again. She scattered the ice powder into the tree, making it shine even brighter. Kirishima, I got your gift wrap done. Midoriya called out from the couch. Thanks, man. Kirishima replied, getting up to retrieve his now-wrapped present. In another part of the common area, Ashido, Jiro, Hagakure, Aoyama, and Kaminari were preparing their mini-games. Do we really have to do this? Jiro whined, still hesitant about singing in front of the class. Of course, Jiro. Everyone will be excited to hear you sing again. I just know it. Hagakure cheered her on. Hey Aoyama, do you have the rest of the materials for this? Ashido asked. We. I put them beside the window, Mon Ami. Aoyama winked back. Okay, perfect. Everything is set up now. Ashido clapped her hands, satisfied with their preparations. The hallways of the first floor were decorated, and the food was being placed on the table. Merry Christmas! The whole class shouted as they sat down around the dinner table in front of the couches, all wearing Santa outfits, except for Bakugo. Get back here and wear this, Bakugo. Ashido chased him around the room, trying to make him put on the outfit. Stop making me put that on, he protested, refusing to comply. Come on, succumb to the peer pressure. Kaminari urged. Telling us that work studies would be in effect again on such short notice, Shiro complained. And that winter break homework as well, Kaminari added. We must be the busiest freshmen in UA history. A few laughed at the joke. But still, being able to experience more hero work while adapting to emergency situations is going to be really beneficial for us all, Midoriya said. You're right. It might be slightly concerning, at least for us. Tokoyami chimed in. I get what you mean, Shoji supported his friend's statement. Hey! Suddenly yelled Mineta. It's the holy night. How long are we gonna sit around talking about school and hero stuff? He ranted. That's an interesting point you're making there. Kirishima and the rest sweat dropped. Well, Mineta does have a point, Sato said as he walked in from the kitchen, holding a stunning whole roasted chicken. Let's just enjoy the food, he said, placing the still smoking chicken on the table. Wow. Nice cooking, Sato. Ojiro said, impressed by his skills. They chatted among themselves until a knock came from the door. Sorry we're late. Have you all started already? Their guest questioned as he and another entered the dorms. Trick or treat? Eri greeted uncertainly as she turned her head toward Aizawa. No, you've got them mixed up, he explained as the students rushed over to greet them both. It's Santa Eri, they all exclaimed, but not too loudly to avoid startling her. The class complimented her looks, with Eri insisting that her outfit was meant for Halloween and giving Uraraka eggs for Easter. Once everything was settled, they began to indulge in the feast before them, formally starting their party. Jiro sang familiar Christmas carols, with most of the class joining in. Next up were the mini-games. As usual, Bakugo was winning most of them and claiming every prize. His classmates complained that he was only winning for himself. Bakugo, telling them to be quiet, took some of his prizes and handed them to Eri. Here you go, kid, Bakugo said, giving her a pack of candy. Thank you so much, Kaken. She gratefully replied. No problem, kiddo, Bakugo said, ruffling her hair. The rest of the class stared at the seemingly impossible moment in front of them. What are you looking at? Bakugo yelled softly to avoid scaring Eri. That is the most adorable thing I've ever seen. Hagakure squealed. Good thing I snagged a picture. Ashido added, excited by the interaction. They were lucky Eri was there. Without her, Bakugo might have acted differently. Time to exchange gifts, everyone. Midoriya announced as the whole class cheered in anticipation. One by one, they gathered around the Christmas tree. Let's start with Aoyama and work our way around until we get called out, okay. The class quickly agreed with Midoriya as Aoyama picked up his presents. One was for his secret Santa, and one was for Eri. His secret Santa was Mineta, who had given him a small picture frame with Aoyama's face in it. Meanwhile, Aoyama gifted Eri a shiny bracelet. Eri thanked him as Ashido went up next. Her secret Santa was Hagakure, who gifted her a pink sweater from the mall. Ashido also had a gift for Eri, a doll from an anime called Hunter of Taisho, featuring a girl character biting on a piece of bamboo. Next up was Azui, who gave Shiro a frog-themed mirror and also had a lovely tiny green coat for Eri. Eventually, one by one, the class exchanged gifts. Midoriya went last, retrieving 3 presents from the tree, one for Uraraka, his secret Santa, one for Mr. Aizawa, and, of course, one for Eri. Uraraka received an All Might keychain from Midoriya, while Aizawa got a hoodie imprinted with a repeating pattern of cat paws. He secretly knew his teacher was a cat person, so he chose a cat-themed hoodie. Finally, Midoriya turned to Eri. Here you go, Eri. It's not as big as the others, but I hope you like it. Midoriya kneeled to match Eri's height and handed her a red envelope. Confused at first, Eri began to open it and found several photos. One of the UA staff, one of the Big Three, and one of Class 1A. Deku. Is this? Eri asked, astounded by the photos as Midoriya nodded. I gave you this to remind you that whatever happens, we are all here for you, he said with a smile. The teachers, Nijire, Amajiki, Togata, and all of us. He pointed to every Class 1A student. We're all your family. Problem child is right, Eri, Aizawa interjected. Don't ever forget that you will always be protected by us, okay? He said in a caring manner. Overwhelmed with emotion, Eri sniffled lightly, not with sadness, but with joy. Thank you, she said between sniffles, smiling softly. The class immediately approached her for a big group hug. Christmas isn't about receiving the most expensive gift, having the most delicious dinner, or winning games against friends and family. It's about opening our hearts and giving the light of love to those who need it the most. It is a time for tenderness for the past, courage for the present, and hope for the future. It reminds us that we're here for something beyond ourselves. Christmas is the day that holds us all together. In the days following the sports festival, Class 1A recovered from their injuries, and classes resumed. Some things were different. On a train approaching the station nearest UA, Midoriya stood waiting for the passengers to disembark. Bakugo had left earlier than usual, so he was traveling alone. Hey. Excuse me, someone from the crowd called out. You're Midoriya from Class A. The stranger pointed him out, causing most of the people around to turn toward him as he looked up from his phone. Gasps filled the air. Great job at the sports festival. I rooted for you, the guy said with a wink and a thumbs up, causing Midoriya to gasp in surprise at being recognized in public. You placed second, right? That's so impressive. One man praised. I can tell you really want to be a pro one day, a lady added. The sudden influx of compliments overwhelmed Midoriya, but he kept his cool. Keep trying for it, hero, the crowd yelled encouragingly. I will. Thank you. Midoriya responded as the train finally came to a stop. It was raining lightly, but he didn't mind. I feel like I'm barely awake, he muttered to himself, still feeling fatigued from the festival. Good morning, Midoriya, a voice shouted behind him. He turned to see Ida in a green raincoat, running at full speed. Whoa, Ida. You really went all out with the rain gear. Midoriya pointed out. Why on earth are you walking so slowly? We're gonna be late. Ida scolded as he passed him. Late. But there's still 5 minutes until the first bell. Midoriya replied, running to catch up with his friend. UA students should always arrive 10 minutes early, don't you think? Ida asked as they hurried toward the main building. Midoriya found Ida's burst of positivity confusing, especially considering what had happened to his brother. Ingenium had been attacked in Hosu, Tokyo, by a villain known as Stain, who had caused great harm to many heroes. Once they reached the locker room, Midoriya caught up with Ida. So Ida. He struggled to find the right words to console his classmate. If it's about my brother, don't be concerned, Ida reassured him as he removed his raincoat. I'm sorry if I made you worry. Everything will be fine. He turned away, leaving a concerned Midoriya alone as he put away his belongings. Afterward, Midoriya entered their classroom, where most of the students were talking amongst themselves. It's so weird that people recognize us from TV. Everyone wanted to talk to me on my way here, Ashido said. Yeah, me too. Kirishima exclaimed. People on the street were staring at me. It was kind of embarrassing, Hagakure giggled. Sure, but isn't that pretty normal for you? Ojiro asked honestly. You won't believe what a bunch of elementary school kids yelled at me. Siro shared regretfully. Nice try. Azui said bluntly, making Siro yell in embarrassment. All it took was one sports festival, and suddenly we're like celebrities, Kaminari pointed out as Midoriya took his seat. This school really is amazing. Mineta cheered. Just then, Aizawa entered the room, prompting all the students to quickly sit down. Morning, Aizawa greeted blandly. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa, they replied, except for Bakugo. Azui, you don't have bandages anymore. That's good news. she noted, looking at the now unwrapped Aizawa. The old lady went a little overboard in her treatment, he claimed. Anyway, we have a big class today on hero informatics, Aizawa stated, as nervousness crept up among the students. Oh no. Informatics? Please don't tell me it's a pop quiz. CRP. I bet it's about hero laws. I'm terrible at stuff like that. A few moments of silence passed before Aizawa spoke again. You need code names. Time to pick out your hero identities, he clarified, causing the class to yell in excitement until he activated his quirk to silence them. This is related to the pro-hero draft picks that I mentioned last time we were in class together, he pointed out. Normally, students don't have to worry about the drafts until their second or third year, but your class is different. By extending offers to first years like you, pros are essentially investing in your potential. Any offers can be rescinded if their interest in you diminishes before graduation, Aizawa lectured. Mineta quietly slammed his desk. Stupid selfish adults, he muttered under his breath. So what you're saying is we'll still have to prove ourselves after we've gotten recruited? Asked Hagakure, and Aizawa nodded in agreement. Now, here are the totals for those of you who've gotten offers, he said, pressing a button to display the tallies on the chalkboard. Class A No of offers Midoriya, 4823 Todoroki, 4123 Bakugo, 4013 Ida, 431 Tokoyami, 360 Kaminari, 301 Yairos, 297 Kirishima, 272 Uraraka, 108-068. In past years, it's been more spread out, but there's a pretty big gap this time, Aizawa pointed out as most of the students who didn't get offers groaned in annoyance. That's not fair. Kaminari exclaimed. What about the real star moi? Aoyama stated, smoke coming out of his ears. Midoriya and Todoroki got the most ahead of Bakugo. Jiro pointed out. Yeah, it's the opposite of how they placed at the festival, Kirishima agreed. They probably weren't excited about working with the guy who had to be chained up at the end, Siro claimed, causing Bakugo to snap his head toward them. If I scared a pro, they're just weak, he yelled in frustration. At the back of the room, Yaoyorozu sighed deeply and turned to face Todoroki beside her. That's amazing, you must be proud, she complimented him. These offers were probably because of my father, Todoroki said, his expression serious. At the far right side of the room, Uraraka was shaking Ida in front of her. People want us. Uraraka yelled at him, tears of joy in her eyes. On the left side of the room, Mineta was shaking Midoriya lightly. Midoriya, look at all your offers, he said, but Midoriya just sighed. How am I supposed to pick between that many though, he whined. Despite these results, you'll all be interning with pros, got it. Even those of you who didn't get any offers, Aizawa stated, making those who didn't perk up. Oh, so we're all interning? Azui questioned. Yes. You already experienced combat with real villains during the attack on the USJ facility, but it'll still be helpful to see pros at work up close and personal in the field, he finished. And for that we need hero names. Sato yelled in excitement. Things are suddenly getting a lot more fun. Uraraka agreed. These hero names will likely be temporary, but take them seriously or... Aizawa's voice trailed off as the door suddenly opened. You'll have hell to pay later, echoed the voice of the R18 hero, Midnight as she entered. What you picked today could be your code name for life, she said, walking toward the front desk. You better be careful, or you'll be stuck with something utterly indecent, she remarked. It's Midnight, most of the boys said in acknowledgement. Yeah, she's got a good point. Midnight will have final approval over your names, Aizawa said, rolling up his sleeping bag. The name you give yourself is important. It helps reinforce your image and shows what kind of hero you want to be in the future. A code name tells people exactly what you represent. Take All Might, for example, he said as he slumped over. White bards and markers were distributed throughout the students. My hero name. I need something that embodies the kind of hero I want to be one day. But Midoriya stared at the blank canvas and thought about some of the names he had come up with in the past. I love coming up with those names. They never failed to put a smile on my face back then. He blushed at the embarrassing memory. But now that I've been given this power and am training under him, I still have so much to learn. There's no way I can choose a name that rips off of him just yet, Midoriya concluded. A couple of minutes went by when suddenly Midnight called out that they had to present their names in front of the class, which sparked a debate on who would go first. Then Aoyama stepped up. Hold your breath, he started as the class grew silent. The shining hero, my name is I cannot stop twinkling. Mon-ami, you can't deny my sparkle. He introduced. The class internally yelled in disbelief that his hero name was a sentence. It was later revised to Can't Stop Twinkling by Midnight. Ashido came up next. Okie dokie. Let me go next. My codename Alien Queen, she introduced, only to be rejected by Midnight for how it sounded. Azui then introduced herself as the rainy season hero, Froppy. Midnight approved of how approachable it sounded. Kirishima presented himself as the sturdy hero, Red Riot. Red Riot. Interesting. You're paying homage to the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot, yes. Midnight asked. That's right. He may be kind of old school, but someday I want to be just like he was. Crimson as my idol, Kirishima claimed, accepting the challenge to live up to the name he based on his idol. Wow, so cool. Midoriya remarked happily, still thinking about his hero name. Not a bad one, I guess, Bakugo grumbled quietly in his seat. Man, I still haven't been able to think of anything that's cool enough, Kaminari said, annoyed, as Jiro lightly tapped his shoulder. Hey, I've got one. How does jamming ye sound to you? She suggested. Kaminari thought it was a cool reference, but Jiro teased that it was because he always jammed his brain. After some light teasing, Jiro introduced herself as the hearing hero, Earphone Jack. Shoji presented himself as the tentacle hero, Tentacle, a clever portmanteau. Siro revealed himself as the taping hero, Cellophane, followed by Ojiro, who named himself the martial arts hero, Tailman, and Sato, who named himself the sweets hero, Sugarman. Ashido reintroduced her name as Pinky, which seemed to satisfy Midnight's taste. Kaminari went next, presenting himself as the stun gun hero, Chargebolt. Hagakure introduced herself as the stealth hero, Invisible Girl. Next up was Yaoyorozu, who revealed herself as the everything hero, Creati. Todoroki displayed the board naming himself simply as Shoto, using his first name as his hero name, much to the disappointment of Midnight and the others. Tokoyami then revealed himself as the jet black hero, Tsukoyami, the god of the night. Mineta named himself the fresh-picked hero, Grape Juice. Koda silently strolled over and held up his board, revealing his name to be the petting hero, Anima. Then Bakugo came up with the name, King Explosion Murder, which Midnight refused because it sounded too violent. He returned to his seat to rethink a more suitable name. Uraraka went next, presenting herself as the hero Uravity. To be honest, choosing names is going faster than I thought it would, Midnight said, pleased. All we have left is young Bakugo, who needs to rethink his and Ida. Oh yes. And Midoriya too, she called out. Ida was having an epiphany about his hero name since he was supposed to take the name his family wanted, right? In a flashback at the hospital, Tensei called out to his younger brother beside the hospital bed. I wasn't sure if I wanted to say anything yesterday, but I can't feel my legs. They're useless, he sadly told Ida. What? No way. Ida tried to deny. Yeah, I think the hero, Ingenium, is finished. At least for me, Tensei replied. No. You still have so many people to help and inspire, brother. This can't be true. Ida managed to keep his voice down. I'm sorry. I'm afraid it is. Tensei regretfully told him as Ida sank down in his seat. That's why. I want you to take the name. Will you do that? For me, Tenya. Flashback over, Ida started to write the words, Ingenium, on the board but decided against it because he still wasn't ready. He ended up writing his hero name as Tenya. Well, Midoriya, are you ready? Asked Midnight. Yes, he replied simply as he stepped to the desk. This is it. It has to be, Midoriya decided as he put down the board containing his name, and the class stared in shock at what he wanted his hero name to be. Really, Midoriya? Asked Mineta, taken aback. You sure about that? Kaminari followed. Yeah man. Remember, that could be your name forever. Kirishima reminded him as Midoriya nodded. I used to hate it growing up since this is what some people called me, but something changed. Midoriya beamed. I guess someone taught me that it could have another meaning, so now I really like it. Uraraka smiled at the thought. Bakugo scoffed. Deku. That has to be my code name. Midoriya called out, and a few claps were thrown his way. Seconds later, Bakugo presented his name again, Lord Explosion Murder, but it was ultimately rejected by midnight. In the staff room, Cementos hummed at his computer. Offers for the first years are still coming in. Look here, he pointed. All Might leaned in closer to inspect. Really? Who's after him? He asked, but when he saw who sent it he suddenly shook. What? Are you kidding me? Back in the classroom, Aizawa said, now that everyone has decided on their hero names, we can go back to talking about your upcoming internships. He held up papers. They'll last for 1 week. As for who you'll be working with, those of you on the board will choose among your offers. Everyone else will have a different list. You have a lot to think about, he reminded them. Each agency has a different specialty that its heroes focus on. Keep that in mind, Midnight said, interrupting. Imagine that you were 13, you'd want to choose a place that focuses on rescuing people, not fighting villains. She pointed out, think carefully before you decide. Aizawa finished as he distributed the list just as the bell rang, signaling the end of the subject. I want to fight crime and bad guys in a big city, Kirishima said, looking over which agency specialized in that. I just hope I can intern somewhere with a lot of flooding, Azui added. Or maybe a lake. Turn in your choices before the weekend, Aizawa reminded them as he and Midnight left the room. We only have 2 days. Zero complained. Yeah, so you should start now. You're dismissed, Aizawa said, shrugging as he closed the door. Todoroki examined his options. One of them was from the Endeavor Hero Agency, which made him gasp as he stared at it for a while. Lunchtime rolled around and many students still had not decided which hero agency they would choose. So, guys, have you decided what pro agency you want to go for? Ashido asked, leaning on her desk. Emmy Lady's my top choice. Mineta said proudly. Azui then asked him if he was thinking of doing something inappropriate, to which he responded, possibly. You made it pretty far in the tournament, Ojiro stated while walking over to Ashido. It's weird that you didn't get any offers, he continued. I know. Ashido yelled as Uraraka laughed beside her. Hey, Deku, who's on your list? She asked, turning around to see him. There are around 5,000 agencies that want to take me in. So looking at their specialties and splitting them into groups, I could start narrowing it down, he began to mutter. There he goes. Ojiro, Uraraka, Mineta, and Ashido thought to themselves. Will you shut it, you nerd? Bakugo yelled, causing him to snap out of his daze. Huh? Midoriya said, confused. Sorry, what did you guys say? It's been a while since you muttered that badly. You're really thinking hard about this, aren't you? Azui asked. Well, yes. I'm sorry if I disturbed you with my muttering, Midoriya said shyly. It'll all work out. I already settled on my pick, Uraraka stated, surprising the others. What agency? Ojiro asked curiously. The one that the battle hero, Gunhead runs, Uraraka replied, making Midoriya look shocked. Gunhead's a big brawler, though. Are you sure that's where you want to intern, Uraraka? Midoriya asked. He sent me an offer. She exclaimed, punching the air. Really? But I thought you were trying to be a hero more like 13, focused on rescuing rather than fighting, he pointed out. Ultimately, that's the plan. But I've been thinking ever since the festival, at least since I faced off against Bakugo, she continued, fist pumping the air. The stronger I am, the more possibilities I'll have. Plus, learning from a battle hero will give me a different perspective. Right? Uraraka said determinedly. Yeah, totally, Midoriya replied. Good thing you took my advice into account, pink cheeks, Bakugo said in front of Midoriya. You better do well after the internships, Uraraka. Otherwise, you'll upset Kaken a bit more, Midoriya reminded her. Right, she replied, punching the air in a stance. As the school day ended, Bakugo informed Midoriya that he would be hanging out with his self-proclaimed Baku squad, so he had to leave. Midoriya still needed to think about which hero agency to join. Hey Dad, want to walk together? Uraraka asked. Midoriya nodded. Ida, come with us. Uraraka turned around to find Ida's seat empty. I bet he already decided where he wants to do his internship. My guess is he's off turning his forms in right now, Midoriya concluded as he opened the classroom door. Suddenly, All Might rushed toward the door. I am here in a bizarre position, he exclaimed, stopping Midoriya at the doorway. What's that about? And why are you in such a hurry, All Might? He asked. Come with me a sec, All Might requested, sweat dripping from his forehead. Sure. Uraraka, can you wait for me until I get back? He asked her. Sure, that must be really important, she replied as he exited the door with All Might. They ended up in the restrooms. I'll get straight to the point. You've received an offer from a hero who'd like to take you on, All Might stated. Another one? From who? Midoriya asked. This. The hero's name is Gran Torino, All Might said, turning to Midoriya. He taught at this school back in my day, but only for 1 year. In fact, he was my homeroom teacher, he informed him, building Midoriya's excitement. He knows about One for All as well. Actually, I suspect that's a reason he asked for you. This guy sounds totally awesome. Midoriya commented, deciding to work with this hero instead of his other offers. But then he realized, wait, so he knows how your quirks work too. But how? Gran Torino was the sworn friend of my predecessor. He retired a long time ago, so I forgot to count him among the people who know. Shaking at the thought, he began to shiver. This is because I wrote about you in the letter I sent him, or getting watched in the festival to think that my teaching was inadequate. He was shaking at this point. Then he went so far as to use his old hero name when making the offer. Scary. Too scary. He begged his legs to stop shivering. All Might is seriously freaking out right now. The successor thought about how frightened the #1 hero was of his own teacher. Anyway, it is my duty to train you. But since you've gotten an offer from him, you should probably work with him this week if that's what your heart says. Although visibly shaking, he handed a slip of paper with the address of the hero he was so afraid of to Midoriya. Just how scary is this guy? Against all expectations, Midoriya listed Gran Torino as the one he would be working with that week. He quickly met up with Uraraka again. After congratulating him on his choice, they went home together. At the faculty office, Aizawa was cycling through some of his students' internship forms since they had submitted them early. He stopped on Ida's form, which widened his eyes. Ida only listed one place. That's strange. He must have gotten better offers than this one, he remarked as he scanned the hero he'd like to join. First choice. Normal hero office, Hosu City, Tokyo, a hero agency in Hosu. He pondered, starting to doubt that Ida would do something reckless. Don't tell me. Midoriya had heard about where Ida wanted to do his internship. He learned that he had taken an offer from a hero agency in Hosu City, which surprised Midoriya, considering that it was the place where Ida's brother had faced a tragic incident. Ida hadn't been talking about what was going on with Ingenium, but Midoriya felt he couldn't say anything about it since Ida hadn't come to him to talk. That was just how things were between them as they approached the first day of their internships. Time skip brought to you by Tokoyami eating an apple. Everyone has their costumes, right? Aizawa asked his pupils as they lined up at the train station. Remember, you don't have permission to wear them out in public yet, he reminded them. And don't lose them or anything. Gotcha. Ashido responded loudly. Speak properly. It's, yes sir, Ashido, he scolded as the pink-haired girl hung her head low. Make sure you mind your manners with the other heroes during your internships. Now get to it. Yes, sir. The class responded as they split up to their respective trains. Ida, wait. Midoriya called out to him, with Uraraka following behind as Ida came to a stop. Hey, if you ever need to talk or anything, just let us know, he suggested, with Uraraka nodding in response. We're friends, right? Ida took a second to answer, turning around to face them both, saying simply, yes, before walking away. In that moment, Midoriya felt he should have tried harder to understand what his friend was feeling. He might regret not being there for him in the days to come. He quickly said his farewell to Uraraka as he boarded the train to meet the hero he had been waiting to work with, Gran Torino. He had never heard the name before, which was surprising since he had researched many heroes, but couldn't find any results. He must be incredible, he thought as he approached the address of the hero even All Might was afraid of. He arrived at a worn-down apartment block. Well, this is the place. But he reluctantly knocked on the door and opened it. Hello. I'm here from UA High. It's Izuku Midoriya. I'm really looking forward to. He quickly scanned the surroundings, only to be met by an old man on the floor with a shattered plate and BLD, Holy, he tried to shout, but then realized the old man wasn't dead. Oh, never mind. It's just ketchup, Midoriya said as the old man's head shot up. I'm alive, the man said calmly. What a first impression. Yamanashi Prefecture, Gran Torino's apartment. Midoriya's POV, I'm alive. The old man with a short stature got up, explaining that he had been holding a plate of sausages when he suddenly tripped and fell. Now who did you say you were? He asked. I'm Izuku Midoriya. From UA High School. You're who now? I'm Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya slightly raised his voice, realizing the man didn't understand him at first. So what's your name, boy? Oh great. He was All Might's teacher, so Midoriya knew he had to be pretty old. But he didn't expect him to be so eccentric. He suddenly fell down again. I could really use some food, Gran Torino claimed. Some food. Midoriya exclaimed, still processing the events that had happened. He perked his head up. Toshinori, he asked. Was he calling him that? Midoriya, he replied, hoping to make some sense of the situation. The old man just stared, mouth agape. Excuse me. I just need to make a phone call. Midoriya quickly fished his phone out of his pocket and pressed All Might's number. He should probably let him know the state this guy was in. He didn't seem fit to mentor. Then he heard a click from behind him. Was that his suitcase? He turned around to see Gran Torino surveying his hero suit. Wait, that's my stuff, he warned. Why don't you power off an OFA smash at me? I want to know how far you've come in terms of handling both of your quirks. Gran Torino suddenly blurted out. Is this even the same guy as before? But sir. I still had my doubts as he turned to face me again. Hey, what are you doing here? He put on a joking expression. What is with this guy? I am here because I need to MSTR my quirks, including one for all, much greater than I can use them now. I have to get so much better at it and fast. I clenched my fist. I'm also here because I don't know if All Might has much time left. I tried to ignore the truth, but I knew it would happen someday. I'm sorry, but I can't waste my whole week messing around like this, sir. I bowed my head, excusing myself and turning toward the doorway. As I thought. Gran Torino stood up, taking a deep breath. Then he swiftly flew around the room like a bullet ricocheting in a confined space. He dashed up to the top of the doorway, cracking the wall in the process. It's time for you to show me what you can do, newbie. Gran Torino smirked before laughing. I watched the UA festival on television. The way you used one for all was outstanding, he complimented. But the way you used your fire was chaotic and reckless, he scolded. He's not training you well. He may be the symbol of peace and the #1 hero, but All Might's a total novice when it comes to teaching. I can only imagine what a blunder he is in the classroom. Now I understood. The way he used the word newbie reminded me of how All Might referred to us during battle training. This really is his teacher. I can't stand to watch you use your quirk that way. So I suppose I'll have to teach you. Gran Torino continued. Now, go get your costume on. Feeling a new sense of determination to MSTR my abilities, I agreed. I'm ready. Teach me everything. I quickly grabbed my suitcase to put on my hero costume, only to be stopped by a relatively new manual. Instructions. I muttered under my breath as I found a letter addressed to me. Dear Izuku Midoriya, as we made repairs to your costume, Our designers decided to make a few changes regarding the materials your costume is made of. Thank you for understanding. But trust me, it's gonna feel a lot cooler. May Hatsum and the support department, I couldn't believe the support crew changed things up without asking me first. I shouldn't be surprised after seeing Hatsum at work. Well, whatever the case, this is going to be my first battle in this new suit. Alright, let's get started. Show me your hidden move. You know, the one with rainbow fire, Gran Torino suddenly requested. Wait, how did you know about that? I asked, surprised he knew about the attack I used at the USJ. All Might told me all about it, Gran Torino explained. Now, show me a smash. Are you sure this is a good idea? I don't even know how to use it to begin with. Plus, this place is small, and if I suddenly let it all out, it might catch fire, I expressed my doubts. Good grief, kid. You're quite the chatterbox, aren't you? Gran Torino shrugged, taking a deep breath and jetted across the apartment, bouncing off every surface. I'm losing patience. He was about to hit me in the back, but I dodged to the side. Oh, such speed. I remarked as Gran Torino laughed, moving faster than the eye could see and eventually destroying his own microwave in the process. What? You didn't realize my true strength earlier. He mocked. All Might hardly taught you anything. Guess all that fame doesn't translate into being a good mentor. Now catch me if you can without using your controlling move. He bounced off the wall again and I barely dodged him. He's fast. His quirk probably uses air he intakes to propel himself, I thought as I dodged another attack from Gran Torino. No time to think about his quirk. Gotta stop him from moving somehow. Gran Torino analyzed my movements. Guess one for all upgraded his fire so he can sense heat. You found a good one. Tashinori. I focused on using vestiges, fire, again. I powered up one for all and coated my right arm with fire. The least I could do was recreate the same technique I used before. He has passed behind me twice. That means, as if on cue, Gran Torino got behind me to attack, but I turned to him with my fist clenched. Clever analysis, newbie, he praised. Smash. I yelled as I punched in front of me, only for Gran Torino to dodge the attack to the side. Nice try, but you're a little stiff, he said as my combined attack with both quirks sent a mini heat wave, scorching some of the ceiling. And there's discord within your mind, he continued as he pinned Midoriya down. That's why I stopped you. That attack was much slower than what you usually do since you're combining both powers at the same time. Try being a little more light. Thought for sure I was gonna land that punch, sulked Midoriya. Listen to me. The way you used your fire quirk in conjunction with one for all during the Cavalry Battle and the tournament shows that your body is adjusting to both of them. You understand the fundamentals, but your admiration for All Might and sense of loyalty to him are holding you back. Gran Torino placed a finger on the green-haired boy's cheek. Shackles. But how? Midoriya asked, confused. It's true that you need to get stronger and quickly. Time waits for no one. Villains don't care if you've reached your full potential yet. And you think OFA is much more special than it really is, Gran Torino said as he began to leave. Then what should I do? Midoriya asked, still lost on how to reach his potential. I wouldn't be a good teacher if I just told you how to do it. Think about that on your own time. Meanwhile, I'll go buy us some food. Clean this place up while I'm gone, Gran Torino instructed as he left the young hero in training. My admiration for All Might is a shackle. Hosu City, Tokyo Ida's POV, on a normal day, I'd just be waiting for client calls to come in. Not really exciting, Manuel, the hero I'm interning with, said. But things have been fairly hectic here lately. So you're using street patrols to suppress crime? I asked. Yeah, exactly, he replied as we continued to walk around the city. Man. I can't believe that Ingenium's little brother is interning at my agency. I'm sure you had offers from pros with better followings in mind. He waved to a pair of students across the street. I picked this place for a reason, to avenge my brother, the hero killer. So elusive, he has managed to avoid capture for his deplorable crimes. I know that I might not find him, but I have to track the villain down. Because I can't forgive him for what he has done. Somewhere in Yokohama City 3rd POV, now I get it. You must be the one who attacked UA, Stain said, looking down at Shigaraki and Kurojiri. You want to recruit me to build up your group again? Yeah, said the man with a dismembered hand covering his face. It'll be great. You've got so much experience. And what's your mission? Stain asked, his gaze intense. For now, I really just want to kill All Might, Shigaraki replied, holding up a picture of Midoriya finishing the obstacle race. I like to destroy things that annoy me. Like this little brat here. Game over, he implied. I was a fool to think you could offer me anything, Stain said furiously, gripping his blades. The goals of your league are childish. What meaning is there to kill when you don't have real convictions? Kurojiri observed the villain's movements and saw him drawing one of his blades. Perhaps we made a mistake, he thought. Should I step in? He asked the monitor on the other side of the bar. Let it happen, the voice from the monitor said, amused. It's possible this is the only way he'll learn anything. He needs to think about how he must grow and mature. Only then will he reach his potential. Central Tokyo, Genius Office Bakugo's POV. I arrived at the place where I listed my internship choice for the week, Genius Office, the agency of the current number 4 hero, Best Genist. I was told to meet him on the 2nd floor of the building by the receptionist at the front desk, so I suited up in one of the changing rooms and headed up. There, I was met with about 6 of Genist's sidekicks. Their hairstyles were similar to his, and they all wore jeans. Guess this is their signature style or something. To be perfectly frank, Best Genist started, still looking out the massive window, I don't like you very much. What? I know full well why you chose my agency. Because I'm one of the top 5 most popular heroes. He was quickly getting on my nerves. Hey, you're the one who made an offer for me. I pointed out, scowling at him. Yes. Recently all my recruits have been perfect little angels, so you certainly stood out. I watched how you fought during the sports festival. You have a good handle on your powerful quirk and a decent grasp of its applications as well, he praised, though it didn't feel like praise. You're an outstanding talent. I'd say you're already good enough to take on as a sidekick. However, I knew there was a catch. Although you have a great personality aside from your ferocious nature, from what I've been told, the way you express it is truly unsettling, he implied. That's it. I've had enough. Don't tell me that you brought me here just to give me a... I started, but then I suddenly saw strands of something heading towards me. It was hard to notice, but I could see them, strands of fabric. Deku had already told me about his quirk, fiber emitter, which allows him to control any kind of textile. Taking note quickly, I saw how the fabric was approaching me from every side. I was in close quarters and couldn't damage the building or my surroundings, so I decided to use my concentrated mini-explosion attack to get rid of the annoying strands of denim from his coat. Paroxysmal blast. I thought as I swayed my explosions around me, focusing enough to avoid excessive destruction. Luckily, I was warm enough to move faster than the fabric from his costume. My attack destroyed the cloth and burned the edges from the explosion. Interesting, Genist replied, somewhat surprised. He thought he could just trap me like that. There were murmurs from behind me, noting how easily I took down one of Genist's fastest moves. Training with Deku was much more intense than that. I should thank him later. With all due respect, what are you doing? I asked sarcastically. I have to correct people like you. It's part of my duty to society. Heroes and villains are cut from the same cloth, so your job here is to watch me. I'll show you what makes someone a hero. There's a lot you need to learn. But in the brief PRD of 1 week, I will stitch these lessons into the fabric of your being. This was going to be really annoying. At Endeavor Hero Agency Todoroki's POV, why did I have to come here? I was doing this for Mom's sake. I made a promise to her to try to resolve my relationship with this man. I also needed to perfect my fire abilities. I've been waiting for you, Shoto, the old man greeted, standing behind his desk. You're finally ready to walk down the path of the mighty. I have no intentions of following any path you've created. Only I can decide my future, I said, maintaining my cold demeanor. Even if he was trying to make amends for the past, I needed to see real change. Handing Mom flowers wasn't enough. He scoffed at my statement. Is that so? You should go get ready. We're going out. Where to? I asked, confused about our plans at such a late hour. It's time I show you what it means to be a hero. I hoped this would turn out better than I expected. Midoriya's POV Gran Torino snored loudly after falling asleep following a food run. He couldn't be serious. It was the first day of training and all he did was test me once. No actual hero work or field training. I was still trying to figure out his name. I found no results online. He had been a UA teacher for just 1 year. A big mystery. No time to waste. I needed to figure out how to use both my quirks at once to increase my strength. I needed to change how I thought about both powers. They were part of me, so I had to understand how they could work together. If I mastered both, I might become stronger and faster than I currently was. I left the apartment and went to the side of a neighboring building to avoid being caught loitering. I should probably test it out here. It shouldn't be too hard, right? I needed to get to the roof using both powers but would rely more on Pyrokinesis. Powering up one for all and manifesting fire from my souls, I was careful not to burn anything. Full cowling. The electricity crawled around my skin. Now for the fire. I charged it up on my feet too. Then I jumped. I aimed for the first wall, using fire to redirect my body's position to jump to the next, but I hit the wall and fell into the garbage bags below. Regaining my balance, I visualized it again. Since I couldn't fly using my fire, I needed to use it as a redirecting force while in the air. I had to brace myself and quickly manifest fire on my arms too. Adjust my upper body. But if I overdid it, I could get dehydrated or worse, break my bones. In a serious situation, I might lose control of how hot my fire could get and accidentally harm others. I tried again, charging up one for all and my fire. Then I jumped, failing again. I kept trying. This wasn't going to be easy. The next morning Gran Torino had just woken up and walked down the stairs to find Midoriya covered in bruises and scratches, with bags under his eyes. "Good morning," Gran Torino said, observing him. "What's wrong? You look beat." "Well, I was training on my own yesterday and went too far," he admitted, having tried at least 39 times before giving up and sleeping. "I took everything you said to me and tried to put it into practice, but I just wasn't good enough," he laughed lightly, scratching his hair. "Obviously, I still have a long way to go. It's your first time trying it out, so there's no need to rush. That is how training works," Gran Torino reassured him. Of course, I suppose All Might can't wrap his mind around that. He was able to use his power right off the bat, so I taught him in a different manner. "By the way, Gran Torino," Midoriya interjected, "what was All Might's original quirk?" I didn't have the time to ask him, so I figured you knew. "Oh, he was quirkless." This caught Midoriya's attention. The number 1 hero and the symbol of peace was quirkless. "Seriously?" he asked in shock. "Back then, it wasn't that rare, but it was still out of the ordinary," Gran Torino explained. Even though he didn't have a power of his own, he had what a true hero possesses, the willingness to risk his life for the lives of many. He continued, my sworn friend, believed in his potential and gave one for all to Toshi, All Might, His MSTR raised him to become a hero. It's kind of surprising how the most popular and powerful hero was quirkless and mstred OFA instantly, Midoriya remarked, marveling at his mentor's journey. "It just goes to show how much further I need to go to match that." "Hey, don't feel so bad. It was because of the many combat trainings I put him through that he became what he's known as today," Gran Torino explained further. Midoriya thought, so that's why All Might's so afraid of this guy. As he imagined how much harsher it probably was compared to his training now. "It was difficult, but I couldn't hold back on him. He was entrusted to me by my sworn friend who had just passed away," Gran Torino said, his expression turning serious. "All Might's predecessor. Can you tell me anything about him?" Midoriya asked, but Gran Torino looked confused. Just then the doorbell rang. "Package for you," a faint voice called from outside. "I'll take care of it," Midoriya said, running toward the doorway to greet the DLVY person. "So you really haven't explained anything yet, have you, Toshinori?" Gran Torino thought. After the transaction, Midoriya thanked the DLVRY person, closed the door, and opened the package. A microwave, he asked Gran Torino as he pulled the item from the box. Yeah. For some reason, mine broke yesterday, Gran Torino laughed. So I bought a new one. Does he really not remember anything from yesterday, or is he just joking? Midoriya thought, slightly annoyed at his mentor's antics. Gran Torino suggested they try it out by heating up the frozen food he bought, taiyaki, which was dessert. Midoriya knew how to cook, but the cupboards and fridge were bare except for the taiyaki. Not questioning why, he quickly retrieved the taiyaki from the fridge and plugged in the microwave to heat it up on a plate. Using pyrokinesis should be as easy as taking a breath. If I could just manifest fire for a second, I'd be much quicker on my feet, he thought as the taiyaki finished heating. Taking it out, he placed it on the table where Gran Torino was eagerly waiting. To do that, I need to commit as I did when cleaning the beach. What do I focus on? He muttered. Why the long face, boy? Just focus on these hot pastries for now. Gran Torino said, taking a bite, only to find it still frozen. No way. I'm positive I microwaved them like it said to. Midoriya protested. What are you, an idiot? Gran Torino scolded as he walked to the microwave. You stuck a huge plate in there, didn't you? If you do that, there's no room for it to turn. Only one part gets hot. I'm such an idiot, Midoriya said, face-palming at his mistake. I should have used a smaller plate so it could cook evenly. I'm sorry that. Suddenly he had a brainwave. His face lit up with excitement. I got it. Whoa, Gran Torino. I see now. He exclaimed, holding up a piece of taiyaki. The frozen pastry in my hand. Is me? No, it's not. Are you okay? Gran Torino stared at him, thinking he must be going crazy. No. I don't mean literally, Midoriya clarified, putting the treat down. But I get it. Up until now, I used both my powers separately, like flipping two different suches at the same time. But if I do that, I'll only get slower with every move. Streets of Center Tokyo, 3:14 p.m. Bakugo's POV. So let me sum up what happened in the 2 days I was at Genius Agency. First off, he combed my hair. To say it was awful is an understatement. I didn't like my hair being combed, I like it the way it is. But what are you gonna do? Second, I was told to wear jeans instead of the baggy breathes in my costume and had to get rid of my grenadier bracers. Apparently, it's to represent that I'm interning with the fiber hero and to look much more presentable to the public. This was worse than the last one, to say the least. Why can't I just have free reign over what I can wear? And lastly, I had to be like that for the rest of the internship PRD. Why did I get myself into this? We had been patrolling around the city for quite some time now. I just wanted to confront villains. That's all I asked for. It was so boring to go around the city all day long. Here's a question for you, Genius said to me out of the blue. Patrols are mainly meant to deter villains from committing any crimes, he summarized something I already knew. But they also have a secondary purpose. What is it? That's it. With all the things Deku had been saying to me about every hero topic he could think of, I could answer this easily. It's to remind the public who we are. The presence of heroes gives them a sense of peace. Correct, he replied. He must have thought I would say something like, if we see some bad guys, we beat 'em up. But I knew better. Just then, a couple of fangirls came squealing over to Best Jeanist. I stood by the side as he waved to them. I can't believe how much you know thus far. You must have someone helping you make good choices, right? Jeanist brought up. I didn't need any help. I yelled at him, but thinking about it, without Deku's help, I could have turned out very differently. Hey, I've seen that blonde guy on TV before. Yelled a kid behind me. Great. Another fan from the sports festival. Didn't a villain get him? I bet he cried. Another kid pointed out. That made my BLD boil, enough that my hair spiked up again. I couldn't believe people still remembered that incident. Calm down. They're just kids. Yeah. But he won the festival. And he's so strong. Cheered another child. At least someone was a fan. I hope he can sign my notebook. Sounds just like someone I know. If that's what you want, then why don't you say that to my face? I said, turning to face the young. He stammered a bit before speaking up again. Sisikan US signed Infirmary. The kid stuttered. Tell me something. Do you want to be a hero? I asked, and he answered with a simple, Wyas. More tea than anything. What's your name? Gakko. Gakko Taisuru, he introduced himself. If you want to be a hero, then man up, would you? No one likes a hero who isn't confident in himself, got it? I advised, trying to be as calm as I could be. I saw how his eyes lit up as I signed the book. Can you promise me that, kiddo? I asked again, ruffling his hair as I gave the notebook back. Why yes, he answered. Then the other kids apologized for mocking me before. Smart kids. I told them it was all right. It wasn't that big of a deal. Actually, it was, but I didn't have time to make them cry if I yelled at them. Now get going. It's late. I yelled at them as they scrambled away, yelling, Bye, Bakugo. I turned back to Genist. I swear he was looking at me smugly over that long collar of his. What are you staring at? Oh, nothing. It's just how you act when children are around is too adorable, he chuckled. What did you? He shushed me. Calm down, Bakugo. I was just kidding. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. This serious person could joke. Wait. I just contradicted myself. Anyway, you better get ready for tomorrow evening. We're going somewhere else, Genist stated after fixing my hair again. Why and where? We are going on a work trip to Hosu City. We'll be going there to get you some experience with villain encounters. And word is that the hero killer might appear there as well, Genist explained quietly. Finally, I got to do something more exciting than boring patrols. And the hero killer too. This was going to be awesome. Sure, but can I wear my complete costume? I asked him again. If you promise me that you will not engage in any fights unless I give you permission. Ugh, fine. We walked back to the agency after patrolling. I couldn't wait for tomorrow. UA High School, 5:47 p.m. All Might's POV. It was late in the afternoon when I received a message from Tsukachi that he would like to have a word. I welcomed him to the teacher's lounge to talk. It had been a long time since I had a conversation with him alone. I'm sorry to show up unexpectedly. Hope you don't mind. I set the tea in front of him. Please. It's always a pleasure to see you, Tsukachi, I said. So, how's the investigation going? Well, there were a lot of villains who attacked the USJ. But we're puzzled by one, he said with a stern expression. The one that Midoriya fought in the USJ. The one they called Nomu. That strong bird guy, I acknowledged, remembering the one young Midoriya defeated. I looked over the security footage. It looked like one hell of a customer, I added. We ran some tests on Nomu's DNA, Tsukachi continued. What exactly did you find? It must be serious if it involved a person's DNA. First, we're not asking you to help us with the case. Technically, this is a leak. I just felt I owed it to you to let you know, he implied as I listened intently. It could lead us to the one in charge, he said, piquing my interest. He explained that Nomu couldn't speak despite countless interrogations. It was as though it couldn't think for itself. He placed a photo of a man with prominent features on the desk, claiming it was the identity of the creature, a low-level thug with a record of assault and extortion. How did he get to that state in the first place? I asked. Here's where it gets interesting. Our report shows that he's been altered drastically. He leaned in. When we analyzed his genetic makeup, we discovered 4 different people's DNA. Someone had combined DNA to create this individual. So, is he even human anymore? I questioned. The transformation was a result of drags and other unknown methods, he explained. To oversimplify, he's been modified so that his body can handle multiple quirks at once. His brain's lack of processing power probably comes from the burden that causes it. But we're more concerned about his DNA. I looked at him, confused. Even if new DNA is introduced, that shouldn't give a person multiple powers. Not unless it's completely integrated into someone's body. Not all powers work like one for all. But maybe. He paused. There's someone out there with the power to pass different quirks into other people. My heart sank and my eyes widened. No, it couldn't be. Given the evidence, I think it's a reasonable conclusion. That's why I came. I needed to let you know immediately, he finished. Fuming with anger and guilt, I walked over to the window to look out at the city and the ocean. No, it's not possible. I didn't even realize I had transformed into my hero form. I was just really angry and confused. Don't tell me he's back again. Bar in Yokohama City, 6:33 p.m. So you want me to be a part of your crumbling little league? Stain said, plunging knives down Shigaraki's shoulders. You won't accomplish anything without conviction and longing. Without those, you'll always be an aimless weakling, achieving nothing. That's how you got here. Shigaraki let out a nervous laugh. Hey, you're being a little rough, aren't you? He asked as he bled. Kurogiri, take this guy back, he requested, though he too was bleeding. I'm sorry. I can't move. It must be the hero killer's quirk at work, Kurogiri apologized. The word, hero, has lost all meaning in this society. The world is overrun by fakes and criminals like you who chase petty dreams, Stain said menacingly. They must all be purged. He inched one of the knives into Shigaraki's neck, only for Shigaraki to grab it with his hand. What do you think you're doing? The knife suddenly started to rust and cracks formed. If you touch this palm, I'll kill you. The knife turned to dust, making Stain back off, but he still gripped the other one. You sure talk a lot, hero killer. Conviction. Maybe I don't have anything loaded like that, Shigaraki said, standing up shakily. If I had to choose a longing, it would be killing All Might. If this world wants to worship trash like him, I'll destroy their beloved symbol of peace and then crush them while they're in shock. He smiled maniacally, sending an aura of pure hatred towards Stain. Stain observed him closely. You should learn not to play with knives. We don't have a healer in our party, you know. I see your nature, Stain said as Shigaraki halted his scratching. It seems our goals fundamentally oppose each other. However, this wasn't in vain. We agree that we need to destroy the present. Shigaraki flipped him off. I'm over this. Drop dead. I'm the kind of person you hate most, right? I was testing your motives. People always show their true colors when on the verge of death, Stain replied, sheathing his blade. It's abnormal, but there is longing, a warped spot of conviction inside of you. How will it bloom in the end, I wonder? Maybe I'll let you grow. If you don't turn out well, I'll take care of you later. By the time Stain finished his interrogation, Kurogiri was finally free from the quirk. You think you could get rid of me? Someone as unpredictable as this will be nothing but a problem for the League of Villains, Shigaraki said. Please reconsider, Kurogiri urged. This man will be a great asset if he joins us. I'd say this was a success. My business here is done. Now, you will return me to Hosu, Stain said, licking his lips. There are still several false heroes I must attend to. Hosu City, Normal Hero Office, 8:49 p.m. After a long day of patrolling the city, we returned to the agency to rest. Well, the nice thing about having the whole city on alert is that no villains will dare come out, Manuel said as he and I took off our helmets and placed them on the office table. Oh, yeah, sure, I replied. For me, that was not a good thing. But there was still a chance. Hero killer, Stain. It was obvious once I looked at the crimes. In the 7 places you've appeared so far, you've always injured at least 4 pro heroes. Maybe there's a reason for that, or maybe I'm just reading into things. But it looks like a pattern. So there's a high chance that you'll appear again here since you've only injured my brother. Thinking about it makes my BLD boil. This deep, burning hatred I have towards that criminal. I'll dispose of you with my own hands. By the way, Tenya, Manuel said as he returned to the room, we'll be patrolling Kyoto after we monitor Hosu tomorrow. He reminded me, sorry it'll be monotonous. No. It's better that way, I replied as I began to head towards the changing room. Hey, he caught my attention, stopping my walk. This is kinda hard to ask, but you're after the hero killer, aren't you? He asked, making me gasp. How did you? I couldn't think of any other reason why you'd come to my agency. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm really glad you did. But, he waved his hands apologetically, that look on your face. Oh no, Did he see me stare at a wall with a dark gaze? You shouldn't be pursuing personal grudges. We heroes don't have the authority to arrest people or punish them, he lectured. The only reason we're allowed to use our quirks is because of the regulations put on them. Manual added, that's why. No matter how noble the reason may be, a hero must not use their quirk for themselves. If a pro used their quirks for selfish desires, it would be a very serious crime. I hung my head down in shame. Yes, it's true that I'll be acting like a criminal, but I'm not saying that the hero killer isn't incredibly guilty or anything. You just seem like the earnest type, you know? I'd hate for you to focus on one goal and ignore everything else. He apologized profusely. I bowed to apologize to him as well. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Oh, it's fine. As long as you get what I'm saying. So we good? He asked. I thought, tightly clenching my fist in frustration. What am I supposed to do with these feelings right now? If I can't act. Next day, 5:27 p.m. Gran Torino's apartment. Midoriya's POV. After yesterday, I trained hard with Gran Torino to control vestige cowling even more. Now, I can manage up to 5%. It isn't a dramatic change, since it's just 2% more than last time, but it will definitely improve the more I use it. Right now, I am just trying to catch up to Gran Torino and attack him again. Sometimes I succeed, but most of the time, I just get hit and slammed straight into the wall. We should switch up the training. If you get too used to fighting against my distinct tactics, you might develop some weird habits, he evaluated. What habits? But I'm just trying to catch up to you again. I complained. It was still really difficult to balance Pyrokinesis and OFA together, but it's getting there. No. We're done here. He refused to let me continue. Change into your costume, boy. We're moving on to Phase 2. What that, Phase 2, was apparently involved me engaging in fights with various types of villains we might encounter. Now in Shibuya, we'll have plenty of small fights to break up. I guarantee, he said to me in the taxi we took. Wait, you mean Shibuya in Tokyo? I'm not sure if my hero costume would fit in that kind of setting. That costume of yours tells everyone you're a hero. You should be happy to display it in such a bright spotlight. Now that he mentioned it, are we taking the bullet train towards Shinjuku? I asked as he answered with a simple, yep. So we'll be passing Hosu City. I'm still worried about Ida. I wonder how he's doing right now. I'll try messaging him later. Somewhere in Hosu City. 6:50 p.m. Third POV. Stain sat atop one of the water towers on the roofs of the buildings in Hosu, surveying the city as the sun began to set. A warp opened behind him, and out came Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Hosu City is much nicer than I expected, Shigaraki said, surprised by the city's appearance. So, what are you going to do? He asked the hero killer. I will reform it, Stain replied, hanging his tongue while speaking. In order to do so, BLD must spill. You have a clear goal. Your dedication is admirable, Kurogiri stated. Finally, someone who understands, Stain said, standing up. I get the feeling you enjoy picking on me, Shigaraki complained, venom in his words. Hero is a title for those who have accomplished great deeds. This city is full of false champions. All they care about is money and fame. Stain growled as he unsheathed his swords. Until this world realizes its mistakes, I will continue my work, he vowed as he leaped off the roof, leaving the other two villains behind. He talks all high and mighty, but he's wasting his time focusing on a small stage, Shigaraki thought, scratching his neck. He's so noble I could cry. You shouldn't spurn his methods. The reality is that in all the cities where Stain has appeared, the crime rates have fallen, Kurogiri remarked. Perhaps because heroes are more conscientious or perhaps out of fear. Regardless, he does bring change. Shigaraki stopped scratching. Oh, isn't that just wonderful? Heroes are working harder thanks to all those incidents. He said sarcastically. I guess you could say our hero killer is also a hero breeder. This is getting boring. It won't work. We just can't agree on a basic level. And he annoys me, he said, jealousy in his voice. Kurogiri, bring out the Nomus, Shigaraki ordered as Kurogiri opened 3 portals. 9 Nomus emerged from each warp. Let's triple the threat, shall we? Shigaraki continued. You think you can get away by stabbing me? When I get tired of you, I'll take you down, just like that, Stain. He laughed as the warps closed. Let's make it more interesting. How about I crush your honor and your pride first, big bad hero killer? Bullet train near Hosu City, 7:30 p.m. With Gran Torino and Midoriya, so, this train isn't going to get there until pretty late. Are you sure that's okay? Midoriya asked Gran Torino beside him. That's why I picked it, Gran Torino responded. There will be more skirmishes then, so it'll be much more exciting. Midoriya sweat dropped at the statement. Maybe we just have different ideas on what fun is, he said, taking out his phone from the pocket of his costume. You kids these days, you're constantly buried in your cell phones. Gran Torino complained, but Midoriya ignored him as he read his and Ida's private messages. Tenya Ida Sunday at 9:27 p.m. You? See you tomorrow. Read Ida. Yeah. See you tomorrow then. Read today at 7:30 p.m. You? I'll be passing near Hosu. How are things going with you, Ida? Read Midoriya thought. He read the message, but didn't reply. I don't think Ida has ever waited more than 3 minutes to respond to something before. They were almost at Hosu Station when a passenger behind them asked, pointing at the window, "Did you see that? A building exploded." Other passengers looked outside in alarm. What's the ruckus? Gran Torino asked loudly. Passengers, please hold on to your seats, the speaker system of the bullet train buzzed. Midoriya jerked towards the opposite window as he felt 2 heat signatures approaching the train at a staggering speed. I can't stop whatever it is, but at least I can slow down its impact. He thought, focusing on controlling their temperature. Thermal control. He yelled in his mind as the object hit the side of the train. It was a massive impact, but he managed to slow it down. The train screeched to a stop as the object opened up the damaged part of the vehicle. The sight was shocking. Nomu! Midoriya shouted as passengers screamed in fear. The Nomu was holding up a bloodied hero with tiger-like claws. Back with Shigaraki and Kurogiri, the Nomus make such great playthings, Shigaraki said, happily watching the ensuing chaos. Are you not going to participate in the fight? Kurogiri asked. Shigaraki shrugged. Don't be stupid. I'm still injured. That's why I brought those pets with us. Flashback before the attack. How many Nomu are completed? Shigaraki asked the monitor. I've finished adjusting the behaviors of 15 of them, the voice of the man answered. Though they are not as strong as the one from the USJ attack. Give them to me, Shigaraki demanded, followed by a why from his zen. Because I don't like that arrogant hero killer you brought in. Shigaraki scratched his neck vigorously. And it's my right to destroy anything that I don't like, right? Very well. However, you may only have 9. Try to use this as a learning experience. Flashback and, once this night is over, the world will have forgotten you ever existed, hero killer, he laughed maniacally. Midoriya's POV. I arrived at the scene where the fire started. Several pro-heroes were trying to fend off 2 Nomus. Some people were trapped in the rubble and behind the flames. Seeing this, I began to control the fire to clear a path for the civilians. I directed them to head over to Coruscant Avenue since most of the evacuation team was there. I also lifted debris to free those trapped underneath. I instructed the uninjured to help others reach the evacuation area. After that, I rushed in to assist the other heroes against the Nomus. One was dark-colored and the other was light with wings. The Nomu I fought back at the USJ was black, so this one might have similar powers. Collecting and dissipating some of the fire around me, I prepared a high-temperature attack against the black Nomu. Torrid influx. Thankfully, I got the injured heroes out of the battlefield into a safe area. The hot fire I created sliced the Nomu's arms and legs, but it quickly cauterized, stunning it for a moment. The air current knocked it unconscious. I restrained it with fire for now since I didn't have any rope. I assisted in taking down the white one with relative ease and tied it up as well. These Nomus seemed much weaker compared to the previous one. Hey kid. Shouldn't you be evacuating with the others? A female pro-hero asked as they finished tying up the Nomus. You do know that quirk usage in public is illegal, right? She added. I showed her my temporary license. Yes, I do know that. I got permission to assist with putting out the fire and defeating these creatures. I pointed at the Nomus. Alright, get rid of the fire now. Yes, ma'am. I replied, controlling every patch of fire with my quirk and letting them dissipate. Where are you, Tenya? Shouted someone. I looked around to see who it was. That person was using water to extinguish the fire. It was Manuel, the normal hero. Ida's in turn. Why'd you run off by yourself? Where the hell are you, Tenya? Manuel cursed under his breath. Then it hit me. Where is he? Why would he run off on his own despite everything happening? That doesn't sound like him at all. After you're done with that, get out of here and return to the hero you're working with. The heroine said as she left. After I finished putting out the fire, I ran towards the back streets of Hosu. I couldn't believe Tenya would run off during such a huge disaster. But now I think I know why. Hosu City, Nomus attacking Ida, where the hero killer attacked. I might be overthinking things and I don't have any proof, but I can't just stand by. I have to do something. I don't want to imagine it, but I'm afraid I might be right. The League of Villains and the hero killer are connected somehow. That means Stain is probably in this city right now. Since Ida wasn't at the fight earlier, he may have stumbled upon the person who hurt his brother. I looked around the corner and found Ida. He's bleeding. I quickly rushed in and pinned the hero killer down with thermal control, delivering a hit to get him away from Ida. Smash. So I guess I was right. 5 minutes before Midoriya's arrival, Ida's POV, this criminal is the worst. He taunted me, saying someone like me couldn't be a threat to him. Then so be it. He readied his sword to attack. Meanwhile, I prepared Recipro to hit this maniac. Die, he said before I took off to hit him as hard as I could. For Tensei, I shouted, only for him to jump and dodge my attack. It. Ingenium, he asked while still in the air. So you're brothers? I let him live so he could spread the good word. He kicked his spiked soul into my shoulder. Word of me. Stain slammed me into the ground with great force. I was now bleeding. You're a weakling just like he was, he said, swaying his sword to stab my other shoulder. I flinched at the pain. You aren't heroes. You have no right to be called that. Both of you are nothing but fakes. Shut up, villain, I cut him off. You damaged his spine and paralyzed him from the waist down. He's not going to work as a pro-hero again. I summarized what happened to my brother. My brother was incredible. A caring person who saved many lives. You had no right to take that away from him. That's it. I snapped. I couldn't bear to see him sidelined, all because of this villain. He is my hero. My older brother inspired my dream that one day I could be a pro too. I clenched my fist, hoping to rid myself of the blades stuck in my shoulder. I won't forgive you. I'll make you pay. Shouldn't you be worried about saving that guy? Stain pointed to a man against the wall of the alleyway, bleeding. Oh no. You're so busy with your grudge, you forgot about him. I was too distracted. There was someone else. You plan on using your quirk only for yourself, completely blinded by a selfish longing for revenge. He slowly raised the blade. You're as far away from being a hero as I can imagine. He dislodged the sword, grunting as he did. I couldn't move. Goodbye, child. Stain emitted an aura that terrified me. May your death bring upon a better world. No, please. Not like this. I couldn't just die now. Say whatever you want about me. You're still just a criminal who hurt my brother. He proceeded to stab me, but it never happened. Why can't I? The hero killer paused, the blade centimeters from my head. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind us. A flash of green hit the hero killer, sending him back a few meters. Who's there? I looked up to see who it was. Midoriya. Third P. Don't you worry, Ida. I'm gonna save you. Midoriya stated as he began to engage in combat. Stain looked at who hit him. It's him, he thought back to when he was at the bar. The one from Shigaraki's picture. You found him too. But how? Ida asked Midoriya as he lit up flares of green fire and sent them to Ida. Midoriya grabbed a handkerchief from his utility belt and pressed it to Ida's mouth. This may sting a bit, he warned as he started to cauterize the wounds. I saw it on TV. They had stats about the hero killer. Most of his victims were found where there weren't many people, Midoriya explained as he stopped Ida's bleeding. So, in order to find you, I needed to search away from the panic in the back alleys of Hosu City. Are you okay? Can you move? He asked, checking on his friend's well-being. I can't move my body, Ida struggled to say. It must be the hero killer's quirk. Since he cut me, I've been paralyzed. Midoriya gasped. That's the kind of quirk people on TV said the hero killer might have. He thought strategically, so cutting somehow activates his power. As he stared down the alley, he noticed someone up against the wall. That's the pro-hero, Native. If I can stall Stain just for a second, I might be able to save him, he thought. Midoriya, please. Don't get involved, Ida urged, still struggling to speak. This doesn't have anything to do with you. Ida, what are you saying? Midoriya asked as Stain recovered from the attack. You showed up to save your friend's life. You even made a big entrance. Midoriya turned to face the villain. But I have a duty to kill him and this so-called pro. When your friend chose to fight me, Stain paused, staring into Midoriya's eyes, it guaranteed that the weaker of us would be called. So, what will you do? The question shook Midoriya to his core. He's different from the villains we faced before. Those are the eyes of a fanatic, he thought. He discreetly sent his location to his contacts, hoping they would arrive soon. I should have made sure a pro came with me to find him, he thought, frustrated. I'll just have to protect these two who can't move and stall for now. Maybe I can even force the hero killer to run. Listen to me. Stand down. Run away. Ida tried to persuade him. I told you this has nothing to do with you. If you really believe that, then why are you trying to become a hero in the first place? Midoriya scolded. I'm the class rep, which means it's also my duty to protect my classmates. He clenched his fist. There are plenty of things I'd like to say, but they'll have to wait. He took a defensive stance. Meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. Stain stood shocked at the boy's statement and smiled. I have to get Native out of the way first. Midoriya charged in, powering up his technique. Vestige cowling. A flash of colored flames appeared as he rushed toward the hero killer, getting close enough to prevent Stain from injuring Native. Rainbow fire. Ida observed. While Stain was distracted, Midoriya used thermal control to get Native to safety. He's trying to get in close so I can't strike him, Stain evaluated. He distracted me fast enough to get that fake out and into the child while also running at me with such great speed. Smart move. No. Watch out. If you get cut, Ida tried to warn Midoriya, but he swooped down to avoid the sword strike and got behind the hero killer. Stain swayed his sword behind him, only to realize Midoriya was no longer there. He's gone. He thought, looking up just in time to see Midoriya ready to hit him. No, shoot style, St. Louis smash. Midoriya flipped in the air, delivering a roundhouse kick to the villain's stomach, fast enough that Stain couldn't react in time, sending him back further into the alley. Did I get him? Midoriya thought, looking over at the now crouching hero killer. Yes. I can fight him. Unfortunately, Stain liked the blade he had used to cut Midoriya, and the motion paralyzed him. My body. He panicked as he noticed a small cut on his arm. Did he catch me and I didn't notice? He tried to move but to no avail. One graze is all it took. He looked at the knife the hero killer was holding. No. It's the BLD. If he swallows a person's BLD, he can freeze them. You're powerful, I can give you that, Stain said. But it's not that you predicted my movements, you just left my field of vision. He started to walk towards Ida and Native again. But I saw through your plan. There are countless false heroes around here who are all talk. But I think you're worthy of staying alive. He acknowledged Midoriya's dedication. You're different from these two. Stain aimed his blade at Ida again. Can't move. Midoriya thought desperately. Can I still control my body? He twitched his finger and found he could control himself. He aimed his glove at Stain, adjusting his body temperature. "Get away from them," he shouted as he flicked his finger. Delaware smash, air force. An air bullet hit Stain's head. It wasn't strong enough to knock him out, but it made the villain flinch and drop his weapon. "How can you still?" Stain began, but he saw a burst of fire coming from the entrance of the alleyway and quickly dodged by falling back, grabbing his sword. "That's..." Midoriya recognized the source of the fire. "Someone else to get in my way. Today's been full of distractions," Stain said, annoyed. "Midoriya," a voice called out. "You need to give more details in times like this." The person held up his phone. "I was almost too late to stop this guy." "You too, Todoroki," Midoriya exclaimed. "But how did you get here?" Ida asked the new arrival. Todoroki's costume was now dark blue, with a brown combat vest and a utility belt, a drastic change from his previous all-white outfit with ice covering the left side of his body. "How did I get here?" "Good question." Todoroki extinguished the fire on his left side. "Your message took me a while to figure out. Next time, try to send more than just your specific location. But you're not really one to send cryptic messages without a reason, are you?" A gust of cold wind blew as Todoroki launched a barrage of ice toward the hero killer, Stain, who dodged skillfully. Meanwhile, Midoriya seized the opportunity to escape Stain's guard, maneuvering toward Todoroki's side. "Everything's okay. The pro heroes will be here any minute now," Todoroki reassured as he blasted fire at the hero killer. "The time will be up for one of them soon," Stain thought, increasingly annoyed. "You're just what they said you were," Todoroki said to Stain. "But you won't be taking any more lives, hero killer." "Todoroki, be careful," Midoriya warned. "His quirk allows him to freeze enemies by swallowing someone's BLD. Did he get yours?" Todoroki asked, keeping his focus on Stain. "Although I can still move by manipulating my body. I might not be fast enough, but at least I can still fight," Midoriya assured as he got up. "All right. All we have to do is keep our distance," Todoroki said, crouching slightly. Just then, a stray knife flew from Stain's direction. Todoroki dodged, but the knife grazed his face. Midoriya wasted no time, sending sparks of fire toward the blade to melt it down, ensuring it was no longer usable. "Todoroki!" Midoriya redirected his friend's attention back to the hero killer as Stain closed in. "You have good friends, Ingenium." Stain taunted, inching closer to Todoroki and swinging a blade. Noticing the threat, Todoroki quickly acted an ice pillar between himself and the blade. Stain looked up, and Todoroki followed his gaze. His sword. He threw it at the same time as the knife. While Todoroki was distracted, Stain lunged forward to lick the BLD from the scar on his face. Midoriya, however, controlled Stain's movements, forcing him to back up while Todoroki ignited flames to protect himself. He hurled more ice at Stain, causing him to retreat further. "He's strong," Todoroki exclaimed, sending even more ice at the villain. "Midoriya, go." Midoriya coordinated his movements, dashing toward the hero killer while activating Vestige Cowling for increased speed. "Why are you doing this?" Ida struggled to speak. "This fight is with me. I inherited my brother's name. I'm the one who should stop him," he grunted. "The hero killer is mine." "You're Ingenium now." "Strange," Todoroki remarked. "The Ingenium I knew before didn't have that look on his face." Todoroki continued to support Midoriya from the back, throwing punches and kicks at the hero killer while being careful not to severely injure him. "Guess my family isn't the only one," Midoriya thought, feeling much more flexible than he had moments ago. The hero killer sliced through the ice, blocking his path toward Todoroki, still pursuing Ida and Native. "You blocked your own field of vision against an opponent faster than you. Rookie mistake." Stain taunted, holding several knives in one hand. "Come get me then," Todoroki shouted, igniting his left side. The knives flew toward his arm, but Midoriya quickly intervened, controlling the knives to stop as they heated up from Todoroki's flames. He then rushed at the hero killer, pushing him aside to avoid further injuries from the villain's blades. "Midoriya, I'm not sure why, but I can move smoothly again. Midoriya replied as he and Stain collided with the wall of a building. So he has a time limit, Todoroki guessed. No, that kid should have been the last one freed. I still can't move a muscle. Native corrected. He must be type O, Stain thought as he attempted to elbow Midoriya, but failed as Midoriya dodged and pushed Stain back again. Midoriya, dodge. Todoroki commanded as Midoriya jumped backward, landing at Todoroki's side while sending an ice barrage toward the hero killer. If I was the one freed first, there are 3 scenarios, Midoriya began, listing possible reasons for his early release. His quirk could be less effective the more people he uses it on, the amount ingested could affect how long it works, or it could be based on the person's BLD type. He was confident it was the last one. Stain smirked. So you figured it out. Very impressive. It doesn't really help us that much to know how his quirk works, though, Midoriya said, disappointed. I thought we could hurry and carry those 2 out of here. He's too fast. He can dodge both ice and fire. Todoroki nodded. Our best option is to hold until the pro heroes arrive. Okay, I'll distract him while you support me from behind, is that alright? Midoriya powered up Vestige cowling again. You want us to take a pretty big risk. We can protect them, Todoroki confirmed. 2 against 1, huh? This won't be easy, Stain said calmly as he prepared to fight both of them. Midoriya shot himself towards the tight walls of the alley to distract Stain and re-engage in combat. Ida, I've been worried about you since your brother was attacked, Todoroki thought, recalling the face of someone drowning in resentment. He remembered the times he longed for justice regarding his father's abuse. That day, I told her about my life with father and who I have become. Mom cried and apologized. She forgave me faster than I ever imagined. She told me to move forward, that nothing was holding me back, and doing so would be her salvation. He focused as he sent an ice barrage towards Stain, while Midoriya landed some hits, though most were dodged by mere inches. If I hadn't spoken to her, I wouldn't be able to choose my old man's agency for my internship. I couldn't bear being near him. I haven't forgiven him, and I doubt I ever truly will. But I chose him so I can learn what it takes to be the number 2 hero, with my own eyes and ears. I had to know. My old man is flawed, but he has the judgment and instincts of a number 2 hero, and I can acknowledge that. Ida looked at his classmates, who were protecting him and Native. Meanwhile, Midoriya noticed how the enemy's fighting style shifted. He didn't consent to the change, so he kept fighting. You have to run, Ida begged. I can't. Watch this. He began to tear up. Angering Todoroki, he shouted, You want to make your brother proud. Then stand up and be ingenium. Become the hero he wanted you to be. Ida widened his eyes, feeling the paralysis wearing off, and he could now grip his fist. Can I call myself a hero? He asked himself. My friends are protecting me. They're bleeding for me. He reflected, refocusing on what really mattered. Both of you are nothing but fakes. You spoke the truth, hero killer, Ida admitted. These 2 are different from me. I'm immature. I can't hold a candle to them. But still. Stain dashed towards Todoroki again, dodging every ice spike thrown his way. Midoriya tried to hold him in place, but the hero killer kept breaking free. DMN it, he got stronger somehow. Midoriya sent out wisps of solid fire to hold Stain down, but surprisingly, Stain destroyed those as well. Ice and fire. Stain taunted, continuing to evade the attacks. Just try and dodge this, villain. Todoroki challenged mentally as he sent fast-moving ice towards Stain. Has anyone ever told you? You rely on your quirk too much. Makes you a careless fighter. Stain got closer to Todoroki. Todoroki. Midoriya used full cowling at 15% to reach Todoroki faster. But then Ida stood up. 2 more minutes had passed, and Stain's quirk timed out. If I can't stand up now, I will not be able to be as good as them. He yelled mentally as he dashed for the blade the hero killer was holding, shattering it with reciprocal burst and kicking Stain. He's fast, he thought. Midoriya backed down, relieved to see Ida save Todoroki. Guess his quirk isn't as great as I thought it was, Todoroki remarked, observing the hero killer's diminishing effectiveness. Todoroki, Midoriya, this has nothing to do with you. I apologize, Ida said, bowing his head. Come on, Ida. Not this again, Midoriya replied. I'm okay. But I won't let the two of you shed any more BLD for me, Ida promised. Stain scoffed. It's no use pretending you're a hero now. A person's true nature doesn't change in a few minutes. You'll never be anything but a fraud who prioritizes his own desires. Stain glared at him. You're the sickness that infects this society and ruins the name hero. Someone must teach you a lesson. You're a fundamentalist lunatic. Ida, don't listen to this nonsense, Todoroki urged, but Ida shook his head. No, he's completely correct, Ida said sadly. I have no right to call myself a hero at all. He clenched his fist tightly. Even so, there's no way I can back down. If I give up now, then the name Ingenium will die. Pathetic. Stain rushed to slice Ida. Todoroki stepped in front of him, producing fire straight at the attacker. Idiots. You need to get out of here. Native demanded, still paralyzed. The hero killer is only after me and that kid in the white armor. Stop fighting back, just get out of here. I don't think he'd let me run even if I wanted to. Todoroki responded as the hero killer jumped from the flames. He seems rattled. It must be difficult for him to take on multiple opponents at once. Todoroki analyzed the opponent's fighting style. He's desperate, trying to kill Ida and this other hero before the pros show up. Such tenacity. He shot more ice and fire. Midoriya took a moment to rest, feeling overheated and lightheaded. No, assist Todoroki. Don't lose hope yet. He encouraged himself, reaching for his water bottle. Ida checked his engines, only to realize they were stalled. CRP. Did I break the radiator with that kick? He thought, searching for a solution. Hey, Todoroki. Can you regulate your temperatures? Ida asked him. Not well with my left, but yes I can, he confirmed. You have to freeze my leg for me without plugging the exhausts. You're in the way. Stain threw knives towards Todoroki. Ida tried to block the hit, but the knives scattered. Midoriya was controlling them. Todoroki, hurry up. Ida urged as another blade came towards them. This time, however, the blade pierced Ida's right arm. Slash Ida, shouted both of his classmates. I'm fine. Just do it. Ida pleaded. Come on. One final push. Midoriya powered up One for All and Pyrokinesis again. Meanwhile, Todoroki froze Ida's legs. It's done, said Todoroki as he kept sending fire towards the hero killer. Thank you, Todoroki. Ida mentally expressed gratitude as he grabbed the knife that pierced his arm with his other hand and got up. I will fight. With or without my arms. Ida prepared his ultimate move against the hero killer. Recipro extend. He crouched down and sped towards Stain at astounding speeds. One for All, vestige cowling. Midoriya also rushed in towards Stain, jumping from where he was. Go guys, Todoroki silently cheered them on. Beat this guy. Both of them shouted in their minds as Ida kicked Stain in the stomach and Midoriya punched him in the face. The attacks from both students made the hero killer fall. Taking action quickly, Todoroki caught Stain using his ice. Midoriya and Ida slid down the ice towards Todoroki. Stand up. Keep fighting. Todoroki ordered. Ida stood up, expecting another attack. Hold on you two. Midoriya stopped them in their tracks. It's okay. I hit his pressure point. He will not wake up anytime soon. Midoriya informed, making the two sigh in relief. I also made sure that our hits didn't break any of his bones. We need to restrain him before anything else happens and get him to the streets. Todoroki and Ida nodded. We need to find some rope and secure any of his weapons, Todoroki suggested. Ida, can you stand? He asked, and Ida nodded. Find some rope around here if you can. I'll get rid of his weapons and Midoriya, tend to Native's injuries. Right? They agreed as they got to work. Midoriya closed off Native's giant wound on his chest to prevent it from bleeding and gave him first aid treatment. Todoroki removed every blade from Stain's clothing, checking every part of the villain's outfit. Eventually he counted 7 blades. Ida found some rope in a nearby dumpster. They were lucky that someone had thrown it away. After that, he and Todoroki wrapped it tightly around the hero killer. The fight had taken only 10 minutes, but to them, it felt like a very long time. Whatever the case, the hero killer, Stain, had finally been defeated. Earlier with Gran Torino slammed the Nomu into the concrete street. His opponent extended his arm to throw a punch towards Gran Torino, ultimately missing. He's fast, but not faster than me, Gran Torino thought as he glided through the air. There were 2 civilians nearby. The Nomu went after them, screaming for help. "Stop it, you stupid beast," yelled Gran Torino as he jetted towards the Nomu. Suddenly, it was engulfed in fire, making him slow down. "Thanks, old-timer. I'm afraid I don't know you, but I can handle this from here." Gran Torino looked over where the fire came from. "It's you," he realized. "Whoa, look." The male civilian pointed at the hero. "Endeavor. Why is he in Hosu?" His female partner asked. "It's because I'm a hero," Endeavor answered proudly as the fire surrounding the Nomu vanished, leaving burns all over its body. That was only a low-temperature warning shot. But still, it always that's my opponents. Endeavor said, surprised, as the enemy started twitching. "Something's not right." Gran Torino observed carefully. "This guy is..." He got cut off as the Nomu combusted and expelled fire, causing him to back off. "Your quirk is absorption and release, but you still took damage from my flame, didn't you?" Endeavor confronted. The Nomu began twitching again. "What's this guy doing?" Gran Torino yelled but soon realized. "Watch it, Todoroki. I think this guy has multiple quirks." "I'm aware of that. Someone else told me." Endeavor recalled his son's warning. The Nomu then grew in size and launched into the air. Endeavor pointed his arm at the Nomu and prepared to fire. Gran Torino positioned himself against the wall and launched towards the Nomu. "Die!" someone shouted, making the 2 stop. The Nomu suddenly got blasted by an explosion from behind, making it limp and slam into the ground, cracking the pavement in the process. "Bakugo!" someone called from behind them as strands of fabric wrapped around the Nomu, restraining it for good. "You need to be much more careful. You wouldn't want to damage the road now, would you?" The person scolded. "Whatever, Genist," Bakugo replied arrogantly. "At least this idiot is defeated, and that's what matters," he stated with a smile. "What am I gonna do with you?" Best Genist facepalmed himself. "Anyways, are you alright, Endeavor? Does it look like I'm in trouble?" Endeavor angrily answered as he powered down. "Hakamata," Gran Torino called out to Genist. "What are you doing here?" "Gran Torino, sir." Genist recognized his former teacher from his time as a UA student. "I came to assist in taking down these monsters," he reported. "I'm also giving my intern, Bakugo," he fixed his gaze on the blonde teen, "some combat experience with real criminals." "I see." Gran Torino nodded as an explosion echoed from the city. "Where is that kid off to now?" he yelled in annoyance. "That must be where the rest of the heroes are gathered," Endeavor pointed out. "You also have an intern, Gran Torino." "That's surprising," Genist blurted out, recalling how strict Gran Torino had been as a teacher. "A green-haired brat, also from UA. Just like the one with you right now," Gran Torino pointed at Bakugo. "Is his name Izuku Midoriya?" Bakugo asked suddenly. "You know him?" Gran Torino replied. The nerd's one of my classmates." Bakugo yelled, only to be hit on the head by Genist. "Speak properly," he scolded, and Bakugo grumbled in response. "I told him to get rid of any fires from the city and to handle these beasts," Gran Torino said, placing his foot down at the Nomu. "We should probably get this thing to the cops. Child, ring them, would you?" He instructed Bakugo, who hesitantly reached for his phone to dial the authorities. He then saw a message from the. He clicked it and saw an address to his location. Why would he send his location? He wondered. "Don't worry about that," Endeavor said, getting off his phone after contacting his acquaintances. "Leave this to my sidekicks." Then he remembered where his son had gone off to, suspecting something must have happened. There's an address I need you to investigate. Bakugo perked up at the mention of an address. Head to 4210 Echo Street in District 4, Endeavor recited. Another villain? Gran Torino asked, and Endeavor shrugged. I don't know. Bakugo then realized that the address was the same as that of his friend's location. So Todoroki must have followed him there. He thought with a scoff. Tsunagu and I will handle the chaos over there, Gran Torino said, and he nodded. Let's go, Bakugo, Genist ordered. No. I'm going with the old man. Bakugo yelled at him. Why? His mentor asked. I got a message from Midoriya. That's where his location is, Bakugo prompted. He thought it felt strange to say his friend's last name since he was so used to calling him by his nickname. Alright, just don't go chaotic without me. And stay close to Gran Torino, Genist agreed. Yeah. Alright, let's go, Endeavor. Genist ran towards the fire. Don't go ordering me around. Endeavor followed him, leaving Bakugo and Torino behind. You know, you kinda act and sound like Endeavor. Don't you think? Gran Torino remarked as they flew towards the address. I'm nothing like that real stick-in-the-mud idiot. Bakugo snapped, catching up with the old man. Gran Torino's expression suggested he thought otherwise. If you only knew what he did. Bakugo thought, annoyed as they got closer to the street. With Midoriya and the others, Native, can you move again? Midoriya calmly set Native down after sealing his wound. Yeah. I think I'm good as new now, the pro-hero responded as Midoriya helped him back up. I have to apologize. I'm supposed to be a pro, but I was useless back there, Native said, walking over to Todoroki, who was securing the hero killer. It's no trouble at all, Midoriya waved off the apology. I don't think one person can take down the hero killer all by themselves. His quirk targeted you for the longest time, which is why he focused on you. Ida, come over here, he called out to his friend, who complied. Midoriya took off the arm piece of Ida's costume and began treating the deep wound to prevent it from bleeding, shoving a towel into Ida's mouth. You need to learn to control your emotions and grudges. And don't leave Manuel, or anyone for that matter, alone just to get some revenge. Ida nodded at the scolding from their class Republic. Everyone will worry if you do that, so don't do it again, he finished, searing the wound and taking the handkerchief out of Ida's mouth. Sorry, class representative, I won't do it again. Ida bowed down to apologize. Let me carry him. At least let me do that for you, Native offered, picking up the tied-down hero killer along with the confiscated weaponry. Alright, let's get out of here, Todoroki ordered as he, Midoriya, Ida, and Native walked over to the main street. Midoriya, Todoroki called out, getting his friend's full attention. Cool down for a while. I'll freeze your wrists, he offered. Thank you, Todoroki. Midoriya pulled off his glove, and Todoroki froze his wrists to help him cool down. I should probably let the design crew add temperature regulators in the Air Force gloves, Midoriya reminded himself as he and Todoroki caught up with Ida and Native. You know, Midoriya, you could have beaten him all on your own, Todoroki bluntly stated. Well, I guess, Midoriya shrugged it off. Technically, yes, he could defeat him easily. But I had to notify someone else, preferably the police, that Stain was here. Unfortunately, the only thing I could send at that moment was my location to my contacts, he defended himself. I see, Todoroki accepted the answer. Well, it worked out in the end. Father probably sent over heroes here. They'll arrive any min. They stepped out of the alley when someone suddenly came right at them. I told you to get rid of the fire, brat. Gran Torino arrived at the scene, swiftly dashing towards Midoriya to kick him, but Midoriya dodged the hit. I'm sorry. He profusely apologized as the old man stood in front of them. You can't even follow simple instructions, Deku. Bakugo also arrived, trying to hit him as well, which resulted in Midoriya backing off. Kaken. Why are you here too? Midoriya asked as Bakugo calmed down. Are you really that stupid? I arrived here earlier because of internships, obviously. The blonde snapped. Did Endeavor lead you here? Ida asked suddenly. That's one of the reasons, yes, but Bakugo was notified about your text, Gran Torino explained. I see, Todoroki simply replied. Looks like the location did good after all. Yeah. I still need to apologize to the other people I sent the text to, though. Midoriya scratched his hair. Well, I don't know what's going on, but I'm glad you're not dead at least, Gran Torino said, relieved. Me too. I'm sorry. Again. Gran Torino couldn't believe it. This side of him reminds me so much of Toshinori, he thought. When can this nerd stop being such a trouble magnet? Bakugo thought annoyingly. Around the corner. Footsteps came from their east. 4 pro heroes also arrived on the scene. Endeavor told us there is a request for help here, but a masked hero trailed off. Children, another muttered. Are you injured? Another hero asked. I treated our wounds, however, I believe we should still get them checked, answered Midoriya. The pro nodded. I'll call the ambulances right away. A hero with a helmet pointed behind Native's back. The female hero from earlier gasped. Is that the hero killer? She asked loudly. Get the police on the line. The hero killer was still unconscious, not moving. Bakugo looked at him in shock. Did you defeat this guy? He asked Midoriya, still astounded. Me, Todoroki, and Ida did. I'm sure you're probably angry about that, Midoriya stated shyly. Of course I'm mad. You took down the hero killer. Bakugo cursed. Language. Midoriya warned him. Todoroki, Ida called out, getting the heterochromatic boy to glance at him. You were also hurt. Because of me. I'm truly sorry. Midoriya and Bakugo also glanced at him, stopping their bickering. I was just so angry. I couldn't see anything else. Ida sobbed, full of regrets. I'm really sorry too, Ida. Midoriya stepped forward to face him. You were going through so much by yourself, I didn't even notice, even though I was your friend. Just don't do anything so reckless, for eyes, Bakugo insulted, but deep down he did worry about his classmate. He just didn't want to show it. Hey, pull yourself together. You're the class deputy, Todoroki reminded him, calming him down. Ida wiped his tears and stood up again. Out of nowhere, screeching noises came hurling down from the other side of the street. Get down. Gran Torino noticed a flying Nomu headed towards Midoriya. No. I was too distracted to notice. Midoriya realized too late that it was coming directly at him. It grabbed him by the torso and flew away. Midoriya / Deku. His classmates shouted in worry for their taken friend. Midoriya tried to cut off the arm with fire, but, demon it. He cursed. This one must have an insulator quirk. He could have broken free by heating himself up, but he was too drained from the fight and putting out the fires. It's bleeding. The Nomu dropped BLD on the heroine's face. It must be trying to escape. Shoot. If it takes him too high, I won't be able to reach him with my quirk. Gran Torino thought angrily. Sheet. Bakugo cursed mentally as he used explosions on his feet to try to save him. Freaking Nomu, he yelled. Bakugo! Todoroki shouted, even more worried. Just then an unknown knife came from Stain's wrist as he woke up from unconsciousness. He got up and started to head towards the Nomu carrying Midoriya. He liked the BLD off the female hero's face, causing the monster to freeze. The word, hero, has lost meaning in this society. The world is overrun by fakes and criminals, like you, who chase petty dreams. Stain stabbed the Nomu's exposed brain. As it fell, Stain jumped off Bakugo in midair, sending him back, and grabbed the Nomu and Midoriya, skidding into the ground as they dropped. You must all be purged, he growled as he twisted the knife into the brain, killing it in the process. Everything that I do is to create a stronger society. This shocked the students and the other heroes present. The killer gave off an aura of antipathy, making everyone there sink to their backs. Meanwhile, with Shigaraki and Kurogiri in the water tower, hey, what the hell? This is no fair. Shigaraki threw a tantrum as he removed the binoculars he was using. Why did he have to go and kill that Nomu? And why is that brat here? He scratched his neck furiously. I'm so mad I don't even know what to say. This is a mess. Why do things never go the way I want them to? Back with the heroes, did he just save those two? Took one of the boys hostage, you idiot. He killed that guy with no hesitation. The pros contemplated as another one warned them that they would be facing another fight. Why are you all standing around like fools? Endeavor strode to the scene. The villain must have flown this way, right? You took care of the rest, one of the heroes asked him. Mostly. Genist helped restrain the other monsters, but things got a little rough at the end. He observed who they were up against. Hold on. He trailed off, seeing Stain pinning down Midoriya and Bakugo with one hand. Hey, let go. Midoriya struggled against the grip of the hero killer. Don't tell me that man is, Bakugo cursed under his breath. He pushed me away. How are we gonna save Deku now? And, Ever. The hero killer breathed, staring at the number 2 hero. All that fighting with Midoriya, Todoroki, and Ida had taken a toll on him, and he was wavering. Endeavor ignited his right gauntlet. Hero killer. He called out, aiming toward his main target. Wait, Todoroki. Gran Torino yelled at his former student in alarm, as Endeavor halted his pursuit. Stain released Midoriya, who quickly pushed himself to the side to escape the criminal's grasp. Midoriya redirected his gaze to the hero killer. Stain's mask had been torn off, revealing a contorted face that sent shivers down everyone's spine. False hero. Stain shouted, his murderous aura intensifying. I'll make this right. He stepped forward, causing everyone to shudder. These streets must run with the BLD of hypocrites. As he advanced, Todoroki stumbled backward. Hero. I'll reclaim that word. Stain stomped his foot down. Come on. Just try and stop me, you fakes. Endeavor felt the weight of the killer's intent. There's only one man I'll let kill me. Stain's eyes were wild. He is a true hero. All might is worthy. It was a scene that felt straight out of a horror movie. The streets were illuminated by a BLD-colored moon behind the hero killer, amplifying his terrifying presence and filling the heroes with unprecedented fear. At that moment, the knife he used to kill the Nomu dropped to the ground. Stain stood still, his pupils lightening. He's out cold. Endeavor broke the silence. The hero killer had lost consciousness from the blow to the head inflicted by Midoriya earlier. In that moment, no one could muster the courage to stand against him. Meanwhile, at the water tower, Shigaraki observed the aftermath of their attack on Hosu. 9 Nomus were taken into police custody, and heroes were managing the damage while firefighters worked to extinguish the flames. He disintegrated his binoculars in disappointment. We're leaving, he stated as Kurogiri opened a warp gate. Are you satisfied with the results, Tamura Shigaraki? Kurogiri inquired before they warped away. It depends on tomorrow's headline, Shigaraki replied. One day after the incident, now known as the Hosu incident, our heroes were at Hosu General Hospital receiving treatment for their injuries. Thanks to Midoriya's cauterization of their wounds, they required minimal medical attention, just bandages to prevent infection. Ida, however, had suffered a more serious injury. The knife that pierced his left arm had broken bones, necessitating surgery and a cast. The blade had also damaged his brachial plexus, which could lead to limited movement and numbness in his arm. While it might be permanent, he held on to hope for recovery through nerve transplant surgery. After waking up, they were greeted by their mentors, except for Endeavor and Best Genist, who were still occupied with their responsibilities. Gran Torino and Manuel were present, along with Kenji Tsuragame, the chief of police, who scolded them, especially Ida, for their actions. The only reason Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki weren't reprimanded as much was due to their temporary licenses. You got temporary licenses? Ida asked, overwhelmed. The 3 of them minus Bakugo nodded. We just didn't tell you because I thought everyone would be too jealous, Midoriya explained. It's a good thing you agreed to the school's consensus about having these licenses, Tsuragame interjected. And what's that? Ida asked again. That we would not take credit for what we did yesterday. The pros at the scene will, but not us, Todoroki replied in his usual monotone voice. But then your efforts, Ida began, but Bakugo interrupted with a scoff. 4 eyes, Did you really forget what the nerds said about our identities to the public? Ida tried to recall their class rep's warning. If they found out we were students who defeated those villains, it would put you all in danger. I see. I apologize for not understanding, Ida said, bowing in realization, while Bakugo grumbled. That's why you're still only students. We can pretend you weren't involved in the defeat of the villains and just say you helped evacuate people, the chief added, giving a thumbs up. I don't want to damage any promising young careers over something simple like this. Either way, we'll need to take responsibility for being negligent as supervisors, Manuel said, tears in his eyes. Ida approached him and bowed. I'm sorry. I should have listened to you, he apologized sincerely as Manuel lightly smacked his head. Yeah. You caused us a lot of trouble. Remember that and don't do it again, he scolded his trainee. Yes, sir. The other three bowed their heads as well. And I apologize too, Midoriya said. Sorry, Bakugo added quietly. Me too, we'll leave it to you, Todoroki said. I know it's not fair. You won't enjoy the fame and praise you probably would have received otherwise, the chief said, bowing as well. But at least, allow me, as the chief of police, to thank you. Bakugo thought to himself, I wouldn't care less if I get praised. You know, you could have started with that, Todoroki remarked, not enjoying the scolding they received. None of them had anticipated the fight in the back alley, and in the end, no one would find out. Yet, the implications of that battle continued to weigh on them even after their wounds had healed. News outlets, radio shows, and social media buzzed about the arrest of the hero killer. The Nomus were mentioned, but not as prominently as Stain. The public statement claimed that 4 high school student interns had helped guide citizens during evacuations and had stumbled upon the hero killer by chance. Endeavor had taken down Stain, while Best Jeanist apprehended the Nomus present. The chief was true to his word. They believed that Stain and the League of Villains were working together, though in reality, they were not. Shigaraki was furious about every headline focusing on him. He's all they're talking about, he muttered, crumpling the newspaper in frustration. What about my Nomus? He growled quietly, slamming his fist on the bar table. He recalled his earlier words, jinxing himself when he said that Stain would be forgotten overnight. Not only have they not forgotten, but we didn't even make the front page. Midoriya wrote back to those who had received his location to apologize. I hope I didn't disrupt whatever they were doing, he thought as he set his phone down and changed into his school uniform. The other 3 in the room did the same. Most of their wounds had healed overnight, so they were discharged and allowed to return to their internships. Ida, however, had suffered severe injuries to his arms and had to go home to recover for the rest of the week. This left Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki. So, are we all returning to our internships? Midoriya asked as he finished packing. Yes. I'm going back to my father's agency. I still want to learn everything I can from him, Todoroki replied. Besides, they're saying he defeated the hero killer even though it was actually his son who helped out. I want to see if there's any shame on his face. I think you need to calm down a bit there, Midoriya said, patting his shoulder. Bakugo scoffed. Great. While you're doing all that, I need to spend 2 more days with my hair spiked down, he said sarcastically. Don't even get me started, icy hot. Knock it off. Let's get going. Don't tell me what to do, nerd. Bakugo, don't yell. We're still in the hospital. Shut up. They left the building and headed toward the train station to return to their respective internships. You know, it's ironic that we get to have real combat experience with real villains right after we just got our licenses, Midoriya sighed. They were supposed to be there for internships, and honestly, they needed a break. We did get to kick some butt though. And you defeating that hero killer is proof of that, Bakugo huffed. He felt jealousy as he thought about how his friends had been out there defeating the elusive criminal. Well, you aren't wrong about that, Bakugo, Todoroki agreed. He was glad he could use both of his powers to be a hero, just like his mother and Midoriya had said. They reached their trains and bid each other goodbye. Midoriya walked back to Gran Torino's apartment. When he entered, no one was home. I guess he's still at Hosu, he wondered as he set his bag down. He thought about how to pass the time and noticed the ingredients left from his shopping trip the day before. Being the kind-hearted person he was, he decided to cook for Gran Torino when he returned. It was the least he could do for worrying the old man. In the UA faculty room, All Might answered a phone call. "Yes. Hello," he said, standing up nervously as he recognized the voice on the other end. "Gran Torino. You could have warned me about Izuku Midoriya. I know it probably couldn't be helped, but thanks to him, I'm getting a pay cut." Gran Torino complained. "His tendency to jump into situations without thinking is just like yours, Toshinori," All Might said, apologizing deeply as he exited to a more private location to talk. "Well, enough about that. I actually called to discuss the hero killer." Gran Torino recalled the encounter, how it had shaken him to his core, and how he couldn't believe the depth of hatred present in someone like Stain. "I can't believe he was able to frighten someone like you, Gran Torino. He must have already tied up, so what scared you?" It probably stemmed from his fanatic ideology. There was something intimidating about his obsession. He wasn't trying to praise him, but it seemed to parallel All Might being the symbol of peace. There were similarities. "What do you mean?" All Might sat down on the couch. "To put it simply, you both have charisma," Gran Torino elaborated. He then discussed the investigations into Stain's capture, noting that his ideology would circulate throughout the media. All Might interpreted this as a beacon that could influence and encourage villains lurking in the shadows. "But they'd be stopped by heroes, right? That's where the League of Villains comes in," Gran Torino continued, capturing All Might's full attention. "The Hosu incident suggests that Stain and the League are connected somehow. That means the League will transition from being seen as juvenile delinquents who attacked UA to being recognized as a group with an ideology." All Might listened intently. "In other words, these new converts will seek them out." The blonde hero gasped. "Even if each individual is insignificant, if that evil gathers under one banner and grows into unstoppable proportions, and if the villain in charge knew this would happen from the beginning, then he is a brilliant strategist." All Might swelled with anger. "When I heard from Tsukachi that Nomu had multiple quirks, I had a bad feeling." He gripped his hand. "What if he is back? You're concerned it could be the man who killed Shimura, my sworn friend, your emissary, and the previous holder of One for All. The man who opened that hole in your stomach. You are afraid that the villain named All for One is on the rise again." Just hearing that name made All Might's BLD boil. For him to survive such injuries, he couldn't even imagine it was possible. There were a few seconds of silence before Gran Torino spoke again. "Toshinori, that child admires you so fiercely. You should find the time to tell him everything concerning you and One for All. Be honest. He deserves to know the truth." After that phone call, Gran Torino was requested to partake in the investigation of the League by Detective Tsukachi. Of course, he accepted. It may lead him to the mastermind, All for One. He went home soon after. As he neared his apartment, he caught a whiff of something delicious coming from the building. "What's that kid got in there?" He entered the apartment, announcing his arrival to Midoriya. "Gran Torino." Midoriya yelled excitedly as he began to plate what he cooked. "What ya got there?" Gran Torino asked as he sat at the dining table. Midoriya held 2 bowls, one for himself and one for his mentor. "Here you go." He set the bowl in front of the old man. "I made curry udon." Midoriya said proudly. "I thought you might be hungry, so I decided to make do with what we have right now. Please dig in." Itadakimasu. Gran Torino looked at the finished product before using his chopsticks to pick up the delectable udon noodles and slurp them. "So, how does it taste?" Midoriya asked, anticipating a great review from the hero. "This tastes amazing, kiddo." Gran Torino gushed. "Didn't know you could cook." "Well, you didn't ask," Midoriya chuckled as he sat down. "And I prepared this for you since I caused so much trouble." He scratched his hair. Gran Torino clicked his tongue as he took another bite. "No need to be so modest about it." He chuckled before speaking up again. "But geez kid, you're so much like him." Internships were finally complete, and I could get back to UA again. This experience seemed to pass by like a breeze. I know I wasn't here long, but thanks for everything. I stood in front of Gran Torino's apartment. He was still yawning. I guess this week left us really tired. I don't think there's any reason for you to thank me. I wasn't around when the really big stuff happened. Sure. But the only reason I was able to stand up against Stain at all was because of our sparring and wise instruction. I said, but he suddenly grabbed his cane and swung it toward my foot, so I jumped. You survived, yes, but only because the hero killer let you, he scolded. It did kind of look like it. Well, at least you learned how to combine both of your powers instead of just relying on them separately. Even though you still overheated. He suddenly moved the cane into my suitcase. I know what happened. You went well over your limit. I thought we agreed you're only supposed to use 5%. You're too impatient, and when you lose focus, you lose control too. Gran Torino continued to nag. I know you already know this, but if you are really aiming to be like All Might, then you still have a lot to learn, boy, so keep at it. Yeah. I really needed to learn a lot more. Sir. I answered and he nodded. But before I leave, I have another question. I really needed to find out. And what's that? He asked back. Even though you're really strong and you trained the #1 hero in the world yourself, no one knows you. I looked at him and continued. You should be super famous, but you're not. Is there a specific reason for that? Oh, that's an easy one. I was just never that interested in working as a pro hero. What? There was a point in my past when I needed to be able to use my quirk freely, without limits. That's the only reason I got my license, he explained. It might be better to hear this from Toshi, All Might, I mean. He can explain everything to you better than me. I see, was my response. To think about it, I didn't actually get new information from All Might, like the fact that he was quirkless before he became great. That's a kid. Keep working hard. Gran Torino signed me off as I took my final bow. Yes, sir. Thank you again. Bye for now. He nodded as I walked towards the train station to ride my way back home. I wondered how the rest of the class fared with their internships. Hey boy. Gran Torino called out again, making me halt. Who are you? Seriously again. I was about to say my name again, but there was something else. I needed to recognize who I'll be in the future. So I responded, I'm Deku. Gran Torino had a smug grin as he waved off again, entering the apartment block. I promise I'll do my best to become the world's next symbol of peace. Just you wait. The next day UA High School, Holy CRP. What the heck, Bakugo? Kirishima and Siro made fun of Bakugo's new hairdo. What happened to him? Todoroki asked Midoriya, who was sitting at the back with Ida, talking to each other before Bakugo came in. I heard it's because Best Jeanist described his look as a bit too harsh, Midoriya air quoted. Don't worry about it. It will take a second to spike up again. Stop laughing. My hair has gotten used to this and I can't get it back the right way. Bakugo grumbled loudly. Did you not hear me? I'll get you both. But he just said, wait for it. I'd like to see you try, pretty boy. And with that insult his hair sprouted right back. What did you call me? There we go, Midoriya said happily, as Kirishima and Siro ran for their lives. I suggest that you stop them, class rep. Ida tried to make them stop. I'll think about it. Awesome. So you got to face actual villains. I'm super jealous. Ashido squealed with glee, seeing that her other friends experienced something so dangerous. Well, I didn't fight. All I did was help people evacuate, provide logistical support, Jiro clarified. Ashido didn't seem fazed, though. I spent basically the whole time training and cleaning the ship deck, Azui added. Though there was this one day we fought a bunch of drag smugglers. That's cool, the other girls replied, darkly. What about you, Ochako? How was your week? Azui turned her head towards the brunette, who was performing martial arts in the air, blowing imaginary smoke from her mouth. I'd say that it was very enlightening, Uraraka stated, emitting an intense aura around her. I think she found her battle spirit. Yeah. That battle hero must have been something else. Midoriya smiled at his classmates. I'm so glad that everyone had such a fun time, he thought. After 1 week, she's like a totally different person, Kaminari observed while talking to Mineta. Different. Don't be fooled, Kaminari. He remembered his experience with the Miniyama hero, Mount Lady. All women are demons at heart. They just hide their true personalities behind pretty faces. He shivered at the thought. What the heck did Mount Lady do to you? Kaminari asked, patting his friend's shoulder. Everyone at my internship loved me. It was actually kind of great, he replied. Now if you want to talk about the ones who really changed, he pointed at the back of the room. It was those four. Midoriya, Todoroki, Ida, and Bakugo. Oh yeah, the hero killer. Shiro remembered. Putting all jokes aside, glad you guys made it out alive. Seriously. I worried about you too, Yaoyorozu said beside them. You were lucky that Endeavor showed up and saved you guys. The four boys shrugged it off. They shouldn't know that they were the ones who really did defeat Stain. You did really good at evacuating civilians too. Even though that was interrupted by Stain. That was so cool. Just what you would expect from our top students. Grr. That flaming worthless trash bag, Bakugo growled quietly to avoid raising any suspicion. Yeah, that's right. He saved us. Todoroki lied, but he couldn't let them find out. Stain kind of ruined the evacuations a bit. Good thing Endeavor was there, though, Midoriya added, also lying. Did you hear the news about the hero killer? Everyone's been saying that he was somehow connected to the League of Villains. Ojiro scratched his head. Can you imagine how frightening it would have been if that creep had been there when they attacked the USJ? He's scary, yeah, Kaminari chimed in. But did you guys see him in that weird video? It's all over the internet. I didn't even know there was a video of him. The video in question was about Stain's life story, how he became known today. It was so controversial that people started to take them down, only for many more to pop back up. Stain's a pretty evil villain but, like, super tenacious. He's almost kind of cool, don't you, Kaminari? Stop it, the menacing voice of Midoriya warned, reminding him not to mention anything related to Stain in front of Ida. Oh, I'm sorry, Kaminari stammered at the thought of the scary side of the usually bright class republic. No. It's okay, Ida said, looking at his left arm as Midoriya dropped the glare. It is true that he is quite a tenacious villain. I understand how people would think he was cool. Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki looked at him intently. But instead of helping the world, his beliefs led him to cold-blooded actions. No matter his motives, such behavior cannot be condoned. Kaminari dropped his ideas. To keep anyone else from suffering like me, Ida regained his confidence and strict demeanor. Well, I promise I will strive to be the perfect hero. He waved his hands back and forth. Midoriya smiled at his friend's determination. Let's do it. He nodded as both of them instructed everyone to take their seats. He's back. This is your fault for talking about strange things. Sorry. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Bakugo glanced at the blue-haired teen. At least he'll be just fine. I hope. Way to go, Ida. I am here, valiantly announced All Might in front of the class. Hope you're ready to return to our lesson. Today, it's hero basic training. Feels like I haven't seen you in a while. He welcomed them back. Now then, listen carefully for what's in store. We'll be conducting a little race. Take everything you've learned from your internships and apply it to this rescue training. Ida raised his hand to ask All Might, if it's rescue training, then shouldn't we be at the USJ instead? Midoriya answered his query. The USJ is for disaster rescue training, Ida. That is completely different from what we're doing here today. I see. Apologies for the interruption. Please continue, Ida replied. All Might then explained what they would be doing. They would be conducting a race against 4 other people. When the distress signal is established, the students must make their way over to it, traversing the industrial setting of Training Field Gamma. Whoever finds All Might first wins. But try to keep the property damage to a bare minimum, please. All Might pointed at Bakugo to warn him. He growled in response. All right, first group get to your places. The first ones to go were Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, and Shiro. Back with the rest of the students, Kaminari voiced his concerns. Ida hasn't completely recovered yet, right? He should sit this one out. Yeah. Everyone in this group has really good mobility, Kirishima observed. Who do you think will win? I'm betting on Zero, the redhead claimed. Oh yeah. I got odds on Bakugo, Kaminari replied. I'll choose Todoroki. He's gonna skate to win this thing. Hagakure and Ishido chimed in. I'll go with Midoriya on this one, croaked Azui. Even if he's still recovering, I think Ida has got this one, Uraraka cheered. Is everyone ready? Begin. All Might pressed a button, and a large air horn sounded through the field. Zero quickly swung over with his tape, and Ida rushed over, using his engines. Look at him go. In a maze like this, it makes sense to be above everything else. Kirishima cheered for his chosen competitor. So that means Zero has the advantage since he can take to the sky, Shoji explained. But remember, there are always others who can also take to the air, Yaoyorozu reminded them. Back with the competing 5, Zero exclaimed. It's like this course was built with me in mind. A streak of colors passed over him. With my new training, I can win. Midoriya declared as he rotated in the air, landing on a pipe and jumping back to gain momentum for his long jump. That leap made him look like he was actually floating. The spectators were surprised. Even All Might was astounded. Oh, is that Midoriya? Kaminari and Mineta shouted in disbelief. Are those rainbow flames? Although it was disappearing and reappearing, multiple colors flashed every moment. He got the hang of it from just a week. Ojiro asked, amazed at his friend's growth. It's not just him. Ishido pointed at Bakugo, who was using explosions on his legs and arms to boost himself into the air. The difference was that the explosions, although small, propelled him forward significantly. You're not the only one, stupid nerd. Bakugo shouted. Look at Todoroki go. Hagakure pointed to the other side of the screen. Todoroki found a way to freeze the moisture in the air to create platforms for himself. After jumping over the ice, he used his fire to boost himself up, melting the ice to prevent damage when it dropped. The 3 of them reached All Might at the same time, followed by Zero in 4th and Ida in 5th. I'm getting closer to beating your top speed, you know, Bakugo said. It just means I'm gonna do more training to surpass you again. Also, nice job Todoroki. You too, Ida and Zero. Thank you, Midoriya, the 3 of them replied. All Might then congratulated them for finishing. Compared to the start of the year, you all showed me some incredible improvements, he commented. Keep working and preparing for your upcoming final exams. Sir. The competitors answered as All Might ushered them back to the observation deck, leaving only Midoriya and Bakugo to discuss something. You surprised me. That was incredible. Find me after class. We need to talk, Bakugo said quietly as he left. It's time for you to know everything about me. And one for all. The 2 friends exchanged glances, both wondering what that could mean. Time skip brought to you by Jiro's antics after classes. Midoriya and Bakugo knocked on the teacher's lounge door, where they thought All Might would be. Come have a seat, they heard him say. They walked over to the couch where the pro hero sat, looking serious. You've been through a lot recently. I'm sorry I wasn't around to help you out. All Might looked at Midoriya. Don't apologize to that All Might, Midoriya dismissed it. More importantly, Bakugo interrupted, growing impatient. You mentioned OFA earlier. What does it have to do with him? I heard that the hero killer swallowed your BLD in the attack. Bakugo smacked Midoriya's head. Are you crazy? Why did you let that happen? Why? Midoriya tried to reason. It's because his quirk was to stop people by swallowing it. I just let myself be unguarded. Is that what this is about? Midoriya asked All Might again. Do you remember how I gave my power to you? What I said that day? Eat this. Midoriya quoted his mentor's words carefully, mimicking the hero's face. Bakugo had to stifle a laugh. No, not that part. I said the key was in my DNA. With that, Bakugo smacked Midoriya's hand again. Hold on. Don't tell me the hero killer has OFA now. Midoriya panicked. No, he doesn't. I just thought you might be worried about that, but I see. It didn't cross your mind. All Might sighed deeply, denying the assumption. OFA can only be given to another person if you, the bearer, intend to pass it along. Midoriya sighed in relief as Bakugo stopped hitting him. It's not something that can just be taken away by force. Although it can be transferred by force. What kind of example is that? Both of them exclaimed at the illustration of taking it by force. All Might focused his attention back to Midoriya. The quirk you have now is unique. You should know its origin. Bakugo interrupted. Are you sure I need to be here? Since you're also in on the secret, you might as well listen, Midoriya reassured. Please continue. All Might. One for All is derived from another odd quirk. A power that's very old. Bakugo imagined it was only a standalone quirk, but maybe it was not after all. The name of that quirk is All for One. It allowed its user to take quirks from others, and the user could keep those powers for themselves or give them to someone else. That's really awful. The person could steal powers. And it sounds so close to the name too, Midoriya thought worriedly. This was back when quirks were just starting to show up, before society figured out how to deal with the newly powered among them. When quirks first appeared, it was suddenly impossible to say what it meant to be a normal person. Laws and human rights were hotly debated. Civilization's progress stalled. Society decayed. All Might continued. If superpowers had never appeared, then humans would be taking interstellar holidays by this point. Midoriya stated, I also read about that from some extra that is famous in the media. During that chaotic PRD of change, there was one person who managed to rally many people together. He went by the name of his power, All for One. He stole quirks from others. With his overwhelming abilities, he spread his influence across the country. He manipulated people to serve his purposes and committed evil acts with little resistance. In the blink of an eye, he became the leader of villains and ruled over Japan. I've seen plenty of rumors about this online, sure. But isn't that all just made up? It's not mentioned in our textbooks, Midoriya interjected. Bakugo added, it might be because no one wanted to remember what shameful history they went through. That's right, All Might continued the history lesson. Anyway, when a person gains true power, they enjoy showing it off to others, making Midoriya gasp. How does this all tie in together though? And what about One for All? Midoriya didn't understand. I said that All for One could give quirks to others, remember? He made people trust him to submit to his will by altering their abilities. Many poor souls who couldn't bear the burden of the quirks they were given became like mindless living dolls, incapable of speaking. This sent chills down both boys' spines. Those monsters were once humans. Meanwhile, some quirks actually evolved as they were passed on. Some even combined with other power sets. Bakugo didn't want to show it, but he looked worried. One for All's really connected to this. This evil man had a quirkless younger brother. He was small and sickly, but he had a strong sense of justice. The pain the brother felt seeing All for One's deeds made him resist. Then All for One transferred a quirk to his sibling, one that would allow him to stockpile power. We don't know if it was a gift or if he just wanted to force him to submit. Midoriya connected the dots. The brother wasn't quirkless. Even though everyone thought he was powerless, it turns out the brother did have a quirk, though even he hadn't realized it. He had a unique power that allowed him to transfer quirks. The stockpiling ability merged with the younger brother's power, and that is how One for All came to be. All Might finished, dramatically extending his arms. Isn't it ironic? Bakugo sounded concerned. The power that is related to serving justice came from something so horrific and evil. Wait, hold on. Midoriya interjected. I understand how One for All came about now. But this villain must be long dead by this point. So why? Bakugo grunted at the green-haired boy's confusion. Weren't you listening? He just said he can take away quirks. All Might continued Bakugo's explanation. Anything's possible. There are quirks that halt aging. He probably has something like that. The symbol of evil seemed pretty much immortal. The state of the world at the time made a huge difference in their combat abilities. The younger brother decided to entrust this new quirk to future generations. Even though he couldn't defeat All for One, he hoped One for All would continue to grow in power until it was strong enough to stop his older brother. Eventually, it was my turn, and I managed to defeat All for One. At least, that's what I thought. But he survived and is now back in action as the brain behind the League of Villains. All Might stepped in front of the window. So now you know. The entire purpose of One for All is to defeat All for One. As its holder, the man looked at Midoriya intently. You may, one day, have to fight against this great evil yourself. Because I failed. Midoriya and Bakugo were shocked. This might be the biggest burden that Midoriya had ever heard of. But still, I know you didn't expect this. But I'll do my best. Midoriya finally declared. I'll do whatever you ask. No matter what it might take. As long as you're with us, we can do anything. I know you'll have our back. What the nerd said, Bakugo stepped up. If he has to fight that madman, I will also be there. I can't just let him take all the glory, so I'll fight alongside you. All Might was shocked by the dedication in both of his students' voices. He felt compelled to tell them something important. Come on. Tell them. They need to know. All Might placed his hand over his mouth. That's not how it will happen. Our futures are. The hero finally found his voice. They won't understand. Thank you. After that, they were allowed to go home. When they left that room, they had a brand new goal, to defeat this monstrosity. The one that started it all for one. All Might, on the other hand, couldn't predict what would happen next. Even though his ex-partner had warned him, he thought, I'm sorry, young Midoriya, young Bakugo. But by the time you face him, I won't be by your side anymore. The next day, Aizawa was ready to announce what would happen next. Well, it's almost time for summer vacation. But don't get too excited. We can't just relax for an entire month. Does that mean? Kaminari sounded hopeful. You'll be training while you're camping in the woods. The announcement quickly ignited excitement in the class. A big sleepover. Baths. Fireworks. Springs. S'mores. We've been training in cities, so these will be very different conditions for most of us, Yaoyorozu thought deeply. No matter what the environment, we must always remain vigilant. Yes. Very wise, Tokoyami agreed. Hanging out with everyone else all summer. I'm so excited. Yelled Hagakure, so loud that Aizawa had to step in and silence the class with his quirk. However, those of you who don't pass the final exam before the semester is over will have summer school, he declared. Nobody wanted that to happen, so Kirishima encouraged everyone to do their best. Midoriya was still lost in thought. Even though what All Might had to tell us was mind-blowing, he didn't really say anything specific about himself. Was he hiding something from them? Maybe it wasn't worth knowing in the end. The rest of the school week was filled with discussions and quizzes. They had to study a lot due to their upcoming exams. They still had to train their bodies during that time, so they were swamped with work. The written part was one thing, but there was also the practical portion. Everyone who didn't study was feeling the pressure. I've barely even taken notes this semester. Ashido laughed it off, but Kaminari sounded more worried. He had placed 20th in the midterms, and Ashido was close behind at 19th. It's true that we haven't had much free time lately, Tokoyami, who placed 14th, said with annoyance. We barely learned anything when we took our midterms. So they didn't seem that hard, but I'm kind of worried about this, Sato admitted, though he placed 12th, while Koda was 11th. As someone who ranked in the top 10, I'm not that concerned, Mineta said, surprisingly placing 9th in the midterms. And here I thought you were one of us. Ashido pouted. Don't you know weird little creeps like you are only likable if they're kind of stupid? Kaminari retorted. Who's going to love you? Everyone. Trust me, Mineta replied, ignoring his friend's complaints. Ashido, Kaminari. We've still got time to study. Midoriya, who placed 3rd in the midterms, joined the conversation. That way we'll all get to go to the training camp together. Yes. Ida raised his hand. As class deputy, I have high hopes that will make UA proud. He encouraged, having placed 2nd. It's pretty hard to fail if you just paid attention in class, isn't it? Todoroki, who placed 5th, said quietly as Kaminari sulked. Don't worry about it, you two. I could catch you up to speed on the important topics if you want, Yaoyorozu, who got straight A's and placed 1st, offered. You're the best, Yamamo. Yaoyorozu's expression shifted as she sulked. I'm afraid I won't be any help when it comes to the practical, though. Todoroki noticed her downcast demeanor. Suddenly, Jiro, Siro, and Ojiro approached, asking for her help to tutor them. Yaoyorozu's face brightened as she began to share what they would do at her residence. Sounds like I should be studying with her, Kirishima remarked to Bakugo. You think I don't know enough? Maybe I should beat the lessons into your skull. Bakugo shot back. I'm counting on it. Aoyama chuckled at the chaos in the classroom, seemingly unfazed. Everyone's panicking right now, but cramming this late won't do them any good, he said. Shoji, who had placed 10th, approached him. Shouldn't you be more concerned? You didn't do very well in the midterms. Aoyama looked offended. Are you talking about me? I did just fine, thank you, he replied, though he had actually placed 18th. Ring ring ring, they resumed their conversation at one of the cafeteria tables. I'm kinda worried about the practical. I have no idea what it's going to be, Midoriya admitted. What are you, a dweeb? Bakugo retorted from beside him. Hard to believe they'd give us anything too crazy. Ida, enjoying his beef stew, chimed in, the written exam questions will all be stuff from class. Midoriya took a bite from his bowl. So I should at least be able to do those. Do you really think it's going to be that easy? Uraraka questioned, her anxiety evident since she had placed 13th in the midterms. It's driving me nuts. I just want to know what they'll have us doing. It's a comprehensive test of everything we learned this semester, Hagakure explained, echoing their teacher's words. Yep. And that's about all we can get Mr. Aizawa to tell us, Azui added, who had placed 6th. Okay, so it'll cover combat training and rescue training. Oh, and basic training. Uraraka realized how much was at stake. Can you shut up and eat already? Bakugo sounded irritated by the constant chatter. I know we can't just study, we still have to be in shape. Midoriya noticed a slightly subtle movement from Monoma approaching their table. Without thinking, he activated his quirk, Thermal Control. Monoma, this table is full. Go to another one, he instructed as he released his hold. I heard you guys stumbled across the hero killer, Monoma said, causing tension in the air. Midoriya couldn't afford to let things escalate with so many people around. Just like in the sports festival, Class 1A isn't happy unless they're the center of attention, Monoma continued. Bakugo looked ready to explode, but Midoriya used his power to keep him calm. But you do realize you're not in the spotlight because people think you're good heroes, right? Monoma's words only fueled the irritation at the table. It's just that you keep getting into so much trouble. Someday the rest of us might get caught up in your mess too. Before things could escalate further, Kendo, Class 1B's class president, intervened. She swiftly neck-chopped Monoma, catching his tray as he fell. That's not funny, Monoma, she scolded, setting the plate down as she grabbed him by the collar. You heard what happened to Ida. Chill out. Thank you, Kendo. Midoriya smiled at her for stopping the disruption. Also, please don't start a fight, Kaken. The last part made Bakugo drop his frown, though he clicked his tongue in annoyance. I apologize for him. I'm pretty sure there's a hole where his heart should be, Ida remarked, glancing at Bakugo. So I was listening. I know you're all worried about what's going to be on the final practical. I heard it's going to be combat against robots, like the entrance exam, Kendo announced, causing shock around the table. Really? Uraraka sounded relieved. How do you know that? One of my friends from a few grades up filled me in. I know, cheating, she admitted, but Azui disagreed. Ribbit, I don't think that's cheating. I'm sure the teachers wanted us to find out about it ourselves, and one of the ways to do that was gathering information from upperclassmen. Pretty smart, if I do say so myself, Azui added. What kind of idiot are you, Kendo? Monoma stirred awake. You just gave away our whole strategic advantage. This was our chance to finally pull ahead of that class full of idiots. He began before getting interrupted once more. They're not the idiots, Kendo said as she dragged him away. Thank goodness I didn't have to get my hands dirty, Bakugo remarked, earning glances from his classmates. What the hell are you staring at? They quickly returned to their meals. All right. Kaminari, Ashido, and the rest of the class heard the news about what they would be doing. This'll be so much easier if it's just robots. Kaminari said, visibly relaxed. Why do you sound so happy? You both have a hard time controlling your quirks. Shoji tried to reason, but they countered that they had to go all out if it was just machines and not people. Now they just needed Yaoyorozu's lesson to help them study and move on. Simple. That was what confused Midoriya. This seems a bit too easy for a practical test. It's like they are tempting us with some kind of twist at the end, he thought. Bakugo felt the same. They can't just believe it won't be different this time. The teachers would expect us to gather information by now, so it must mean that it's either an easy take or a much more complicated one. Ida, too, was not expecting it to be that simple. There were many injured people during the entrance exams. That might have caused a disarray of opinions on letting students face off against robots. Even if Recovery Girl was here, it would be concerning. Those educated enough to understand that were not convinced. I don't think it's going to be that straightforward, you guys, the class rep suddenly blurted in. What do you mean, Midoriya? Zero asked. Are you trying to discourage us? Kaminari accused. Hold up. I wasn't finished. Midoriya stopped them from jumping to conclusions. It just doesn't feel right. You know. I'm afraid you need to be more specific, Midoriya, Tokoyami asked nicely. It's probably because of what the upperclassmen experienced. Ida joined the conversation. Who's to say that the teachers would change at least one thing about the exam? After all, those robots did cause some issues in that exam, Bakugo explained. The class grew silent. They might be right. So, just in case that happens, I want everyone here to train their quirks to be prepared for anything, Midoriya suggested. Also, go with a sparring partner if you have any difficulties in developing. Is that clear? Right. The class responded, nodding in agreement. With that, classes ended and they left. Unbeknownst to everyone, Aizawa was outside, listening into every word. Demon it, Aizawa cursed in his head. These problem children are much smarter than I would hope. A week passed. During that time, every student was either studying or training. Some studied on their own, while others reviewed with classmates. When it came to training, everyone followed Midoriya's suggestion, each pairing up with a sparring partner. The green-haired teen even considered training with the whole class, and they accepted. By the time of their 3-day exam, Aizawa was shocked to see that even those who scored low in the past answered the paper with ease. There were no blanks. On the 3rd day of the written part, Aizawa made them turn in their test papers as the clock struck noon. Grab your costumes and proceed to the area where you will do your practicals. Yes, sir. The practical exam area was held in a fairly open space in the middle of the forest, UA's central plaza. Now then, let's begin the last test. Remember, it's possible to fail this final. If you want to go to camp, then don't make any stupid mistakes, Aizawa lectured. But the question on everyone's mind was, why are all the teachers here? Jiro asked absent-mindedly. I expect many of you have gathered information and believe you have some idea of what you'll be facing. That sounded like it was meant to boost their confidence about the rumors. I'm guessing you have other plans, Mr. Aizawa? Midoriya asked. As expected of the class republic, Aizawa's scarf suddenly moved. Why, yes indeed. This year's test will be completely different. I'm surprised you figured it out sooner rather than later, Midoriya. That's what you get for being such a nerd, problem child, Aizawa said, annoyed. Midoriya felt personally offended, while Bakugo laughed. It's not funny. But it is. Shut up. Aizawa silenced them. Anyways, the tests now have a new focus. There will be hero work, of course, but also teamwork and combat against actual people. Principal Nizu slid down Aizawa's scarf. It was only a guess, but they knew it was coming. So what does that mean for you? You students will be working together in pairs, and your opponents will be some of our esteemed UA teachers. Isn't that fabulous? The principal calmly stated as panic settled in the students, albeit slightly. We're fighting the teachers. Uraraka exclaimed. Additionally, your partners and your opponents have already been chosen. They were determined at my discretion, based on various factors including fighting style and grades, Aizawa explained. For example, Midoriya will be paired up with Bakugo. The class gasped. Two of the most powerful students. Against whom? They might have already known who it was. Their opponent is. Midoriya suddenly felt a heat signature coming from the sky, falling. He recognized who it was. I am here. To fight. All Might made a grand entrance. We're up against All Might, they exclaimed, shocked. Fighting against each other was one thing, but fighting against their mentor would be more difficult. You're gonna have to work together, boys. If you want to win. Midoriya and Bakugo exchanged glances. We're gonna have to try to defeat him. Chapter and Midoriya's POV us against All Might. The number one hero. That's going to be a monumental task. In our sparring matches, we haven't even won a single one. No matter how much I panic, we still need to get through this. Bakugo's POV facing Deku is one of those things I hate the most. But All Might, that seems impossible. He is the symbol of peace. He can outmatch everyone, even the both of us combined. He's the strongest force in all of Japan. What do we do? And now, let's announce the teams and the teachers they'll be fighting in order, Nizu announced, pairing the students with their respective teachers. Kirishima and Sato were up against Cementos, Tokoyami and Azui against Ectoplasm, Ida and Ojiro against Power Loader, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu against Eraserhead, Uraraka and Aoyama against 13, Kaminari and Ishido against the Principal, Jiro and Koda against Present Mic, Hagakure and Shoji against Snipe, and last but not least, Midoriya and Bakugo against All Might. They would all be fighting in that order. To complete the exam, you'll have 30 minutes, Nizu said, demonstrating the time with his paws. Your objective is to put these HND CFFS on your teacher. He held up the yellow HND CFFS. Or, you can win if one of you manages to escape from the combat stage. So we either have to capture the teacher or run away, Kaminari thought deeply. It's basically like the combat training. Yeah, but is it really okay to just run? Ishido asked. Principal Nizu confirmed that it was. It's going to be much different than the combat training you all went through earlier. After all, you're up against people way better than you. Present Mic added enthusiastically. Better? Really? Aren't you just the announcer? Jiro questioned, skepticism in her voice. Koda tried to calm her down. Hey, watch your mouth. Have some respect, shouted Present Mic, sounding annoyed. That's a bit too offensive, Jiro, Midoriya remarked thoughtfully. This time, your exam will be very similar to a real battle, 13 explained. As strange as it is, please think of us as villains. Assuming you come across your enemy. If you think you can win against them, then fight. However, Aizawa continued, in instances where you're outmatched, it would be smarter to run away and find help. He emphasized those words, looking directly at the four boys involved in the Hosu incident. Todoroki, Ida, Bakugo, Midoriya. I'm sure the four of you understand. They all recalled the moment when Native told them to run away. I won't make that mistake again. I will pass this test and prove that I'm a hero, Ida declared to himself. So we fight to win or run to win, Midoriya summarized. That's right. It's a test of your decision-making skills. All Might exclaimed, pulling something from the back of his costume. But with these rules, you're probably thinking your only real choice is too effy, he said, causing Bakugo to bristle. That's why the support course made these super clever accessories for US. He revealed wristbands that looked like weight limiters. Midoriya noted, we had a contest with these designs, and young Hatsum ended up winning it. Isn't that surprising? Midoriya muttered. You think we need a handicap to win against you? Bakugo challenged, though he felt relieved that there were indeed handicaps. Without them, they would be at a serious disadvantage. Well, think again, All Might laughed. This will be fun. Let's begin, Aizawa said, sounding less than pleased with the commotion. The teams will take the practical exam in the order you were called. We have a stage prepared for you. He turned his gaze toward the first team. Sato, Kirishima, you're up. Yes, sir. Midoriya's POV, we were advised to strategize or watch our classmates in the monitoring room. Kaken and I finished planning, so we came to watch. Looks like I have my work cut out for me today, Recovery Girl said, sitting in front of the large monitor. We heard someone else enter. Oh, Deku and Bakugo. You're watching too. Uraraka walked in. Yeah. It's not like we get many chances to watch students in combat with teachers, right? She nodded. And besides, we already planned for this. I pointed at Kaken, who gave an intense glare back. Lucky, Uraraka sighed. While my partner is a little preoccupied with himself. That shiny guy, Kaken muttered. That's why I thought I'd try and get inspiration from everyone else's battle. Smart. The monitor flickered. Team Sato and Kirishima. Ready. Go. The voice announced. Good luck, you guys. Third POV, Kirishima and Sato ran toward the main part of the area. So what do you think? Kirishima asked, considering their plan against Cementos. Yeah. That makes sense. Sato replied happily, but walls of concrete quickly stopped them from advancing. Mr. Cementos can't move around very fast. Kirishima activated his hardening, while Sato prepared to use his quirk. Not so fast, kids, Cementos warned, launching another rush of cement at them. In the observation room, Uraraka cheered, "Come on, you guys. You totally got this." But Midoriya and Bakugo had different opinions. They're not going to win like that. Those morons, Bakugo snarled at their approach. What do you mean? Uraraka asked, confused. Midoriya explained, their quirks are amazing, sure. But there is a limit to how long they can use them. It won't last forever. I don't think Mr. Cementos has that kind of limit, though. He observed the fight closely. The more time that passes, the more of a disadvantage they're at. Uraraka realized, it's not a coincidence they were matched up. Aizawa's pitting us against teachers will have a hard time against, Bakugo added. To pass, we need to recognize our weaknesses and overcome them. Exactly right. Recovery Girl confirmed his suspicions. So before it's time for your own final, you should think carefully about your compatibility with the teacher you're fighting. Midoriya stared back at the screen, relieved they had trained together last week. Back with the first examinees, Kirishima exclaimed, no matter how many walls we break, he keeps making more of them. It was time to execute their plan. Sato, plan B now. He called out. Sato consumed more sugar to power up. Right, he said, grabbing Kirishima and spinning him around. Be safe, okay? Sato warned as he threw Kirishima into the air toward Cementos. Cementos encased himself in cement, but Sato rushed in and destroyed the shield while his teacher was distracted. What the? Cementos started, but Kirishima landed on him, using the HNDCFFS they were given to secure the enemy. Villain captured. Kirishima happily exclaimed. Cementos chuckled. I've got to hand it to you, kids. He stood up to rate their performance. An element of surprise is certainly one of the attributes of confronting an enemy. Well done, you do. All right, Sato. Kirishima looked at his classmate, who seemed a bit dazed. Did we win? Sato managed to ask. Hell yeah, we did. Kirishima noticed Sato wavering and ran to support him. Team Sato and Kirishima have passed the finals, the automated voice announced. Nice job. Midoriya cheered for his classmates. Not a bad effort, shitty hair, Bakugo smirked. They did it. Uraraka yelled happily for them. Next were Azui and Tokoyami, who faced off against Ectoplasm. Team Asui and Tokoyami have passed the finals. They succeeded thanks to their wonderful teamwork. Then it was Ida and Ojiro's turn. It was a rough start, as their opponent, Power Loader, had set traps while maneuvering underground. Team Ida and Ojiro have passed the finals. Ojiro managed to help them pass by having Ida throw him to the escape gate. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki are next, right? Uraraka asked Midoriya, who nodded. I'm still worried about her, though. Midoriya sighed, hoping his words had reached her. Flashback to training, Yaoyorozu. Midoriya called out. What is it, Midoriya? She asked as she approached. I've noticed you've been feeling down lately. Are you all right? Yaoyorozu looked down. No, you're not wrong, but... Midoriya listened intently. As a student who got into UA through recommendations, I've been feeling disappointed in myself. Midoriya spoke up. What do you mean? During the cavalry battle, I just followed orders from Todoroki. When it was my turn to fight, I failed before I could do anything. Midoriya realized she was comparing herself to Todoroki and Tokoyami. Remember when we picked class representatives? He asked. How could I forget? You took the majority of the votes while I only had 2. Did you know that Todoroki voted for you? Yaoyorozu was astonished. Wait, but... It was because he thought you would be the best leader for the class, probably even better than me or Ida. Midoriya smiled softly at her. Hearing that seemed to lift a weight off her shoulders. Thank you, Midoriya. Flashback and... Todoroki spun around and saw Yaoyorozu clenching her fist when he told her about his plan. Yaoyorozu, he called, gaining her attention. If you've got something to say, then out with it already. Yaoyorozu took a deep breath. Todoroki, I think I have a plan to beat Mr. Aizawa. The round started, and they needed to find Eraserhead first. Yaoyorozu created small Russian nesting dolls while Todoroki lit a small fire on his left side. They did this to detect if their teacher was near, as their quirks would disappear. After a long walk around the arena, Yaoyorozu. He's coming. If you know that I am here, then you should be acting, Aizawa said, dangling from a wire behind them. He quickly dropped down and swung his scarf at them, missing. Now, Todoroki, close your eyes. Yaoyorozu threw the dolls at Aizawa. He swatted them away but quickly realized what was inside. A flash grenade. The bright light caused Aizawa to blink and fall back. Diamant, he rubbed his eyes. While he was distracted, Todoroki rushed over and tied him up with a similar tape material. After that, Yaoyorozu used the HNDCFFS, signaling the end of the match. Well done, both of you, Aizawa stated plainly. You used your enemy's weakness to your advantage and limited the use of your quirks. Overall, not bad. It really was just a matter of time, just like you said. Thanks, teammate, Todoroki said gratefully to Yaoyorozu, who was on the verge of tears. Hey, is something wrong? No. I'll be fine. If you're feeling sick, there's a pressure point. I told you I'm all right, Todoroki. Team Todoroki and Yaoyorozu have passed the finals. Uraraka, you should probably get going now, Midoriya reminded her, knowing she and Aoyama were up next. Uraraka quickly ran to their examination site. Guess Ponytail gained confidence again, Bakugo muttered to himself, absent-mindedly. I should have expected that. What are you saying, Kaken? Uraraka asked. Nothing. Uraraka's team was trapped in their teacher 13's quirk, getting SCKD in. Aoyama attempted to counter with his naval laser, but he quickly realized that light couldn't escape a black hole. This isn't good. We're trapped. Uraraka thought frantically, trying to devise a plan. Gotta figure out how to get out of this. What would Deku do at a time like this? Aoyama tried to get her attention, but Uraraka waved him off. Not right now, I'm thinking. About Izuku Midoriya. Aoyama teased. Uraraka turned red at the mention of his name, momentarily distracted. She didn't even notice she had let go of the railing. 13 noticed and stopped using her quirk. Remembering Gunhead's lesson about fighting on your own terms, Uraraka focused and used her Gunhead martial arts to pin 13 down. Aoyama quickly followed, using HNDCFFS to successfully trap their teacher. Team Uraraka and Aoyama have passed the finals. Midoriya observed the fight closely. Why had Uraraka been distracted? Was it because of what Aoyama said? It seemed no one would know for sure,